چیە؟
فانیس
پول دۆمینە وایە لاخیە
تۆ بەعسۆی بۆ ئەو دوو کەسان
بەخواستەکەم خۆیان بە تەسەسولی داهێناوە
ئەخۆ خۆ کردەوە
کاکە دکتۆر
ئەمە پەنەلێکەوە دوانێتەوە
عەبدولسەلام بە تەسەسول داینێ بە تەسەسول
ئەمە دوکتۆر محەممەد
بیانە بە تەسەسول داینێ بێنە ئەو دوانم بەرێ کاکی من ئەو دوانم بەرێ
چاو کاک دەرینجا چۆنی چۆنی ئەحواڵە باشە شکست یاخوا بەخێر
هینە چێرمانەکەی عەبدولسەلامە زارعانەیی چێرمانەکە و هەر فانیسە خالید شوانی زۆردارە محەممەد ئەمەرسی وڵکەر عومەر عەدنان فانیسە بوو تا دوای ئەوە کۆنستانتی
خۆ دووسڵ بکاتە لە پشت لە ڕێزی دووەم ڕێز دووەم
چێرمانە
گەز دوان وسێت خۆ من شۆ زۆریش ناکەم
جستا مالگۆر ساتا Alexia
استادی
ببینی ئەم مایانە بۆ داگیرسێنەوە ڕابێتەوە مایانە بۆ داگیرسێنی پێکات بۆ حەلیکی حەزەکەمانە داگیرسێنەوە چی دێ
ناڵی ور بێ باوکە
مناڵانم لە شەریکە بەچێت زۆر
وەڵی گەفە ئەوە
ڕۆژناو سۆز و شیلان
ئەوە بە ساتی بێ بۆی زای
نەدا و کاشمان
تەلەوەی واتە لە بەس
لەدە لە
نازانم شتەکان پێتەڵەمەوە بۆ پارەکەی دەزێنیان
ڕقی کرد باقی کرد مامۆستا گیان مامۆستا ڕێباز
لە جوادیانەوە
ئەساوی لاکانی داگیرساندەوە باقی کرد
مناڵان خۆیان خوارد خزمەتی خۆتان
ئەمە بیکەرەوە 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 مامۆستا ئەمە باقی کراسەکە کراسەکەەوەی کاڵواتراوە ئەو ئەبینی چاوی ئەبینی باشە ئێستا مامۆستا ڕێباز ئەمە لە بەشی پێشەوە هەیە بنیارەکە مامۆستا بۆ زۆر گرنگ نییە بەشی پێشەوە پێشەوە کامل هەیە ئەو ئەبینی ئەبینی کێشە نییە وەزار بەشی پێشەوە
بەشی پێشەوە هەمووی ڕووناکە
ئەوەی پولە چۆن
هەمووی مەزبوطەوە باوەڕە
Sen video var. YouTube. Ne bak seyretken işte ben. Valla kızdan. Her süre icnaz var. Protokol icnaz var.
السلام عليكم شباب. لايفيو أنا داخل الصورة من المكسر. على لايفيو. بس أربط جهاز لايفيو. في الصورة اللي القناة. مرحبا أستاذ.
مرحبا.
أجيب لايفيو بس أربطها في الصورة. كيف يا جماعة؟ قالوا تمام.
فريكونسي معناها نتاع بيوتيوب شو لينك
جهاز لايفيو أجيب لايفيو.
نعم. نعطاني.
زين. صار الدودات شو؟
لا بس فريكونسي. بس فريكونسي. نعم.
احتريت لو ما احتريت مشكلة
أما
جامار یا داگی سارا سیگنالم نما بوی بس داگی ساو نالای تکان فیس کن ناکوجه دو خمی ونه به
حالا مسرون باشه قربان اما سویده بیا اما کامرای داره اما رکورد کرده لسه میموری بوی بو اول لیتو چه کسی انت جواب بوی اول
أين في عيبي؟
لا شوكة دوام قوان تمام
نقطة حتى أخوي أو أجندات باسي وكباسي أو بريكي ديك إمام منزل لنا وولد يا بخيرات مشتاق بيت هم دەست پێ تا حەوت وەسان نییە ئێشەڵا بچوونە تا حەوتی خواردنەکەی ئەوێ باشەوەی
لە چۆ ماکدەندانەوە لەمەوە
هاوکات کووە وێن مایک
لێرە لێرە مایکێک لێرە کراوەتەوە شێتە ناو تەرجەمەکەی
ما ترجمة
ئەلو
ئامادەبانی بەڕێز نیوەڕۆتان باش دەمەوێت پێش دەستپێکی کۆڕبەندەکە پێتان ڕابگەێنم کە ئامێری وەرجێڕان بۆ هەرسێ زمانی کوردی و عەرەبی و ئینگلیزی بەردەستە و دەتوانن بەکاری بێنن. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. Translation devices are available for Kurdish, English, and Arabic languages, and you can use it. مەتی سەرۆکۆماری عراق کاک نزار ئامێدی بەڕێز بافڵ جەلال تاڵەبانی سەرۆکی یەکێتی نیشتیمانی کوردستان بەڕێز مامۆستا سەلاحەدین محەممەد بەئادین ئەمینداری گشتی یەکگرتووی ئیسلامی کوردستان بەڕێزان سەرۆکوەزیرانی پێشووتری وڵاتانی تورکیا بولگاریا ڕۆمانیا جۆرجیا بەڕێز قوبات تاڵەبانی جێگری سەرۆکی حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان بەڕێز سیمیۆن سۆمۆکۆس دامەزرێنەر و ڕێخەری کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی لە جیهان وەزیرە بەڕێزەکان بەڕێزان باڵیۆز و کۆنسوڵە گشتیەکان دیپلۆماتکاران توێژەرانی سیاسی و ئابووری بەرپرسانی حکومی و حیزبی میوانانی ئازیز لە سەرتاسەری جیهانەوە نیۆڕۆتان باش و هەموو لایەکتان بەخێر بێن بۆ سلێمانی پایتەختی ڕۆشنبیری Your Excellency, Mr. Nizar Ahmedi, the President of the Republic of Iraq. Your Excellency, Mr. Baful Jalal Talabani, the President of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. Your Excellency, Mr. Salahuddin Muhammad Bahauddin, General Secretary of the Islamic Union of Kurdistan. Your Excellencies, former Deputy Prime Ministers of Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and Georgia. Your Excellency, Mr. Qubat Talabani, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government. Your Excellency, Mr. Simon Somokos, Founder and President of Dēڵfī Economic Forum. Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, Consul Generals, Diplomats, distinguished scholars, and honored guests from across the globe, good afternoon and a most heartfelt welcome to you all to سلێمانی. خۆشەویستان، ئێمە ئەمڕۆ لێرە لە ژێر چاودێری بەڕێز جەنابی قوبات تاڵەبانی جێگری سەرۆکی حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان بۆ کۆڕبەندێکی جیهانی کە پێگە و گرنگێکی قوڵی نێودەوڵەتی هەیە کۆبووینەتەوە. ئازیزان، ڕەنگە هیچ شوێنێک بۆ میوانداریکردنی دیالۆگێکی جیهانی دەربارەی ڕێدۆزی خۆڕاگری و پێکەوە ژیان لە شاری سلێمانی باشتر نەبێت، چونکە سلێمانی پایتەختی ڕۆشنبیری و ئەدەبیاتە، مێژوویەکە بۆتە پەناگەی ئازادی خوازان و ناوەندی بیری ئازاد و هەمیشە مەڵبەندی خۆڕاگری و پێکەوە ژیان بووە. ئەمڕۆ و لەم کۆڕبەندەشدا سلێمانی وەک شانۆیەکی جیهانی دەردەکەوێت کە تێیدا ڕۆژهەڵات و ڕۆژئاوا بەیەک دەگەن بۆ شیکردنەوەی بارودۆخ و پێشهاتە ئاڵۆزەکانی ناوچەکە و جیهان. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today under the high patronage of His Excellency Qubat Talabani, Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government, for a global forum of profound international significance. Distinguished guests, there is perhaps no place more fitting to host a global dialogue on strategic vision, resilience, and coexistence than Slemani. As the cultural and literary capital, it has a history of supporting freedom of thought and fostering peaceful coexistence. In this forum, Slemani acts as a global platform where the East and West meet to discuss the complex developments currently affecting the region and the world. خۆشەویستان، پێش دەستپێکردنی وتارەکان پێکەوە بینەری دوو پارچە ڤیدیۆی کورد دەبین لەسەر کۆڕبەندی دێڵفی کە مانگی چوار لە یۆنان بەڕێوەچوو هاوکات ڤیدیۆیەک لەسەر گرنگی شاری سلێمانی بۆ سازدانی کۆڕبەندێکی لەم جۆرە.
Slémani has long stood as a pillar of culture, resilience, and intellectual freedom. Even in the most challenging times, it has remained a city of learning, creativity, and innovation. It is only fitting that Slémani now hosts a global dialogue on peace, progress, and economic cooperation.
Slémani, the cultural capital of the Kurdistan region and the industrial capital of Iraq, is a vibrant historical, political, cultural, economic, and investment hub that plays a fundamental role in shaping the Kurdish identity. From an economic perspective, Slémani is a primary engine for both the Kurdistan region and Iraq, having witnessed a massive transformation in construction and investment since 2003. Specifically following Investment Law No. 4 of 2006, there has been a significant surge in private sector capital because Slémani is the only province in Iraq that comprehensively possesses all the core pillars for investment. It is rich in natural and human resources, possesses a strong and advanced infrastructure, and provides continuous legal support, exemptions, and incentives for investors. Consequently, total private sector investment over the past 20 years has exceeded $22 billion, and in 2025 alone, new project licenses were granted for more than $2 billion, accounting for over 50% of all investment in the Kurdistan region for that year. Slémani is not just an ordinary city, but a national asset, where preserving its historical dignity and developing its economic infrastructure are the keys to the stability and growth for the entire Kurdistan region. This city is a cradle for trade and investment, and in the future, by blending its authentic cultural heritage with modern technology, it is stepping forward to become one of the most advanced cities in the area and a premier destination for investment in the region.
خۆشەویستان پێش دەستپێکی هەروتار و پانێڵێک لەم کۆڕبەندە بۆ ڕێزگرتن لە گیانی پاکی سەرجەم شەهیدانی ڕێگای ڕزگاری گەلانی جیهان و کوردستان و عێراق هەمومان ساتێک بە بێدەنگی دەوەستین. فەرمونون دانیشن زۆر سپاس. ئەمە دەبوانی بەڕێز سەرەتا بۆ دەستپێکردنی کۆڕبەندەکەمان بە شێوەیەکی فەرمی جێگەی شانازێکی گەورەیە بۆ ئێمە کە کەسایەتێکی خاوەن دیدگا بانگهێش بکەین کە دڵسۆزی ئەو بۆ بەرەودان بە دیالۆگی نێودەوڵەتی ئێمەی لێرە کۆ کردوێتەوە. تکایە بە هەمومان پێکەوە پێشوازی بکەین لە دامەزرێنەر و سەرۆکی کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی بەڕێز سیمۆن سۆمۆکۆس. To formally set our journey in motion, it's our absolute privilege to introduce a visionary leader whose dedication to fostering international dialogue has brought us all together. Please put your hands together for the founder and president of the Delphi Economic Forum, Mr. Simon Somokos.
Thank you very much. Baigit Nitan Bash. Merhaba. Good evening to everybody. Thank you very much. Kalspera. Your Excellency, the President of Iraq, Mr. Nizar Ahmadi, Your Excellency, Mr. Bafel Talabani, President of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, Your Excellency, Mr. Kubat Talabani, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government, Your Excellencies, Prime Minister Mr. Ahmud Davutoglu, and I think the Prime Minister of Bulgaria, Mr. Kirill Petkov, is here, and Madame Birtsala as well from Romania, Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Presidents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Delphi Forum in Sulaimania. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this forum and to this historic and resilient city of the region of Kurdistan. I think you all agree that we gather today at a moment of extraordinary uncertainty and volatility, not only for this region, but for the entire world. This ongoing conflict involving Iran, the heightened risks of regional escalation, disruptions to energy markets, growing geopolitical rivalries, and the broader reconfiguration of the international order are creating consequences that extend far beyond our neighborhood. What happens in this region today affects global security, economic stability, supply chains, energy transitions, and international diplomacy. Yet, it is precisely in such moments of turbulence that pieces of dialogue and places of dialogue become most valuable. Slemani and the Kurdistan region of Iraq occupy a unique position in this rapidly changing landscape. Situated at the crossroads of competing interests, cultures, and strategic corridors, this region has repeatedly demonstrated resilience in the face of immense challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the region has served as a bridge when others saw divisions, as a place of coexistence when instability threatened fragmentation, and as a platform for engagement when dialogue became increasingly difficult. I strongly believe that the significance of the Kurdistan region today goes far beyond geography. It lies in its ability to connect international powers, facilitate discussions, and maintain openness amid uncertainty. We believe that as the wider region navigates conflict, economic transformation, demographic pressures, climate changes, and challenges and technological disruptions, the Kurdistan region stands as an important partner in advancing stability, investments, innovation, and regional cooperation. This forum in Suleimania was established on a very simple but powerful conviction that meaningful dialogue among political leaders, policymakers, business executives, academics, and civil society can help shape more effective responses to shared challenges. Over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, we will discuss some of the most pressing issues of our times, the future of the international order, regional security, governance, energy, investments, innovation, and social resilience. We trust that these conversations will not be merely academic. They will concern the future and prosperity and security of millions of people in this area and across the Middle East. The Delphi Forum has always believed that the dialogue is strongest when it takes place where challenges are most immediate and where opportunities for progress are greatest. This is why we are proud to return for a second consecutive year to Suleimania. Let us please use this gathering not only to analyze the world as it is, but also to discuss steps of how the world should be more stable, more prosperous, and more cooperative. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the moment to thank deeply His Excellency Kubat Talabani, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government, who has inspired us all and has initiated the Delphi Forum in Suleimania. Please join me to thank him very much. And allow me to thank sincerely our Minister of International Economic Relations, Mr. Theocharis, and let us welcome him from Greece as well. Thank you, Harry, for coming here. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all, political and business leaders, thinkers and entrepreneurs, and representatives of the media, for being part of this important forum during these next 2 days. Let us begin our work today with clarity, courage and commitment to cooperation. I would like to thank you all for being with us today. A big, of course, thank you to all the speakers and the moderators of this conference, particularly those who travel from abroad in these difficult moments to share with us their expertise and knowledge on the various sessions of our agenda. With this, let me introduce again Mr. Haris Theocharis, the very able Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister for International Economic Relations from Greece, to say a few welcome regards. Mr. Theocharis has the podium. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Iraq, Mr. Nizal Ahmedi. Your Excellency, Mr. Bafel Talabani, President of the PUK, Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. Your Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kurdistan Regional Government, Mr. Kubat Talabani. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is really a great honor to be here in Suleimania for the Delphi Economic Forum, Slimani. A forum that takes place in a region that sits at the heart of the most consequential geopolitical developments of our time. The 2 days of discussions ahead, today and tomorrow, on the new global order, on security, on energy, on economic development, reflect exactly where the center of gravity of the international agenda lies today. We live in an era of profound geopolitical turbulence. But the Middle East is not just a region of crisis. It is a critical hub connecting Asia, Europe, and Africa. Disruptions in shipping lanes, energy infrastructure, and supply chains have immediate consequences for the entire world. In this difficult environment, the answer cannot be isolation. The answer is cooperation. Greece is here as a natural partner. Our geography places us precisely at the intersection where Europe meets the Mediterranean and the Middle East. We aspire to be Europe's gateway to Asia, and we are committed to playing that role with determination. In connectivity and trade, in energy, in maritime security and freedom of navigation. And specifically in Iraq, in the sectors that are critical to the country's long-term growth and economic diversification: infrastructure development and construction, agri-food and food security, healthcare and pharmaceuticals, logistics and port services, as well as digital transformation and public sector modernization. And of course, a problem that will affect us more and more in the years ahead: water scarcity and water security. We deeply value our cooperation with Iraq and with the Kurdistan region, a remarkable example of stability and resilience in a difficult neighborhood. This is on the basis of the historical ties of Iraq, of the Kurdistan region, with Greece. Following the successful forum last year, we look forward to advancing our dialogue on investment, energy security, and economic diversification. And here I would like to acknowledge, first of all, the pioneer, Mr. Simeon Tsomokos, the person that has made Delphi Forum a global brand of discussion, of dialogue, of cooperation. And of course, the vision of Kubat Talabani, who immediately embraced the idea of starting Delphi Economic Forum here in Slimania. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, Greece is not only a bridge. It's a committed partner, ready to work together on the projects and initiatives that will define the future of the broader region. I think our collective future depends upon it. Thank you very much.
Minister, we thank you very much for your participation, for your comments, and I hope your presence here will enhance the relationship between Greece, Iraq, and Kurdistan. We thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor and a real pleasure to introduce to you His Excellency Mr. Nizar Ahmadi, the President of the Republic of Iraq. He was elected only a few weeks ago, and we wish him all the best. Mr. Ahmadi, please have the floor, sir. Let us welcome him to the podium.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكرام، مع حفظ الألقاب والمقامات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. من المهم أن نكون هنا معا في الدورة الثانية لمنتدى ديڵفی سلێمانية. شكرا للدعوة الكريمة لنا للمشاركة والتحدث في هذه الجلسة من أعمال المنتدى الذي خلق خلال فترة قصيرة منصة حيوية للحوارات ما بين قادة السياسة والاقتصاد والفكر من مختلف أنحاء العالم. شكرا للسليمانية لاستضافتها هذا المحفل الدولي للعام الثاني على التوالي. ونجاح المنتدى هو تأكيد آخر للإدراك المتنامي في العالم للدور الذي يمكن أن يضطلع به العراق في بناء وتطوير جسور للحوارات وفي تعزيز تفاهم المجتمعات واختصار المسافات ما بين الدول، خصوصاً في منطقتنا التي ما زالت تواجه العديد من المخاطر والتحديات، فيما يتطلع الكثير من شعوبها وقياداتها إلى تعزيز فرص النمو والاستقرار والتكامل. يعمل العراق على تطوير إمكانياته ليكون دولة جاذبة للمشاريع والاستثمارات. وفي هذا الصدد فإن الحكومة العراقية تعمل على أن يكون البلد منطقة جذب آمن ومطمئن للشركات ورؤوس الأموال الدولية. وفي هذا المجال أثنينا بتقدير على قرارات عدد من الفصائل المسلحة التي بادرت بالتعاون على أن تكون الدولة وحدها المالكة للسلاح، وما زالت الجهود متواصلة في التفاهم من أجل نزع السلاح، وبما يعزز أمن واستقرار البلد ويسهم في البناء والإعمار. يحصل هذا في وقت يعيش فيه العالم ومنطقتنا على وجه التحديد الكثير من الاضطرابات الجيوسياسية والاقتصادية التي يمكن أن تشكل تهديدات غير مسبوقة لأمن واستقرار العالم. وفي إطار ما نؤمن به في العراق ونعمل من أجله، فإننا ندرك أن الاستقرار لم يعد هدفاً محلياً فحسب، بل بات شرطاً أساسياً للتنميات المحلية والإقليمية والعالمية. وهذا ما يؤكد أهمية الحوارات العملية والمنتجة، وما يجعل منها ضرورة يمكن أن تسهم في معالجة التحديات ولجم المخاطر المتفاقمة. ندرك في العراق أن التحديات التي تواجه بلدنا لا ينبغي لها أن تعطل التطلع إلى ما يطور رفاهية الشعب، وبما يستجيب لتعزيز الخيارات التي تنمي فرص الازدهار، وهذا ما يجعل الحكومة أمام تحديات جدية لكن تجاوزها ممكن. وفي المقدمة من هذه التحديات تبرز تحديات المال والاقتصاد، وتتأكد أهمية العمل على تنمية مصادر الدخل وتنويعها، والانتهاء من النظام الريعي وتحفيز فرص الاستثمار، وترسيخ البيئة الآمنة المحفزة للاستثمار، وتطويق بؤر الفساد واجتثاثها بشجاعة دون ما تردد ودون ما هوادة. هذا ما نأمل ونعمل على أن تتضافر من أجله جهود السلطات التنفيذية والتشريعية والقضائية. أختتم أيها السيدات والسادة بالتمنيات من أجل المزيد من النجاح لأعمال هذه النسخة الثانية من منتدى دێڵفی سلێمانية. أحر التمنيات بالمزيد من فرص السلام والتنمية والتعاون ما بين الأمم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
President Ahmadi, we thank you very much. I will not allow Mr. Kubat Talabani to come to Delphi next April unless he comes with you. You have a pending invitation and will be very honored and deeply honored if you address our opening session again in Delphi with 3,500 people that you expect every year. We thank you deeply for your participation. So with this, I think it is again my great honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you His Excellency, Mr. Ahmet Davutoglu, Prime Minister of Turkey during the years 2014 to 2016, and Foreign Minister for 5 years. We all know that he is one of the main intellectual architects of modern Turkish foreign policy. Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a great honor.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my dear brothers Bafel and Kubat Talabani, dear Chairman of Delphi Forum, my dear friend Somakos, distinguished guests and friends, welcome. Niwaratan bash, Bihar Khatini, Hamatanakam Sarsara Sarchawa. It's a really great pleasure to be back in Süleymaniye, which I see as my hometown, and to meet because of meeting with my close friends. I have extraordinary memories with all of them. And I congratulate first His Excellency President Nizar Ahmedi for being elected as the President of Iraq, whom I know very well. During the most difficult times in our region, whenever I had chance to meet with our great friend, leader, Rahimallahu alayhim, Mam Jalal Talabani, he was the one, Brother Nizar was the one who arranged everything professionally and with good intention. if we have good relations today between Turkey and Iraq, and also between Turkey and KRG, and between Turkey and especially PUK, he had great contributions for this. I thank you, and I wish best success in Iraq. Today, we need your success and the success of Prime Minister Ali Zaidi, who is also a very wise man in these difficult times. Dear friends, this meeting is on a very right time. Last year, I was in Delphi Forum. This is my second time here in Süleyman, like Delphi Forum. It was before the war between US, Israel, and Iran. And here in this platform, I tried to underline that there will be more risks in front of us. The title of this keynote speech today and the meeting is The Global Disorder. What do we mean by order first, in order to understand this order? Order means rules, values, institutions, which brings confidence and predictability. Unfortunately today, there is no confidence to any international organization, there is no sense of security, and there is no predictability at all. So we are in the middle of a huge crisis. We have to think, all of us, what should we be doing in coming months and years? I congratulate Iraqi leadership because of wise policies, and also especially all KRG leaders, including Brother Bafel and Kubat Talabani, because of their wise approach during this war. The wise approach was try to secure the country, try to secure his people or her people from the risks, and they did very well. Because Iraq is the most, has a country which may have the most risks in any tension between Iran and United States and between regional powers among themselves. So where are we now? In last year, we had before we had genocide in Gaza, attacks, Israel attacks against Palestinian people, but we had 2 wars. What is now the agenda in front of us? Yesterday, I was listening to President Trump. Every day you have to listen to him twice because his mind is changing 2-3 times a day. So you shouldn't miss even one speech, otherwise you are not able to follow him, what he may do. This is unpredictability. So when we look at the basic philosophy of order, I said values and institutions and structures. Today, unfortunately, there is a problem of values and rules in international system. Russian attack against Ukraine, territorial integrity is being discussed, Israeli attack against Lebanon, and many other violations brings us to this value crisis. And building blocks of international order is being shaky. National level, nation states, territorial integrities of nation states, national institutions, regional organizations. Nobody can claim today that OIC, Arab League, European Union, GCC as regional organizations are as effective as before. And nobody can say today, although I know him personally and I respect him very much, Antonio Guterres is the most wisest person I have ever seen in diplomatic spheres. But UN today is not able to solve any question. So what are we supposed to do? Today in this crisis, we have 4 main issues. I made a proposal and I wrote an article in Project Syndicate, and I wrote letters to the leaders of the region on these 4 issues. One is Hormuz Strait. Hormuz Strait showed us that the geoeconomics is the vital issue of international order. People were thinking Hormuz Strait is a strait only before. Now we are very well aware that Hormuz Strait is the breadth of international economic system. Secondly, Iranian nuclear issue. Third, Iranian missile projects as well as proxy wars in the region. And fourth is Palestinian issue. I am proposing a new regional security architecture. How can we achieve this? First, about Hormuz Strait. Since Iran wants to declare full control over the strait, and the United States doesn't want to allow this, there should be a middle way. I have been in several mediator in several international crises. First, you have to ease the tension. You have to contain the tension. And there, my proposal is the countries, a group of countries which may have confidence with Iran and with GCC countries, especially Saudi Arabia, and having good relations with the United States, can establish a Navy mission like Turkey, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan. Pakistan is the leading mediator now. For a temporary base, they can have a mission in Hormuz Strait to guarantee flow of transition of goods, like grain corridor of Turkey during the Russia-Ukrainian war. This should, in coordination with Iran and Oman. If this is happening, at least we can be sure that there will be no sudden war anymore. Secondly, Iranian nuclear issue. We have to be very frank to each other. We are against any nuclear weapon in our region. As Turkey, our national position and the position of many wise leaders everywhere is there should not be nuclear weapon, neither in Iran's hand nor Israeli hands. This is a threat to humanity. So what is the proposal could be? In 2010, I was mediator between P5+1, US and Iran, together with Brazilian minister, and we signed a Tehran agreement. Iranian nuclear, enriched uranium could be deposited to a third country. At that time, it was Turkey. And then Iran should declare they don't have any intention to have a nuclear weapon and open to IAEA, and US should declare that they are respecting the right of peaceful nuclear energy in Iran and everywhere in the world. This is the only way out. Third, missile wars and proxy wars. This is a regional issue. This is not an American issue. If you attack a country, that country has the right to defend themselves. So missile issue is not like nuclear issue. And for that, there should be a new security, three-level security structure. One is between Iran and GCC countries. There should be a new Gulf, including Iraq. Iraq is the most important country in this issue. Having relations with Iran, also being part of the Gulf order, that new arrangements in Gulf will provide a base for re-establishing links between Iran and Saudi Arabia especially. That is very important. It is not wise for Americans to attack Iran, and it is not wise for Iranians to attack other Gulf countries. There should be a sense of common understanding and values. And the last, without solving Palestinian issue, there cannot be a sustainable peace. Israel can be part of a regional security architecture only if a free and sovereign Palestinian state is being established. So today, unfortunately, despite of the fact that we have ceasefire in Gaza, 935 women and children and Gazan people were killed after the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire in Gaza. And 688 Lebanese were killed after ceasefire between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And therefore, I understand President Trump's anger to Netanyahu because of Lebanese issue. At the end of the day, I want to short, I don't want to take the floor long. The Iraqi president today are with us. And the stability of Iraq is so important, and Iraq is the most vital country in all these equations in the region. There is a need of a new vision in our region. There is a need of a new approach, of new set of values. We, all of us, Turks, Arabs, Kurds, Iranians, should respect. This is our issue. This is our regional issue. This region belongs to us. Be sure that I am coming to Süleymani or Erbil as if I am coming to Istanbul and Konya. If there is no peace in Süleymaniye, in Erbil, in Baghdad, there cannot be peace in Anatolia, in Turkey, nowhere in the world. Fortunately, we have such wise leadership today in Süleymaniyye, and again, I want to express my gratitude to my dear friend, Chairman Somokos, and thank you very much for inviting us and bringing us together. Thank you very much. Rojbash, Sersera Sercheva, once more.
Mr. Prime Minister, we thank you. We thank you deeply for your visionary words. We do hope that perhaps today and tomorrow we may be able to structure some of your thoughts that you demonstrated a little before, and we thank you deeply for this vision that you gave us to us. And I promise also to study a little Kurdish language so that I will reach your level and get a little more applaud as you did. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege and great honor to present to you the former Prime Minister of Bulgaria, a friend, Kirill Petkov, who is going to take the floor immediately. Kirill, thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Your Excellency President Nizar Ahmedi, Your Excellency Deputy Prime Minister Kubat Talabani, Your Excellency Mr. Bafel Talabani, dear Simeon, dear Basil and the team, dear Lina Omar, the former ambassador of Iraq to Bulgaria, who I just met on the entrance. I want to speak to you also in a very candid way, and I appreciate the style that the Prime Minister of Turkey just showed. I want to speak about topics that we don't usually speak so much about, but they're very important. When we talk about natural resources, we always think about oil. We think about different mining natural resources. But the biggest natural resource of every country is the human capital. And I'll ask you to think about that, because Professor Schumpeter at Harvard used to say, 2% of every nation has a special talent, and that's the entrepreneurial talent of a nation. How much the economic development of a nation depends on these 2%, according to studies, more than 60%. So while we're talking about defense, oil, sometimes we forget to think about how each of our regions, including the region of Kurdistan here, can sustain its 2% natural talent is the first question, not to leave the region. The second question is, how can these 2% be working in a productive area where they can create the most value for the region? It turns out that these 2% can do everything. They can be politicians, they can be military leaders, or they can be entrepreneurs in innovative companies. Turns out that the most successful economies in the world have been able to transform their region by actually doing two things: focusing these 2% on entrepreneurship versus other activities, and attracting 2% from the other countries into their region. A very big significant part of the patents in the Silicon Valley are not created by people born in California. They're born in Europe, they're born in the Middle East, they're born in Asia. So when we think about our economic development, we should really focus on this most important issue that lately we're not talking about. Also, we have to recognize that when we talk about globalization, globalization is nothing but global competition. And global competition has become so fierce that not any one region can be competitive by themselves. And this is why I believe this forum is so important today. Because unless you have partners in different regions, it's very hard to be competitive and to perform for your own people. And in the end of the day, coordination between regions is nothing but people knowing each other, liking each other, and trusting each other. So we have to focus on this. I also want to say a few words about security. In Europe, we recognize something, a big truth. I mean, in the 2000s, it was a very good thing to be a European nation. You get low cost of gas from Russia, and you get security protection from the United States. And you can spend your savings on social programs and improving your economy. But unfortunately, in the last few years, the truth has come up to be a little different. You cannot have a major portion of the world GDP and not have your own army. And for Europe, that was a big wake-up call. We have right now the second biggest GDP in the world, but the 17th or 18th biggest army. So unfortunately, the world has changed in such a way that everybody has to defend and rely on themselves and on their partners. And the innovation in the defense space have changed the world in a big way. I just came back from Kiev 2 weeks ago. And what I saw is that the former tanks and helicopters are nothing but targets for the drone industry and innovation. So we all have to recognize that this change has happened. And we have to make sure that we each design our security defense strategies according to this new reality. We also have to recognize that we have to all speak out loudly when one country decides to go into the territory of another, claiming that that's their sphere of influence. I come from a relatively small country, from Bulgaria, and I do not believe in sphere of influence. I believe that every country has the choice to choose their partners, to choose their strategies, to make their economic development, and I think it's the responsibility of all of us when we see that somebody is trying to project power through war, to say no. I'm proud that in 2022, Bulgaria was represented more than 50% of the military aid to Ukraine. We didn't talk about it, but we were there for Ukraine. Not because I personally have many friends in Russia, but I think it's all of our responsibility to say strongly that when a country is trying to invade another, the invaded country has a chance to defend itself. The energy map is changing as well. Again, I'll give an example of my own country. Up to 2021, so only 5 years ago, 100% of our gas supply was from Russia, 100% of our oil supply was from Russia, 100% of our nuclear fuel was from Russia, even though we were NATO and a EU country. Now, 0% is the gas is coming from Russia, 0% of the oil, and 0% of the nuclear fuel. How did we achieve this? And this I'll address a little bit the Prime Minister of Turkey and Simeon, my friend, and the Minister of Greece as well. We actually achieved that by actually helping each other as neighbors. Bulgaria, for a few years, was able to establish the Greek interconnect, where we can get LNG from Greece, and we get the first LNG ships in Turkey, and we were able to supply the gas from there. So regional cooperation in this very risky and full of unexpected events world is very important. So I fully agree with the Prime Minister of Turkey before me. Each region has to take care of itself. We have to help each other, and we have to realize that the destiny of our countries is in our own hands. So putting it all together, we live in a more competitive world, in a more global world. We have to take care of our 2% talent, because this is the real driving force of the prosperity of each nation. We have to realize that the defense architecture of the world has changed, and we have to be very strong when we see invasion and projecting power through war, and we all have to speak against it. And finally, forums like that should hopefully create partnerships, friendships, that we can make our region and the world a better place. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. Kirill, thank you. We are compatriots in many conferences around the world. We do events in Washington, in Brussels, in Sofia, in Bucharest, in Toronto, and Kirill is a very dear friend who comes always to participate. I thank you very much. Great comments. We second, of course, what you said about regional cooperation. Mr. Davutoglu said it extremely well, and I hope that this conference contributes to this as well. I would like to invite to the podium, please join me, the Consul General of Greece, Mr. Stergioulas, to say a few welcome remarks as well. Mr. Consul General, please, let us give him a hand. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Iraq, Mr. Nizar Ahmedi, Your Excellency, the President of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, Mr. Bafel Talabani, Your Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of KRG, Mr. Kubat Talabani, Your Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Haris Theocharis, dear founder and president of the Delphi Forum, Simeon Somokos. Dear friends, it is a great honor and pleasure to be here today in Suleimania, a city known for its rich culture, robust economy, intellectual spirit, and a key role in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. I express my sincere appreciation to the organizers of the second edition of the Delphi Forum Slemani and to His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister of KRG, Mr. Kubat Talabani. I seize the opportunity to welcome my minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Haris Theocharis, who, in the framework of the Delphi Forum, commences a promising high-level visit in Kurdistan region of Iraq. Greece attaches great importance to the relations with Iraq and with the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Our presence in Erbil reflects our strong commitment to strengthening friendship, mutual understanding, and substantial cooperation with the people and the institutions of the Kurdistan region. The Delphi Forum, born in Greece and inspired by the historical role of Delphi as a place of dialogue and wisdom, has found a meaningful place here in Suleimania. The connection between our country and the Kurdistan region of Iraq is not only symbolic, it's practical. It underlines our common belief in the importance of dialogue, openness, and cooperation for building a better world. It also opens the door to stronger synergies in fields such as the economy, investment, energy, education, culture, tourism, and people-to-people contacts. Greece, as a member of the European Union and a country located at the crossroads of Europe, the Mediterranean and the Middle East, believes in building bridges. We believe that dialogue, stability, and economic cooperation are essential for a brighter future. In this spirit, we see the Kurdistan region of Iraq as an important partner with great potential and a dynamic, smart society. I'm confident that this forum will contribute to deeper understanding, stronger partnerships, and new opportunities between Greece, Iraq, the Kurdistan region of Iraq, and the wider international community. Allow me, once again, ladies and gentlemen, to thank all of those who made this event possible. Thank you very much. George Pass.
Mr. Consul General, we thank you very much. This is, again, a very special moment of our conference because we have the honor of having the presence of Mr. Bafel Talabani, an important political leader not only in Kurdistan, not only in Iraq, but in the entire region, We thank him deeply for joining us. He's going to be in a conversation together with Mr. Fanis Papathanasiou, who is the diplomatic correspondent of the national television in Greece. Please let us welcome Mr. Bafel Talabani to the podium.
Is your mic working? Yeah, let me have a look. I'm good with mics.
Okay. Not only with mics. Mr. Simeon Chomokos, thank you very much for organizing this. You are a pioneer, you are a leader. We're very proud of you. Warm applause for Mr. Chomokos, please. But even though you have to improve your Kurdish language skills, since it's becoming tradition, next year I will check you, right? So, our next speaker is Mr. Bafel Jalal Talabani, President of a Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. It's a privilege, actually, among these events, to have this chat with you. Mr. Talabani has emerged as an important voice on issues ranging from global security, state building, regional security, economic development, and regional stability. At this moment, a significant transformation is going on in the region. So it's an honor, I guess, an opportunity for all of us to hear his views about a range of different issues. We have heard earlier very wise words from Prime Minister Davutoglu. Thank you so much, Mr. Davutoglu, from President Ahmedi, and Mr. Petkov, Minister Theoharis, and the previous leaders. So it's very important for us to hear your views at this point. So Slemani, it's a city shaped by long history and survival. I was explaining to my boss a few days ago where we are and where we're gonna come. And it's next to Iran, next to Syria, next to Turkey, next from countries in the Gulf. So it's very important for the global security, and it's affected by the events in Iran. So my first question is, in the Middle East, is undergoing now one of the most significant changes in the last decades. What is your take? How do you assess the current regional order? And what are the most significant changes so far, Mr. Talabani?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And please feel sorry for me having to follow Mr. Davutoglu's remarks earlier. It's not going to be easy. The region has undergone a lot of changes, most of them negative from a security point of view and from a stability point of view. But it doesn't mean that that will be the eventual outcome. I think that if all parties are involved, look at this issue and this problem on a grander scale, I think the opportunity is there actually to move us into a better situation than before this conflict started. This, however, will require patience, and it will require a different form of negotiation than is taking place now. I think that the more topics are brought into the negotiation, the more topics there will be for people to make compromise on. As His Excellency said, some of these issues are completely interconnected. Can you have peace with Israel without resolving the Palestinian issue? Can you have peace between the United States and Iran without solving the nuclear issue? And I think the more of these problems are brought to the table for negotiation, I think the possibility is there to make perhaps a lasting peace for the region. But it will take patience. And I'm hoping that the Trump administration has the appropriate patience. They certainly have the wisdom, and I believe they have the will if left to their own devices and not influenced by third or fourth parties.
Since you talked about the agreement, the efforts for an agreement, what is the key issue right now, according to your views, in order to reach an agreement, a first agreement? What is the key element?
I think it's become confused, if I'm honest with you. Before we were talking about no nuclear weapons and certain things on regional players, and now there seems to be a shift, more focusing on not just a nuclear weapon capability, but enrichment, etc., etc. I think, first of all, that's a very important question. We need to identify exactly what it is we want, and then we can start negotiating on it. When the requirements are so fluid, I think it becomes very difficult to make any meaningful relation.
Why are you saying they're fluid? They're different
Well,
views?
because I remember in the very early days of the conflict, all we heard was no nuclear weapons, no nuclear weapons, no nuclear weapons. Then the narrative started changing in the Western media, and then it became enrichment, and then it became missiles, and I think that this changing red lines is, I don't think it's helpful. I think there needs to be a clear plan. What do you want? How do you achieve it? I don't think it's particularly complicated. I just think it's difficult.
It's difficult. And did you see different views and different agendas from Israel and the United States?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Speaking to Iranians, Kurdish Iranians in Iran, even targeting is different. The normal Iranian people can tell if this strike was an Israeli strike or this strike was an American strike.
Now, about Kurdistan and this situation.
Could I say something else on the Iranian
Go
conflict?
ahead, yes.
So, you know, I'm a real student of history. And for 650 years, the Roman Empire fought the Persian Empire. And do you know what happened? There was never a victor. The Romans would have, every time, they would have military successes. Every single time. They were never able to conquer the Persian Empire. The Persians were an empire like the Romans were. They weren't fiefdoms, they weren't tribes. The Romans had a culture that was admired many times by the people they conquered, their gods, their technology, their law. Persia had all that. Is any of this sounding familiar? Then what happened, sir? Every time the Romans, with their superior military, would make inroads into Iran, what would the Persians do? They would use their geography, they would use financial conflict, and they would simply wait them out. They would wait till there was a political upheaval in Rome, till there were assassinations in the Senate, until the situation degraded in Rome. And thus, for 650 years, this continued.
Same message, huh?
It is exactly the same message.
So earlier, when the Iran conflict started, you spoke to President Trump, to Foreign Minister Archie. Of course, the priorities, the necessary steps, not this region to be drawn in this conflict. So how do you evaluate the implications today, and what are these necessary steps to be taken?
I think that we're Kurds, and we're Iraqi Kurds. We live in Iraq. And the irony is the winner of this conflict and the loser of the conflict will be Iraq, before Iran, before the United States. So as Iraqis, what do we have to do? We have to make this region as stable as possible. We have to make our friends hurt each other as less as they can. And I think that's the role the PUK played. The PUK played a great role in local deconflictions, in more understanding each other's cultures, and in understanding the different parties' desires and real red lines. And I think this is the beauty of Kurdistan and Iraq, that we can be the bridge between these different countries. I commend the Pakistani government for what they've been able to achieve, but inside I'm a little bit hurt, because I think we should have been doing that. That should have been Iraq's job. It's Iraq that partners with the United States. It's Iraq and Kurdistan that is neighbors with Iran. And that really should have been Iraq's role. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so optimistic for this new government in Iraq. I firmly believe that they have a vision of not only looking east, but having to look west. And they have a real vision about our own sovereignty and being Iraqis for Iraq. And I'm very excited to be part of this. And we have a great Prime Minister, we have a great President, Speaker of Parliament, everything. There's a real team now in Iraq, and I'm very optimistic for it.
Explain us, what was the nature of discussion with President Trump, Mr. Araghchi? At the first, let me explain you something. We were concerned in Europe and some other parts in the world that maybe the region would be drawn in this conflict. It was a dangerous situation. Can you explain us how sensitive it was to play a balance between the two without drawing in?
It was, you know, my phone call with Mr. Trump and with His Excellency Araghchi, I've spoken in length. It was a meet and greet. It was a quick briefing of how the conflict was and how they expected it to be a long conflict, etc., etc., etc. But I think at that point, leaders in Kurdistan and Iraq had to look at the situation and look at what's best for once, what's best for us. What do we do? As optimistic as I was by the PUK's role, my brother, other friends in the PUK, myself to a lesser extent, getting out our messaging in the media, getting out our messaging through diplomatic channels. And I really think we were able to make a difference there. With Turkey, we had a great coordination with Turkey and the Kurdish groups, and I think we were able to prevent a quite major disaster together. So as that was happening, as there was so much pressure at that time, I was actually invigorated because I saw that you can actually change things. The thing that disappointed me at that time was certain political leaders seemed to be just watching television. You know, we didn't have any cabinet meetings. We didn't have any leadership meetings between PUK and KDP. It was impossible to arrange these things, and it would have been nice to do that, just if for nothing else, so that the people know that we're meeting, we're discussing them, we're making plans to protect them. Instead of us unilaterally having to work certain issues, I think we would have had more impact if we had have worked certain issues together. This was the disappointment of the conflict from a local perspective. Internationally, my concern is that Mr. Trump won't be allowed to make a deal. I believe Mr. Trump can make a deal. I think he, if left to his own devices, would make a deal. And I think the deal would be reasonable. And I'm hoping that his patience with all sides will come to an end, frankly. And he will say, I've had enough, I'm going to deal with this now. And I think when he gets to that conclusion, I think there's a real opportunity to make a deal with Iran. And I think a deal that will make this area, and Sulaimani in particular, extremely wealthy and very prosperous and very stable. But like His Excellency said, there are fundamental issues behind this conflict. And unless you resolve those fundamental issues, you're just giving a headache tablet to the guy with a headache, when in reality he's dehydrated. You're just masking it. So I'd rather they gave him some water than gave him the paracetamol.
Now, talk to us about your relation, the region's relation with Tehran, with Iran.
I have fantastic.
How close is it?
Very close.
After this, Tehran is weakened, is strengthened. Explain us.
We have great relationships with Tehran. We have wonderful relationships with Washington. Qobad and I just came back from DC. Now, I'm very happy to say that we're getting very good relations with our Turkish brothers. And I hope this will continue. And I think if you look at this, we're a small political party in the grand scheme of things. And these 3 or 4 countries were basically at war. And we were able to keep a great balance between them all. We set red lines, we set what you can do, what you can't do. We were able to work on this issue. So if we can do that, just as a small party, Iraq can do that, the other countries can do that. I just think it will take bravery. Iran is weakened militarily, yes, you could argue that. But you could argue in other ways they're actually more united, they're stronger. The asymmetrical warfare that they're fighting is very obvious, and there is something else as well that our dear friend, the former Prime Minister, alluded to. War is different now. With a $20,000 missile, a drone, you can make the enemy send several $1 million worth of ordnance just to bring that down. That's going to be a bigger problem than the Straits of Hormuz. That's a financially unwinnable war. And the Iranians can't win the war. So it's obvious there has to be some kind of peace. And I think the best peace is when both sides walk in with their heads held high and leave with their heads held high.
Explain us the nature now and the situation regarding the peace process with Turkey. You met recently, 2 days ago, with the ambassador of Turkey in Iraq. It was a good meeting.
It was fantastic.
Yeah. How do you assess at this moment the peace process?
I think the peace process will continue. I think the peace process will be successful, and we affirmed our willingness and ability to help with the peace process, both on the Kurdish side and now, inshallah, God willing, on the Turkish side. And there are a lot of things that we can do together. We were talking about our brothers, the Turkmen, and how all minorities should be represented equally and fairly. And I think these are projects we can work together in Baghdad. I'm very optimistic. I'm very optimistic.
Okay, what is the key in order to move forward on this? What is the sensitivities of Ankara on this? And how important is this discussion about bringing all armed groups under the authority of the Iraqi state?
Oh, this is a fundamental, essential factor that will signify the success or failure of this government. I think it's absolutely essential. Some people in Iraq still think we were neutral in this war. Ladies and gentlemen, we were not neutral in this war. We fired missiles at every single country around us without the okay and the authority of the government. This situation cannot be allowed to continue. If we decide as a government to declare war, fine, we must face the consequences. But it's not the job of a group to decide unilaterally for us. This is why I really commend the bravery of people like Sheikh Qais Khazali, Haji Shibal, and those brothers that were able to see that the future of Iraq is a unified Iraq, an Iraq with its own rules and regulations. And there's no need to have your own army. You can be the Iraqi army. And I think that that will be the success.
Iraq's political future has entered a new phase.
Yes.
How important is the cooperation between Erbil and Baghdad? What is the key element for this?
It is colossally important. It is massively important. And I think that we need a new direction from Erbil to Baghdad.
So what direction? Explain
I think
us.
we need to have more interaction. I think Erbil, not just the KRG, but certainly the KRG, our brothers and sisters in the KDP also, they need to reevaluate their relationship with Baghdad. And they need to come to the fundamental understanding that they still have not understood. And that is a peaceful, calm, prosperous Iraq is a peaceful, calm, prosperous Kurdistan. It is not the opposite. Stop betting on Iraq falling apart and then us dreaming that magically Kurdistan will become a heaven This is the literal opposite of the reality. And I think the sooner everybody can understand this. Look, I'm in Baghdad so many times a month because I like going there. They're my friends. I visit them because they're my friends. There's some of them here, all my friends there. They're so easy to work with. They just demand honesty, integrity, and respect them like you expect them to respect you. It's relationships.
Yeah.
Kaka, this is the Middle East. It's all about relationships. Tea, coffee, baklava.
Of course, it's not only baklava, since you mentioned, yeah, all right. But it is only a matter of trust, or where the two parties should focus on.
Well,
what
look, how can you build trust? How can you even build a relationship if I can't even be bothered to come to your house? So every time I come to your house, I want something. I want this. You did that wrong. How does that build a relationship? How does that help you move forwards? And if you did the same to me, that's not a relationship. That's just, it's a word I'd rather not use.
How influential is on this cooperation between Erbil and Baghdad the influence of external parties outside?
I don't think it's influential at all. It's as influential as we allow it to be. I've been in a very strange situation the last few months of talking to the Iranians and talking to the Americans and talking to the Turkish brothers who shared our problems of trying to keep the situation calm. And you can influence that. Don't let them influence you. Don't let them pull you into the issue. Try to help them resolve the issues. It's, you know, my father would have meetings with the Politburo. He would listen to everybody's advices, but there's 20 different advices. You can't listen to all of them. He would decide which was good. Sometimes he wouldn't listen to any of us. And that's just how it is. I think we overcomplicate it because you hear the opinion of a country. It doesn't make you subservient to that country.
So what delays, explain us what delays the formation of the Kurdistan regional government?
What does what, sorry?
What is, why so far, after so many long time? It has a long time that you tried with the other parties to form a government here. What delays this process?
Honestly, I think what delays this process is the inability of certain people in the KDP to acknowledge the new reality of the world. And the new reality of the world is, actually, it's not even new. Kurdistan is not a princedom. Kurdistan is a democratic, not country, but country, and it needs to be governed like that. And the fundamental understanding of what a coalition government is, I don't think it exists in certain people's heads. And that will be their undoing, not my undoing, not your undoing. To continue to make policies and to continue to have a strategy, if you can call it a strategy, that's based on incorrect foundations, it's impossible to be successful. And you'll see that. And you are seeing it. You're seeing cracks in the system. You're seeing disagreements, all of which are bad for the PUK, all of which are bad for Kurdistan. Me, I want a strong, look, I have a partnership now in Kurdistan with a new generation, strong, young party, fantastic. How much better would it be if that was also the KDP? Why can I sit with Mamusta Salahuddin Bahadin and he can be like a wise uncle and advise us? Why can't we do that with Kak Masoud? It's not logical to me. I think what they have in Baghdad, where they have this leadership framework, I think it's a wonderful thing. I think it should be done here. It should be done in Kurdistan. We should all meet together. All of the Kurdish parties should have a high council. This is something we've proposed repeatedly, and it's just not being received. And I think that there will be no government in Kurdistan if the government in Kurdistan is going to be like the last one. And I really need everybody to understand this. And it's not me saying that. I urge you, you're here for a few days, walk around the streets, talk to normal civilians. Nobody wants that whatever that was that passed for a government.
What has to be changed?
Understanding of partnership, the understanding of Baghdad, the understanding of the security situation in the Middle East, and honestly, frankly, certain personalities in the government. They need to be promoted.
Okay. Finally, is there any one message that would the international leaders, all the leaders here, the investors, all the attendees here, the policymakers attending this Delphi Forum, to take away from Slimani, what that message would be? One message.
One message, I'm kind of stealing His Excellency's thunder, but it is something that I say a lot. Slimani is one of the richest cities in the world. And come and be part of that wealth. Slimani's wealth is not gas or oil. Genuinely, it is its people. It is its highly educated, highly motivated, multilingual, and genuinely honorable population. And I would urge any country, any business, any institution to take advantage of that. But I am going to kind of break your one message rule a bit, if you don't mind. I would like to apply that to all of Kurdistan and all of Iraq. Our education rates are really high in all of Kurdistan. In Duhok, in Erbil, in Suleimania, it's the same in Iraq. And it's this is our true wealth. And it's not being taken advantage of. And I hope it will. And with the support of our people, with the wisdom of our elders, and with God's help, this is what we will do this next 4 years in the new government here in Kurdistan. Or there will be no government in Kurdistan.
Very important messages. Mr. President, Mr. Jalal Talabani, thank you so much. Thank you. It was an interesting discussion. Now we'll continue with the next program. Very nice.
I enjoyed that very much. Thank you. It was good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
زۆر سواس بۆ سەرۆک بافڵ تاڵەبانی و بەڕێزفانیس بۆ ئەو گفتوگۆ سەرنجڕاکێشە. میوانانی عزیز، بەردەوام دەبین لە قوڵبوونەوە لە دیمەنە ناوخۆی و استراتیژیەکان بۆ گفتوگۆکردن لە سەر نەخشەڕێگای داهاتوو، ئاستەنگە یاساییەکان و توانای دەوڵەتی فیدراڵی. گفتوگویەکی تایبەتمان دەبێت بە ئامادەبوونی میوانێکی تایبەت. داوا لە بەڕێز عەبدوسەلام مەدەنی، ڕاوێژکاری سەرۆکی هەرێمی کوردستان دەکەم کە ئەم گفتوگویە بەڕێوە دەبات بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستەیج و بانگهێشتکردنی میوانەکەی.
سلام، زۆر سپاس. ئێستا ئەمە لەوێریشت. دۆر مەرحەبا. أنا راح أسوي المقدمة. إيش بكرته. السلام عليكم جميعا. نيوارو باش إيوارا باش توزي توقيتي من رنجي إشكالي تدا هبيت. كان الشاعر الكبير محمد مهدي الجواهري عندما يسأل عن العراق ما كان يسميه العراق، كان يسميه العراق. ولما سئل ليش تسمي العراق وما سمي العراق مع العلم الاسم هو عراق، قال يعز علي أن أكسر عين العراق. صح دكتور؟ وبعيداً عن قواعد اللغة بالسياق العراقي العين تعني الكرامة والذات والحضور، فرفع وكسر العين يقصد بها كرامة البلد ومكانة البلد ووضع البلد. واحنا جاي نعيش تحديات عاصفة بكل الأبجديات تحاول تعيد أيضاً صياغة مشهد العين نفسه وهذا البلد كيف ممكن يقدر يصمد ويخلي العين مالته مرفوعة، كيف ممكن يحافظ على كرامته كبلد، والحفاظ على كرامة البلد يقيناً معنية بكرامة المواطنين اللي يعيشون على هذه الأرض ويحاولون فعلاً يعيشون في القرن ال21 في بلد يستاهل اسم اللي يعيشون بيه ومعه. أنا اسمي عبد السلام مدني، حكون معاكم ومعايا ضيف. هذا الضيف عنده رحلة في الحياة، انطلق من سطور الأدب والتأليف إلى السياسة والحكم، وتنقل الضيف الكريم بين محافل الأكاديمية والمنابر السياسية والمواقع الحكومية. احتمال يقول أنا متورط بالسياسة بس بعد تورط خلص الدكتور. شغل مواقع متعددة في مسيرة حياته، عضو لمجلس نواب العراق ل6 دورات منذ 2005 وأيضاً للدورة 2026. كان نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء ووزير التخطيط لعامي بين الفترة 2022-2026، نائب رئيس المجلس الوزاري الاقتصادي 2022-2026، ووزير تربية أسبق 2010-2014، عضو في لجان برلمانية ولجان أخرى متنوعة في دورات متعددة قانونية، مالية، مجتمع مدني، شباب، رئيس لجنة سكك الحديد في مشروع طريق التنمية الاستراتيجي، رئيس لجنة الالتزامات المالية بين الحكومة الاتحادية وحكومة إقليم كردستان. رحبوا معي بالأستاذ الدكتور محمد تميم. تفضل. عفوا. اي والله كلنا أنا. مرحبا بك أستاذ. يا مرحبا بك فرصة سعيدة. عفوا تفضل. تمام. دكتورنا الغالي مرحبا بك.
اهلا وسهلا. شكرا.
عمر قصير وما شاء الله انجازات كبيره.
الحمد لله.
نرجو من السيدات والساده الحضور يركزون معنا يعني شوف كان دكتور بالله امريكا. مجموعه من التساؤلات وعندنا الجماعه حاطين 20 دقيقه، فراح نحاول في هذا الماراثون نحاول على نجاوب على مجموعه من الاسئله الاساسيه الأمان. ابدي في هذه الاجواء اللي نعيش بها دكتور، كيف ينبغي للعراق أن يحدد موقعه في عالم متسم بكل هذه التنافسية بين القوى الكبرى، متغيرات عالمية، تصاعد صراعات إقليمية، وتحولات مستمرة في التحالفات الدولية؟ كيف ممكن يتموضع؟
بدءا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الأخوة الحضور جميعا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البدء أحب أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل للسيد قباط طلباني على هذا المنتدى وهذه الالتفاتة الكبيرة وإيجاد هذه النافذة للحوار والاطلاع على الآراء والأفكار في عالم تتزاحم فيه المشاكل في ظل منطقة ملتهبة ربما وفي ظروف لم تشهدها هذه المنطقة فيما سبق، وبحاجة إلى حكمة والاستماع لآراء الآخرين فينا وآراءنا في الآخرين وآراءنا فيما يتعلق بالصراعات في المنطقة. في الحقيقة ظروف العراق والصعوبة التي نمر فيها ابتداء منذ حرب أكتوبر التي مرت وإلى الآن، والانخراط في الصراعات التي حدثت وما اتخذته القيادة السياسية العراقية طوال الأوقات التي مرت أو السنتين تقريبا التي مرت فيما يتعلق بإبعاد العراق عن الصراعات كانت نقطة مهمة، رغم أن هناك بعض المرتكزات أو بعض الحالات التي حصلت هي كسرت هذا الحياد، وبالتالي الدور الذي يطلع به العراق في هذه الظروف يستطيع أن يلعب دورا كبيرا في ظل الصراع الذي الموجود في المنطقة، خاصة فيما يتعلق بالصراع الأمريكي الإيراني الذي يحصل في المنطقة الآن، وكيف نجنب العراق هذه المأساة. موقف الحياد لا يعني لا موقف، بل موقف الحياد الذي اتخذته الإرادة السياسية العراقية بكل فعالياتها هو موقف كبير وكان له أثمان كبيرة أيضا. أؤكد هنا نحن لسنا مصابين بالرمد كسياسيين، نعلم أن هناك بعض الحالات التي أحرجتنا كحكومة وأحرجتنا كنظام سياسي، وهي ما تحدث لها أو أشارت لها بوابة هذا المؤتمر فيما يتعلق بضرورة أن تملك الدولة قرار الحرب والسلم وتملك لحظة الصفر في إطلاق اليد على الزناد. هذه كانت المشكلة الرئيسية. وأؤكد ختاما لسؤالك أننا كنظام سياسي في العراق لا زلنا نملك الكثير من المفاتيح، وفي هذه المناسبة أتوجه ابتداء لحركة عصائب أهل الحق وكذلك كتائب الإمام علي وسرايا السلام على المبادرة الكبيرة التي قاموا بها، وهي إن دلت على شيء تدل على الشعور العالي بالمسؤولية الوطنية تجاه ملف حساس يهدد العراق برمته، وفي مقدمة هذا التهديد يهدد هذا النظام السياسي الذي ننتمي إليه جميعا.
جزيل الشكر، ألف شكر. دكتورنا العزيز، كانت عندك رواية في 2021 الاسم الآخر للمستحيل.
نعم.
فيبدو يعني أنه حضرتك عندك تفسير آخر، ترجمة أخرى، أو عدم الإيمان بفكرة المستحيل بقدر ما المواجهة والتحدي. يعني هذا فهمي لرواية حضرتك، ممكن بعدين تنطينا سطور منها. بس أنا أريد أسأل على هذا التحدي المستمر اللي ما نقدر مثل النعام نحط رؤوسنا جوا القاع ونقول ما موجودة. في إشكالية بين أربيل وبغداد. فسؤالي هو بحكم تجربة حضراتكم في مواقع متعددة وكنت رئيس للجنة مجموعة مراجعات متنوعة، شنو الخطوات العملية المطلوبة للانتقال بالعلاقة بين بغداد وأربيل من إدارة أزمات متكررة إلى شراكة استراتيجية مستقرة وقابلة للاستدامة؟ هل في إمكانية ولا خلص يعني هذا الموضوع الملف محسوم وننطلق نحو المستحيل؟
شكرا جزيلا للسؤال. ربما سأجيب بحكم تجربتي المباشرة مع هذا الملف خلال السنوات الثلاثة الأخيرة الماضية. ترأست لجنة إعداد مشاورات قانون النفط والغاز، ولجنة تذويب المشاكل فيما يتعلق في إشكالية المنافذ الحدودية، ولجنة مراجعة الإيرادات غير النفطية، ولجنة الرواتب أيضا إضافة إلى ما ذكرته. وكان لدي يعني بعض الأخوة الحضور موجودين كانوا أعضاء معي في اللجنة. أعتقد هناك إمكانية كبيرة لإعادة بناء العلاقة بين الحكومة الاتحادية وحكومة إقليم كردستان، وهي ترتكز على نقطتين أساسيتين. الأولى هي الثقة، نحن بحاجة إلى إعادة بناء الثقة. والثانية تتعلق بالشفافية. أتكلم بكل صراحة، وفي هذه النافذة هناك عدم شفافية في البيانات، وبالتالي كلما دخلنا في حوار كانت هناك إشكالية في قضية البيانات وما يعرض من بيانات وأرقام. أعتقد إذا كانت النية سليمة لدى الطرفين هناك إمكانية كبيرة لأن ننتقل بالعلاقة من أزمات إلى علاقة تكامل، وإلى من علاقة تحديات إلى علاقة فرص. وأعتقد المعطيات التي تجعلنا ننتقل من ذلك هي أكثر من المعطيات التي تجعلنا نعود إلى الوراء.
فتصور المشتركات أكثر يعني من
نعم، المشتركات أكثر، لكن أؤكد نحتاج إلى حالتين: الأولى بناء الثقة، والثانية الشفافية في البيانات.
جميل. العراق واحنا جاي نحكي في ملتقى اقتصادي دكتور ضمن أكبر 5 دول باحتياطات النفط. 8.2 من الاحتياط العالمي موجود في العراق. النفوس 46 مليون نسمة، الشباب أكثر من 50%. مع ذلك اعتمادنا على الواردات مثلا الإيرادات الحكومة حوالي 90% تعتمد على النفط فقط. صادراتنا حوالي 95% النفط. 53% هو الإجمالي الدخل مالنا اللي يجي من النفط. فالنفط صار هو كدولة ريعية، وكان من ضمن الكلمات اللي قيلت أيضا هو أصبح المحور الأساسي لقصة التنمية اللي عندنا. بس عمليا همين اللي جاي يصير هو أنه إحنا جاي نطلع نفطاتنا نبيعها ننطيها رواتب وأحيانا همين ما تكفي. تنويع مصادر الاقتصاد، هل الحكومة تفكر بهذا الشيء؟ لأن كل الناس تحكي عنها، وعلى قولة اللي قال أسمع جعجعة ولا أرى طحينا. هل في طحين يعني ولا بس جعجعة؟
لا شوف، هو حقيقة أكو خطوات، وخلي يعني أكد أنه العمل هو تكاملي. هناك بناء لمجموعة خطوات، لكن هذه ما تتم بيوم وليلة. احنا عندنا تحدي كبير. أولا تحدي الملف الاقتصادي والمالي الآن، وكيفية التعامل مع هذا التحدي وكيفية الذهاب إلى الإصلاح حتى نذهب إلى اتجاه تنويع المصادر. الإصلاح بتقديري الخطوة الأولى لهذا الإصلاح يجب إصلاح المنظومة القانونية. لازلنا نحكم بمجموعة قوانين تعود قسم منها إلى التجربة الاشتراكية، والأداء الذي يسير في السوق خاصة لبعض رجال الأعمال يرتكز على اقتصاد السوق والاقتصاد الحر. كثير من الأحيان يصطدم بقرارات وقوانين وتعليمات وأنظمة. كذلك تعامل الحكومة في كثير من الأمور الآن تصطدم بمنظومة اقتصادية. يذكر أخي وزميلي السيد وزير العدل الجالس بيننا في الحكومة السابقة تم تشكيل لجنة ووضعنا رؤى وتصور لما هي القوانين التي يجب أن تراجع، ومن ضمنها قرارات مجلس قيادة الثورة المنحل التي كانت تعيق الاقتصاد الحر والاقتصاد الرأسمالي وتركز على التجربة الاشتراكية في الأداء. وبالتالي الآن نتعاطى مع الواقع كتجربة رأسمالية أو اقتصاد حر محكومين بقوانين اشتراكية. وهذه نقطة رئيسية لا يمكن لنا أن نتقدم خطوة إلى الأمام إذا لم نعالج هذا الملف، وأن يبدأ مجلس النواب بتشريع قانون الإصلاح الاقتصادي لكي نذهب باتجاه تنويع المصادر. وكذلك اعتبار النفط أحد المصادر الرئيسية التي ننتقل بها إلى التنمية، ولا يعتبر مصدرا رئيسيا كما نتعامل معه منذ عام 2005 تقريبا إلى الآن. وكل الموازنات التي حصلت في العراق ابتداء منذ عام 2008 لم تقل نسبة المساهمة القطاع النفطي في الموازنة الاتحادية أقل من 90، تجاوزت في أحيان 93 و94 واستقرت عند رقم 90. وأيضا جزء كبير منها يذهب باتجاه الموازنات التشغيلية، حتى عندما تم إقرار قانون الإدارة المالية في عام رقم 6 لعام 2019، وأنا كنت في وقتها في 2018 رئيسا للجنة المالية في البرلمان العراقي. عندما أقرينا هذا القانون وضعنا مرتكز رئيسي أن لا تقل نسبة الموازنة الاستثمارية من الموازنة العامة الاتحادية عن 25%، لكن منذ عام 2021 باعتبار عام 2020 لم تكن هناك موازنة. وحتى الموازنة الثلاثية التي أيضا كنت جزءا رئيسيا في إعدادها في الحكومة السابقة، بصراحة كنا نضع شرط نستثني هذه الموازنة من فقرة وضعت أن تكون نسبة الموازنة الاستثمارية لا تقل عن 25%. وبالتالي أستطيع أن أقول أن منذ إقرار قانون الإدارة المالية وضعنا هذه الفقرة لم تصدر موازنة حتى تم الاستثناء من هذه الفقرة، ولم تكن هناك موازنة استثمارية تجاوزت 10% من الموازنة. هذا يعني أن 90% من الموازنة سواء كانت الموازنة الفعلية أو الموازنة التخطيطية 90% منها يذهب إلى التشغيل وإلى الرأسمالية، وليس هناك مبلغ يعتبر أو رقم يعتبر يتعلق بالموازنة الاستثمارية. لذلك نحتاج ابتداء إصلاح قانوني.
حلو، زين دكتور، بس يعني أنا سامع وحضرتك سامع، أكيد هواية من الجمهور أيضا سامع هذه المسألة، يعني كثير من صناع القرار في مواقع متعددة تشريعية تنفيذية على المستوى الفيدرالي الاتحادي المجالس محلية، الكل ينظر لهذه الفكرة. أنا ما أعرف المفتاح بيد منه حتى.
خلي أتحدث لك بصراحة. مشكلتنا الظاهرة الشعبوية التي بدأت تنمو في المجتمع ابتداء من عام 2018، وهنا لا أتحدث فقط عن الحكومة الاتحادية بل حتى عن حكومة إقليم كردستان. الظاهرة الشعبوية والمواقع التواصل الاجتماعي بدأت تقود صانع القرار باتجاه الرأي الشعبوي. الإصلاحات الاقتصادية تحتاج إلى صدمات، تحتاج إلى إجراءات فيها نوع من الألم. لذلك لابد أن تأتي حكومة لا تفكر بالانتخابات. للأسف كل الحكومات التي تعاقبت كانت تضع مرتكز التفكير في الانتخابات، وبالتالي يذهب الرؤى التي توضع. درسنا كثير من الملفات، بل أستطيع أن أقول في هذا المنتدى ولأول مرة إنما أنفقته من وقت وجهد على وضع الكثير من الرؤى وخطط استراتيجية، سواء كان في موقعي كوزيرا للتخطيط أو في موقعي نائبا لرئيس الوزراء، هو أكثر من الجهد الذي بذلته في وزارتي كوزيرا للتخطيط. لكن بصراحة الكثير من هذه الرؤى التي ارتكزت على دراسات وعلى خبراء وأنفق عليها الكثير من الجهد والمال تركت بسبب اقتراب مواعيد الانتخابات. لذلك نحتاج إلى حكومة لا تنساق إلى الظاهرة الشعبوية ولا تفكر في صندوق الاقتراع.
يعني أنا معك وتحملني بهذا السؤال. الألم موجود، يعني إحنا كمواطنين نتألم من صناع القرار، نتألم من الأحزاب، فأوردي صانع القرار جاي ينطينا ألم، فانطونا ألم إيجابي، صدمة تعطينا أمل للإصلاح، مو ذيك الأدمات اللي تكفخ بينا وتخل.
حقيقة متأملين في هذه الحكومة. قبل قليل كنت في حوار بضرورة ابتداء، لأن التحدي الاقتصادي الذي يواجه النظام السياسي وليس فقط الحكومة ويواجه العراق تحدي كبير ربما لا يقل خطورة عن تحدي الإرهاب الذي مر في العراق في عام 2014. لذلك لا بد من الإسراع في إقرار مجموعة قرارات، أولها الإصلاح الاقتصادي وضرورة التعامل بشفافية مع البيانات الاقتصادية والمالية لكي نتجاوز هذه الأزمة.
هل تشوف صانع القرار اللي عندنا بمؤسسات المتنوعة جهود موجودة بس مبعثرة ما تقود إلى وحدة؟ يعني في إصلاح يصير هنا لمدة شهر شهرين سنة، أو حتى كابينة تيجي كابينة أخرى وبعد فترة نبدي ننساها؟
لا، هي تعدد القوانين وصلاحيات تنفيذ هذه القوانين. لذلك لابد من جمع كل الإشكاليات في قانون واحد، وأسميناه مشروع قانون الإصلاح الاقتصادي. وبالتالي عندما يقر هذا القانون من البرلمان ويجب أن نسرع في الإقرار. بصراحة أنا أتحدث هنا برسالة باعتباري نائباً في مجلس النواب الآن، عضواً في مجلس النواب، أن نسرع في إقرار هذا القانون خشية من اقتراب الانتخابات ويتعرض ما تعرضت له مشاريع القوانين السابقة.
دكتور، معاليكم شغلتم مواقع متعددة، أكاديمية، وزير، نائب رئيس مجلس وزراء، نائب في مجلس النواب في دورات متعددة. بعد هذه المسيرة الطويلة واضح على قولة روبرت بوتنام أكبر علاج لأخطاء الديمقراطية هو المزيد من الديمقراطية. في خضم اللي جاي يصيروا قيادات جديدة جاي تيجي على الساحة، يعني شنو هي أهم درس حضرتك خرجت به تقدر تلهم به القيادات الجديدة، تنصح به القيادة حول الحكم الرشيد ممكن يستفاد من عنده؟
حقيقة شكرا جزيلا على هذا السؤال. حالة التفكير اللي مريت بها في 2004 أو 2005 في لجنة كتابة الدستور أو بعدها كنائبا في البرلمان، ومستوى التفكير الذي انتقلت به بعد عبور ال40 كان مختلفا. وبالتالي وصلت إلى قناعة ونتيجة واحدة، أن أساس الحوار هو أساس لحل كل مشكلة. لذلك نصيحتي جيل الشباب الذي تحدثت عنه الصاعد الآن الذي يرغب بأن يمتهن صنعة السياسة، كثير من الحلول تحل بالحوار، حتى مع الذي تختلف معه استمرار في الحوار، والحوار هو الأساس لحل كل المشكلات.
ومن هذه الكلمة، كلمة الحوار، يؤسفني أنه ننهي حوارنا أيضا، بس إن شاء الله الحوار مستمر. جزيل شكر لحضرتك، شكرا جزيلا لحضراتكم على حسن الاستماع. ألف شكر.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا.
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێزان دکتۆر محەممەد تەمیم و کاک عەبدولسەلام مەدەنی بۆ ڕوونکردنەوەی ئەو تەوەر و پێشهاتە گرنگانە. میوانانی عزیز، پێشەوەی بچینە لای پانێڵی داهاتوو بە داوای لێبوردنەوە کە لە سەرەتاوە لە بیرمان کرد، لێرەوە دەمانەوێت زۆر بەگەرمی بە خێرهاتنی بەڕێز کاک فەلاح مستەفا بەکر، نوێنەری تایبەتی جەنابی سەرۆکی هەرێمی کوردستان کاک نێچیروان بارزانی بکەین بۆ کۆڕبەندەکەمان. زۆر زۆر بەخێر بیت. ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز دەچینە لای پانێڵی داهاتوومان لە ژێر ناونیشانی عێراق و هەرێمی کوردستان، هاوسەنگی لە نێوان ئۆتۆنۆمی، چاکسازی و فشارە هەرێمایەتیەکاندا. هەمان ئەم تەوەرە لە خۆ دەگرێت و تەوەرەکە فراوانتر دەبێت بۆ سیرکردنی ئەوەی چۆن بژاردەکانی حکومڕانی ناوخۆیی لەگەڵ ڕکابەریە توندە هەرێمایەتیەکاندا یەک دەگرنەوە. پرسیارە جەوهەریەکە ئەوەیە چۆن بەغدا و هەولێر دەتوانن سەروەری استراتیژی خۆیان بەهێز بکەن بەبێ ئەوەی ببنە گۆڕەپانی ململانی دەرەکی. بۆ بەڕێوەبردنی ئەم گفتوگۆ گرنگە، جارێکی تر بە خێراتنی ڕۆژنامەنووس بەڕێز فانیس پاپاثاناسیۆ دەکەمەوە بۆ سەر ستێج بۆ ئەوەی میوانەکانی بانگهێشتی ئەم گفتوگوێ بکات.
One, two, check. Yes. Can I have one mic like this? Yeah. Okay. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with our next panel about the cooperation between Iraq and the Kurdistan region. So the topic is balancing autonomy, reform, and regional pressures. As we know, Iraq and the Kurdistan region face simultaneous demand for stability, reform, and external balance. So this panel considers how internal governance choices interact with regional rivalries and how both Baghdad and Erbil can strengthen their cooperation and work together. So we welcome the Minister of Justice of the Federal Government of Iraq, Mr. Sawani, Dr. Dara Rashid Mahmoud, Minister of Planning at the Kurdistan Regional Government. How are you? Welcome. Mr. Mohammed Amersi, Chairman of the Amersi Foundation. Mr. Volker Partes, and Distinguished Fellow of the German Institute for International Security Affairs in Germany, and Mr. Oman Adnan Al-Wali, head of the Border Patrol, Border Ports Commission. You.
Sorry.
English. Can you put this? Yeah. So let's start. The first question is how Iraq and the Kurdistan region strengthen their strategic position without losing control of their own trajectory. So I will start first with a comment of all the speakers, starting from Mr. Sawani, Minister of Justice of the Federal Government of Iraq. Yes, sir, let's start. Thank you so much for joining us. So the cooperation is the main topic between Erbil and Baghdad and how the two can strengthen the cooperation in the next months ahead.
زۆر سپاس خوشک و برایانی بەڕێز ئێوارەتان باش زۆر سپاسی ڕێخەرانی ئەم منتەدایاکەم لە سەروی هەمویانەوە برای بەڕێزمان کاقوبات ئەگەر بمانەوێ پێگەی عێراق و هەرێمی کوردستان لە ناوچەکە بەهێز بێ و بتوانن بە ئاراستەیەک ئیش بکەن کە پێگەی عێراق و هەرێمی کوردستان لە ناو هاوشێشە سیاسیەکانی مەنتیقەکە و دنیا هەم مستەقر بێ و هەم کاریگەر بێ پێویستمان بە عیلاقەتێکی تەندروستی نێوان حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان و حکوومەتی ئیتیحادیە لەبەرەوەی ئەم دوو بەشە بە تایبەتی هەرێمی کوردستان کە منتیقەیەکی فیدرالیە لە چوارچێوەی دەوڵەتێکی ئیتیحادیدا ڕەنگە نەتوانێت لە هەموو ئەو گۆڕانکاریە گەورانەی کە لە ناوچەکان هەیە چ لە ڕووی اقتصادیەوە چ لە ڕووی سیاسیەوە چ لە ڕووی ئەمنیەوە خۆی بپارێزێ و پێگەی خۆی بەهێز بکە ئەگەر لە ڕێگای دەوڵەتی عێراق و حکوومەتی ئیتیحادیەوە نەبێ بۆیە ئەم هەموو مەلەفانەی کە هەیە وا ئەکا کە زەرورە پەیوەندیەکی هاوسەنگی تەندروست لە نێوان هەرێم و لە نێوان بەغدا هەبێ بۆ ئەوەی ئەمان بتوانین ئەم پێگەیەی هەرێم و عێراق بپارێزین اینجا بۆ ئەم بابەتە ئێمە چوار مەلەفەیە ئەم مەلەفانە ئەکرێ بە باڵانسی پەیوەندیەکانیدا بنین کە چەندێک بەرزە باشە یا خراپە لە نێوان هەرێم و لە نێوان بەغدا ئەو مەلەفانە مەلەفی سیاسیە کە هەم پەیوەستە بە بڕیاری سیاسی ناوخۆی هەرێمی کوردستان و عێراق و هەم پەیوەستە بە بڕیاری سیاسی چۆنێتی مامەڵەکردن لەگەڵ ڕووداوەکانی ناوچەکە و ڕووداوەکانی دنیا بۆ ئەوەی ئەم سیاسەتە هەم لە ڕووی ناوخۆی و هەم لە ڕووی دەرەکی سیاسەتێکی تەندروست بێ و بچێتە بەرژەوەندی ئەو ئەجیندا سیاسیی کە باسیەکەین پێگەیەکی بەهێزی هەرێم و بەغدا بێ پێویستمان بەوەیە ئینسیجام لە سیاسەتە بێ و لە بڕیاری سیاسی هەبێ هەم بۆ ناوخۆ هەم بۆ دەرەوە لەم مەلەفەیە تاکو ئێستا کە ئینسیجامی سیاسی هەیە یان نییە من پێم وایە لە ئاستی پێویستان نییە و ئەمە تەسیری بۆ خۆی تەسیرێکی نێگەتیفی دروست کردووە لەسەر ئەو عیلاقەیەی نێوان هەرێم و نێوان بەغدا و لەسەر موقعیەتی هەرێم و موقعیەتی بەغداش لە مەنتیقەکە مەلەفی دووەم کە هەیە مەلەفی ئەمن و پێشمەرگەیە ئەمەش تاکو ئێستاکە نەگەیشتۆتە و ئاستەی کە بتوانین بڵێن ئەو لیڤڵەیە کە ئەتوانین اعتیماد بکەینە سەری بۆ بەهێزکردنی پێگەی ئەم هەرێم هەم بەغدا مەسەلەی گرین کە یەکێکە لە تەحەدا گەورەکان ئەمڕۆ ڕوبەڕووی عێراق و ڕوبەڕووی هەرێمی کوردستان بۆتەوە مەلەفی اقتصادیە مەلەفی اقتصادیش لە دوو بوارە خۆیە بینێتەوە شێوازی مامەڵەکردنی بەشداریکردنی اقتصادیانەی هەرێمی کوردستان لەسەر ئاستی بەغدا و بەغداش چەندێ ئەتوانێت کاریگەر بێت لەوەی اقتصادێکی باشتر بۆ هەرێمی کوردستان دابین بکەم بە بۆچوونی من پەیوەندی اقتصادیەکانی هەرێمی کوردستان کەمتر نین بۆ بەغدا و تەسیراتی گەورەیان هەبێ لەسەر وەزعی عێراق لەوەی لە مەلەفی ئەمنی و لە مەلەفی عسکەری و ئەوانەی تریشە بە تایبەتی کاتێک کە ئێمە ئێستا ئەم پانێڵاکەین عێراق و هەرێمی کوردستان بە ئەزمەیەکی اقتصادی گەورەیە تێپەڕن بەهۆی ئەو حربەی کە لە منتیقەکە بووە و تەداعیاتی داخستنی مۆزیقی هرمز کە اقتصادی عێراق موازنە عێراق لە ئاستێکی زۆر نزمدا ئیرادات و داهاتەکانی ئەبێ لێرە هەرێمی کوردستان ئەتوانێت دەورێکی گەورەی هەبێ بۆ ئەوەی دعمی اقتصادی عێراقی بکە بە بەکارهێنانی مؤسساتی نەوتی هەرێمی کوردستان مەنافیزە حدودیەکانی هەرێمی کوردستان بۆ بەهێزکردنی ئەم پێگە اقتصادیەی عێراق و دواتریش بۆ هەرێم مەلەفەکەی ترکە هەمانە مەلەفی ناوچەدا بڕێنراوەکان ئەمە مەلەفێکی شائیکە بۆی ئەم پەیوەندیانە لەو ئاستەیە بێ کە ئێمە ئەمانەوێ بەڕێی من ئێمە پێویستمان بە چوار بنەمایە بنەمای یەکەم اعتیباتکردنە سەر دەستور وەکو وەسیقەیەکی سەرەکی یا ئەساسی بۆی کێشەکانی نێوان هەرێمی کوردستان و نێوانی بەغدای پێ چارەسەر بکرێ مەسلەی دووەم کە پێویستە بە تایبەتی ئێمە لە حکومەتی ئیتیحادی شەکەین و برادەرانی هەرێم لێرەن پێویستمانە هەرێمی کوردستان لەگەڵ بەغداشە پەیوەندیەکانیان لە ئاستی ململانێ و سراعەوە بگوازنەوە بۆ ئاستی هەمەهەنگی و یەکتر تەواوکردن یەکتر تەواوکردن لە وەزعی ئەمنی یەکتر تەواوکردن و هاوکاریکردن لە وەزعی اقتصادی یەکتری یەکتر تەواوکردن لە مەسائلە ئەمنیەکان و یەک هەڵوێستی سیاسی بۆ ناوخۆ بۆ دەرەوەی عێراق و کوردستانیش بابەتەکەی تر کە گرینگە ئێستا مامەڵەی لەگەڵا بکەین کە ڕەنگە پێویستە لە کوردستانیش ئیشی لەسەرکەین کە ئێستا لە بەغدایەکێکە لەو بنەمایانەی ئیشی لەسەرەکرێ مەسەلەی التیزاماتی متەقابلە ئەبێ هەرێم و بەغدا هەردوو لا حقوقیان هەیە و هەردوو لا التیزاماتیان هەیە ئەبێ هەردوو لا حقوقەکانی خۆیان وەربگرن و لە بەرامبەریشدا التیزاماتی خۆیان وەربگرن بە تایبەتی لێرە باسی مەلەفی اقتصادیەکەین مەلەفی اقتصادی بابەتی نەوتە و بابەتی داهاتە نانەوتیەکانە داهاتە مەسەلەی نەوت تا ڕادەیەک تێڕوانینێکی مشترێکی لەسەر هەیە و ئێستا ئەڕوا ئەگەر چی لە هەندێک سیاساتە هەرێمی کوردستان نەیتوانی و هەندێک حوسن نییە نیشان بدا بۆ ئەوەی لە بەغدا زیاتر هەنگاو بنرێ وەکو ئەوەی عێراق بە ئەزمەیەکی اقتصادیات تێپەڕێ ئێستا داواکاریەکان لە ناوەندە سیاسیەکانی عێراق ئەوەیە هەرێم وا بکە بە هەموو تاقەی ئیستیعابی خۆی و بۆ ڕێنەوتەکانی هەرێمەوە بتوانن نەوت هەناردەی دەرەوە بکەن بۆی دامی اقتصادی عێراق بکرێ و لە بەرامبەر ئەوانیش بتوانن مافو شایستە دارایەکانی هەرێمی کوردستان دابین بکەن لەلایەنی بابەتی داهاتە نانەوتیەکان کێشە و هەیە و ئەمە باسێکی گەرمی نێوان هەرێم و نێوان بەغدایە لە ئەنجومەنی وەزیرانی عێراق چەندین مناقەشە و گفتوگۆی لەسەر کراوە و گەیشتوینە تا ئەوەی کە پێویستە هەندێک قانونمان هەیە ئاڵۆزی دروست کردو ئەم قانونانە گۆڕانکاری بەسەردا بێ بنەمای سێیەم کە پێویستە ئێمە ئیشی لەسەر بکەین بنەمای ئیعادەی سقە و متمانەیە لە نێوان بەغدا و لە نێوان هەرێمە ئەمە بە چی ئەکرێ ئەمە بە نیشاندانی حوسن نییە لە تەعاملکردنە لە نێوان چ لە نێوان هەرێم بێت چ لە نێوان بەغدا بێ ئەم حوسن نییە بە تایبەتی هەندێک جار هەندێک هەڵوێز لە هەرێمی کوردستانەوە ڕوئەدا ڕەنگە تەسیری نێگەتیڤی هەبێ لەسەر مامەڵەکردنی بەغداش لەگەڵ ئێمەدا وەک ئەوەی وتم لە کاتێکا پێویستیان بە ئێمە بوو پێویستە ئێمە هاوکار بین بە نەتیجە ئەم اقتصادا بێتە اقتصادێکی هاوبەشی هەردوولا و دواتر اقتصادی هەرێمی کوردستانیش ڕەبتە بە اقتصادی بەغداوە بۆیە پێویستمان بە ئەم هەمەهەنگیە و ئەم تەنسیقە هەیە ئەم بنەمایانە بنەمای هاوبەشی بنەمای التیزاماتی متەقابل لە نێوان هەردوولا بنەمای دروستکردنەوەی سقە لە نێوان هەردوولادا ئەمەوە ئەکا سیستەمێکی عێراقی لە ناوچەکەدا دروست بکەین کە پتە و بێ بتوانێت کاریگەری لەسەر ناوچەکە و لەسەر دنیا هەبێ بۆ ئەم مەسەلەیە منەمەوێت بە کورتی باز لەوە بکەم هەرێمی کوردستان پێویستی بە سیاسەتێکی واقعیانە هەیە سیاسەتێکی تەندروستی هەیە لەگەڵ بەغدایە کە لە چوارچێوەی مەفهومی دۆستایەتی بێ لەگەڵ بەغدا نەک دوژمنایەتی لەگەڵ بەغدا ئەو خیتابەی کە هەیە بەغدا دوژمنی عێراقە بەڕێی من خیتابێکی ناڕاستە پێویستە ئێمە بە بەغدا بە بەشێک لە مکەمل لە خۆماندا بنین و بۆ ئاراستەیە ئیش بکەین کە هەردوو لا تێکەڵی یەکتری بین بەڕێی من ئەو تەوەژمانەی کە لە ساڵی 2003 و 5 و 10 ئەوانە هەبوو هەم لە تەتەڕفی مەزهەبی لە نێوان مەزهەبەکانە ئێستاکە زۆر کاڵ بۆتەوە لە بەغدا ئەو تەتەڕفە قەومیەی لە نێوان قەومیەکان هەبوو لە بەغدا ئێستاکە زۆر کەم بۆتەوە زۆر کاڵ بۆتەوە هاوڵاتیانی عێراق و هێزە سیاسەکانی عێراق باز لە بنیادنانی عێراقەکەن باز لە تەنمیە عێراقەکەن بۆیە سەر لە نوێ دەرخواردانەوەی هەرێمی کوردستان بەوەی بەغدا دوژمنێکی گەورەیە ئەمە بەڕێی من ئێمە چەندین ساڵە باتە دواوە بۆی بتوانین ئەو پەیوەندیەمان لە ئاستێکی باشتر بێ پێویستمان بەوەیە پەیوەندیەکانمان وەکو هاوپەیمان و دۆست بێ لەگەڵ بەغدایە نەک وەک دوژمن سپاس.
Further talk with, we're going to elaborate more in the next round of talk. Let's continue with the Minister of Planning of the Kurdistan Regional Governments, Mr. Rashid Mahmoud. Mr. Mahmoud, the same question. Can Iraq and the Kurdistan region strengthen their strategic position without losing control of their own trajectory, please?
سپاس برای بەڕێزم کاکتۆر خالی شوانی و دکتۆر محەممەد تەمیم ئیشارەتیان بە هەندێک ئەو مۆزوعانێک کە متعلقە بە پەیوەندی نێوان هەرێمی کوردستان و بەغدادا پێم وایە پەیوەندی نێوان حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان و حکوومەتی اتحادی پێویستە سێ بنەمای هەبی بنەمای یەکەم دەستورە دوو هاوبەشی و شراکەتی اتحادی بە گوێرەی ئەو دەستورەی کە سیستمی فدرالی چەسپاندیە و بەرژەوەندی و هاوبەشی خەڵکی کوردستان بە شێوەیەکی گشتی هەمومان دەزانین دەستوری عێراق لە ساڵی 2005 زۆر بۆ وازەحی چوارچوەیەکی یاسایی کە عێراقی بە سیستمی فدرالی ناساندیوە ئەمن وەکو دکتۆرە قسەی دەکەم لێرە کاک دکتۆر خالی شوانی و دکتۆر محەممەد تەمیم باسی زۆر شتیان کرد بەڵام لە تۆپ شتێک هەیە تا تەشخیصت باش نەبی ناتانی عیلادێکی باش بدەیت ینی diagnose first then treatment ئەوەی کە ئەمە باسی دەکەین هەموو خلافانە کە باز دەکرێت دکتۆر محەممەد تەمیم باسی سیقە و شەفافیەتی کرد دکتۆر خالی شوانی باسی پەیوەندێکی تەندروست و هاوسەنجی کرد هیچ ئەوانە ناگاتە ئەنجام ئەگەر نەگەڕێنەوە ئەو دەستورەی کە هەموو گەلانی عێراق دەنجام پێدایە لە دەستور ئێستاوەی کە باسی دەکەین دکتۆر محەممەد تەمیم باسی کرد کە شەفافیەت نییە ئەوەی کە دەستوری عێراقی کە سیستمی فدرالی چەسپاندیە و هەرێمی کوردستان وەکو کیانەکی دەستوری لە ناو دەستوری عێراق جێبوویتەوە ئەگەر بێت و مادەکانی دەستور جێبەجێ بکرا بە ئەو خلافانە دروست نەدەبوو دەستور زۆر بە وازەحی صلاحیات و اختصاصاتی اتحادی تەثبیت کردیە چییە لە مادەی 110 دەستوری بە وازەحی دەرێ ئەو اختصاصاتی اتحادیە هەرێمەکان و محافەزەکان لەیان نیە و دەسەڵاتانە و مارەسە بکەن لە مادەی 114 هاتیە اختصاصاتی مشترک هەیە ینی هاوبەشی ئەوانەی کە هەرێم و هەرێمەکان چونکە ئەو کاتێک کە دەستور تەشریع کرایە کە دانرایە ڕاستە هەرێمی کوردستان هەبووە بەس بیر لەوەی کرایەوە کە لەوانەیە لە مستەقبەل هەرێمی کەش دروست بیتن باسی سەلاحیاتی مشترەکی کردیە لە مادەی 121 دەستور هاتیە بە وازەحی دەسەڵات و ئەرک و مافی لە بۆ هەرێمی کوردستان دانایە ئەگەمە بین تەمەشا دەسەڵاتە اتحادیەکان بکەین بەسەم بنمونە ڕئیسی مەنافزی حدودی لێرەیە ڕسمی سیاسەتی گومرجی دەسەڵاتێکی حەسری اتحادیە بەڵام ممارسەکردنەکەی لە سەلاحیاتی مشترەکە بەڕێوەی ئیدارەی مشترک دەبێتن بەڕێوەبەری هاوبەشی دەبی لە بینی حکوومەتی اتحادی و حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان هەتا ئێستا ئەو لێکتێگەیشتنە نییە دەسەڵاتی حەسری اختصاصاتی اتحادی چییە ئی هەرێم چییە و مشترک چییە مەسەلەن ڕاستە ڕسمی سیاسەتی مالی اتحادیە بەڵام لەو مافوەرکانی لە مادەی 104 دەستور کە بە هەرێمیدایە زۆر بە وازەحی باز دەکات دەرێ حکوومەتی اتحادی لەسەریتی فەرزە کە هەرێمەکان و محافەزەکان حەسەکی عادل وەگرن لەو ئیرادەی کە هەیە یعنی ئەوە شێک لەوەی ڕاستە سیاسەتی مالی اتحادیە بەس حەسەی هەرێمیش کە وەکو مالی مەفروزە وەریگری کە بەداخەوە هەتا ئێستا جێبەجێ نەکرای ئەمە پێشتر بەشە بودجێ هەرێمی کوردستان 170 بووە باشووی ئەمە پێمان وایە بڕیارە سیاسی کردیە 12.67 دوای هاتیان ئەمە دەمانگۆ 12.67 کەمە حەفدەکە تەواوە بە بڕیاری سیاسی بووە ئەوە بوو هاتین سەرژمێریمان کرد لە سەرژمێریەکە ڕێژەی هەرێمی کوردستان بۆ 14.1 مەفروزە بە گوێرەی مادەی 121 دەستوری کە دەری حەسەکی عادل وەگریتن لە بەشە بودجێ اتحادی مەفروزە هەرێمی کوردستان ئەو بەشە حەسە عادلێ وەگری کە بەرداخەوە هەتا ئێستا وەرنەگیرایە لۆی ئەگە تەماشا بکەین هەموو ئەو کێشانەی کە هەیە هەمووی لەبەر وەی کە مادەکانی دەستور جێبەجێ نەکرایە ئەگەر حکومەتی اتحادی و حکومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان طبعا ناتوانین هەموو لۆمەکەی باوێنە سەر حکومەتی اتحادی و باشەکان لە بۆ هەرێم هەردوو لا سەبەب بووینە کە دەستور وەک خۆی جێبەجێ نەکرایە ئەگەر مەسەلەن لەو کێشانەی کە هەیە بە گوێرەی دەستور شتێکەیە پێدرێن مەجلسی اتحادی هەتا ئێستا مەجلسی اتحادی دروست نەبووە کە دەبایە دروست بی بە گوێرەی دەستور دوو ئەوەی تەشریعی هەیە دەسەڵاتی تەشریعی مەجلسی نواب هەیە مەجلسی اتحادیە مەجلسی اتحادی هەتا ئێستا کەس بەلای دانەچووە ئەوە یەک لەو خەرقانەیە کە بەڕاستی دەتوانم بڵێم دەستور وەک خۆی جێبەجێ نەکرایە باسی داهاتی نەفتی کرا لە پەنێلەکەی پێشتر سەتانەوەتی داهاتی حکومەتی عێراقی نەفت و غازە معقولە وڵاتێک سەتانەوەتی داهاتی نەفت و غاز بێ هەتا ئێستا قانونی نەفت و غازی نەبیتن کە ئەگەر قانونی نەفت و غاز بە گوێرەی دەستور بە ئەو عیلاقە ئەو مەشاکلێک کە لە بینی هەرێم و بەغدا هەیە دروست نەدەبوو يعني لما دي سطو دوازي دستور درين نفت وغاز ملكي هم قلاني عراقة متفقين لما دي سطو يازا لما دي سطو دواز دا يعني اواني كدستوري عندنا خلشي قورة بوينا يعني مام زلال لا سياقي دستور لقربوا او برادراني بيشترك لعراق لا زمني مام زلال لقربنا دستوري عن شتو زاني تيان سيدن نسنو لا دستور كباسي نفت وغاز دكا كباس دكا كنفت وغاز ملكي هم قلي عراقا زور طواوا بس لما عدي سطو دوازة لفقرة يدو بس إدارة مشتركة نفط وغاز دكا زين مصطلحي معني بكاري هنا يعني حكومة اتحادي أقاليم محافظات معا يجبكن لسر تطوير استراتيجية نفط وغاز كلمة معا كدان دايا بس تعبيرة لغوي زمانواني نبوة زور أو شيء قلتري هي أما عندك يوبوا كبيكوا كسي لبيش أو كداننا تاكل بطاني تاكريب كلا قرارات بيوست إدارة قشتي إدارة مشترك بكرة تنها وبشي بكرة لو يا من زور ما ديتر هي كلا دستور أجر دستور زي بكرة با ندقيشنا أو روجيكا باس لو يبكين باج 2003 ل 2005 كدستور هي 2026 باج 21 صار لفساد كدني دستور تازه خلص يبكين علاقي بين هرم وبغداد توان بيتن باسی دکتۆر خالی شوانی باسی مادەی 130 دەستوری کرد مادەی 130 دەستوری لە 2005ەوە کە دەستور ئیقرار کرایەوە خەڵکی عێراق دەنجی پێدایە دوو جارێک محکەمەی اتحادی بە مادەی زیندوی ناساندتەوە هەتا ئێستا لیژنە لە بۆ لیژنە کە پێم وایە زۆر خەڵک پێی وابوو مادەی 130 دەستوری بەس تەنها يعني أواني خلقي سنوري مادة 130 دستورين دزانن مادة 130 دستوري طبعا أو مناطق متنازع عليها بس أو مناطق أنا كهريمي كردستان زور شيء كهي مشمولة بمادة 130 بمان وابي بس شيء خاك نخر بس شيء خاك نية شيء ناس نامه وهولاتي بونا مستقبل وآيندي أو هولاتي لا شواني باو بابيري خوي لو أوي كزور زور جرينجا سيل سبكين أجا باسي بيوندي بكين أجا نجارينه وسر تشخيص كي كز لبرتشو بيوندي نيوان هريم بغداد وروجي جيش أوي كدستور غايبة دستور زي نكرا هر كاتك دستور زي بكرة تدم بيموايا هم أو شيشانا تعال سردبيت.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Now we move to Mr. Mohamed Amesi, Chairman of the Amesi Foundation. Mr. Amesi, the same question to you. Where Baghdad and Erbil should focus on the question of how Iraq and the Kurdistan region strengthen their strategic position, where the two parties should focus on.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very grateful to my friend Simeon for having invited me to such a distinguished forum. Let me start by saying that I am no stranger to Iraq. My first visit to Iraq was when I was 5 years old. I will not ask you to guess how old I am now. And in between, I have been to Iraq maybe 30, 40 times, having visited all the big cities of Baghdad, Karbala, Najaf, Samarra, Tikrit, Basra, and of course, all the Kurdish cities of Erbil and Suleymania. I will not second guess what my distinguished predecessors, both of whom are ministers in KRG, have talked about forging a Iraqi identity. But I would like to start by talking about three personal anecdotes that helped me very much while I was growing up. The first one was one day when I was young, maybe 10 years old, my grandfather asked me to bring a bundle of pencils or pens, whatever you want to call them, maybe 10 of them. He then said to me, "Are you able to break all these pens or pencils?" And I tried, and of course I could not do it. He then said to me, "I'll show you how to break these." He said, "The way you're going to break it is to separate each pen and each pencil and break them individually." The lesson that I learned from this is that if you want to stay together, if you want to succeed, you need to be united. If you are not united, you will not succeed. The second anecdote was an interesting one where I was in a madrasa class, and there was a question about Syrian identity, and they brought to life a very interesting story where they said that there was a time in Syria which Syria had Christians and Jews and Muslims. And at that time, the prime minister was having very much difficulties in presenting a united front, because all of these people were saying to the vizier that, you know, we are the majority, we should be allowed to do what we want, and why do we have to look after these people? They are not one of us. And the ruler asked the vizier to bring the next day 2 bunches of flowers. One bunch was all of one color, and another bunch was multicolored. And then he said to him, "Look at these 2 bunches, these 2 bouquets of flowers. How boring is the one that is of one color only, and how beautiful it is the one that has in it colors that are red, that are yellow, that are orange, that are pink." And this is a lesson also to learn, that a society that has got a diversity of ethnicity, of language, of culture, of people, has the best chance of success, provided they also learn how to forge a common identity. The third example is one that I learned in school, where the choice was, do you want to run faster or do you want to run further? Alone you can run, maybe you can run faster, but you will never be able to run further than you would be able to if you were in a group. So now let's apply this to specifics of Iraq. As I said, I defer to my more learned colleagues here about Iraq and KRG and all this. All I would say is that I come from the United Kingdom, my origins are Persian, and I've seen attempts at breaking up my country, Persia, into Balochistan, Arabistan, Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan-e-Gharbi, and all these regions. Had we acceded to this breakup play, which is happening as we speak now, Persia would have been destroyed from being 100 million people to a core Tehran with 40 million people. And if I remember rightly the history of Iraq, it was Joe Biden who talked about separating Iraq into Kurdistan, if I may call it Shiastan, and Sunnistan. And this divide and rule is a strategy that Western powers have deployed ever since time immemorial. This country has a huge potential. It is one of the richest countries in the world. It has oil, it has gas, it has 2 wonderful rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris. It has a culture and a civilization that is thousands of years old, and I would say that it is incumbent on every Iraqi, whether he's a Sunni, a Kurd, or a Shia, to forge a national identity. In forging this national identity, clearly there will have to be give and take. Regions that are rich will have to share the spoils of these regions with those that do not have the same prosperity as the ones that are poor. As long as there is an equilibrium on how to share resources, how to ensure that outside spoilers, because there will be many, all your neighbors will want to try to spoil, to break you up, and to make sure that you stay weak and you are under the control of some of your neighboring powers. the key here is how to unite and how to create a national identity first and foremost, and then within it celebrate the diversity of all the different ethnicities that make up this wonderful country. I will stop here.
Okay, great. Great analysis within actors. Now, let's move to Mr. Volker Perthes, Senior Distinguished Fellow at the German Institute for International Security Affairs. The same question for you as an initial statement, Mr. Perthes. Can Iraq and the Kurdistan region strengthen their strategic position, and where the two parties should focus on? Where are the key points?
Thank you very much, Mr. Fanis, and thank you for the organizers to invite me back to Slimani, which actually, speaking of regions, is my favorite city between Istanbul and Isfahan. So it's great to be back at this place here. And to your question, definitely the strategic position and the future of this place can be strengthened, and it depends in my analysis on three overlapping contexts, which is the regional situation, including the current war in the Gulf, which actors here can do very little about, but it's also the development, the political and economic development of Iraq, and it is intra-Kurdish relations, or relations between Erbil and Slimani, which you can do a lot about. So allow me probably some remarks on these two contexts. The one is that, and I think Bafel Talabani said it in his words, that the Kurdistan region of Iraq does have a real stake in the consolidation of Iraq and its security and the economic development of Iraq. Think about security. The defeat of remnants of ISIS, which we still have, is as much an interest of the government in Baghdad as it is an interest for the Kurdish regional government or for the Kurdish region of Iraq. The same goes for the improvement of the economic situation of the country as a whole, or for the governance in Baghdad. But there is a degree of, let me say, inverse relationship here, which is that the more Iraq consolidates, which we all think is important, the more the Kurdish region of Iraq loses its relative advantage of being seen as a better place, or the better Iraq, or the better place in Iraq to do investments. So, which means that the more Baghdad or Iraq as a whole improves and consolidates, it is imperative for this region not to stand still, but also improve at the same time, or ideally faster. And this is not a zero-sum relationship, and I think Bafel Talabani also made that clear. It's a positive-sum relationship. If there is improvements here, it's an improvement to the entire country, and vice versa. And I'm sure that the authorities here are aware of that, and we heard it from Bafel, but probably not everybody is. Let me give you one example which I think is pertinent. I think Slimani, particularly the PUK authorities, have done a lot to improve the relationship with Turkey. We see that with direct flights resuming between Istanbul and Slimani. Too late for us, but I think from the end of the month it will actually happen, and that is good for Slimani, it's good for Kurdistan, and it's good for Baghdad and for the country as a whole. But probably not everybody does realize that, particularly as there are challenges. One of them, and I think policymakers here need to be aware of that, is this tendency to centralize decision-making, not only in Iraq. The same goes for Syria, for example, and we do have a US administration which is actually supporting this centralization in the capitals. So there is a task, an objective for federal entities like the Kurdistan region to make sure to prove that federalism works and that the federal entities work in order not to have everything centralized and everybody just speak to the central authorities. And there are questions, of course, which I cannot answer, but it's questions to policymakers here. To what extent the KRI, the Kurdistan region of Iraq, actually sees itself as integral to the development of Iraq, or rather as an involuntary member of a federation which basically negotiates about shares in the central budget. And that brings us directly, I think, to the working of Kurdistan, Iraq as such, and to intra-Kurdish relations. It seems to me that the ability of the Kurdistan region of Iraq to shape and co-shape the entire country, the whole country, is very much dependent on the cooperation between the parties and forces in this place. Now, when we were here 1 year ago, I spoke to Deputy Prime Minister Kubat and others, and I said, what about the government formation after the parliamentary elections in Kurdistan? They said, well, give us a little bit of time. So I said, I come back after a year, and here I am, and I guess I will still here, give us a little bit of time. And while Bafel Talabani said, well, maybe there will be no government, I think what has to be understood, not only in Sulaimaniya, but in Erbil and in Duhok and everywhere, is if there is no government here, everybody will speak to Baghdad and not to Erbil. I'm not saying that Kurds or Kurdish parties need to agree on everything. Why should they? I mean, Sunni parties are not agreeing on anything, on everything, and Shiite parties are not agreeing on everything. It is basically about, and I end with that, I think if you want to make a case for federalism rather than centralization in Iraq, you have to prove that the federal entities, so far there is only one, which is Kurdistan, that this federal entity does work. And let me end with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's move now to Mr. Omar Adnan Al-Ghalieh, head of the Border Patrol, Border Ports Commission. Sir, what's the challenges with the ongoing situation in the wider Middle East region, with the situation in Iran? What's the challenges for you and your team in securing and patrolling the borders and the ports?
شكرا جزيلا. ابتداء أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى السيد قوبات طلباني والقائمين على هذا المنتدى والسادة والمعالي والسيدات والسادة الحضور. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أبدأ كلامي بقول مأثور، وهو أنه بالراعي تصلح الرعية، وبالعدل تملك البرية، ومن مال إلى الحق مال إليه الخلق، ومن سل سيف العدوان سلب عز السلطان، ومن أحسن الملكة آمن الهلكة. بصراحة في هيئة المنافذ الحدودية الاتحادية لدينا العديد من الأهداف المهمة التي عملنا منذ اليوم الأول لاستلامنا هذه المهمة، وهي المهمة الاستراتيجية. العراق يتمتع بموقع جغرافي مهم، يجب على كل العاملين في المجال الاقتصادي على مستوى الوزارات، الصناعة والتجارة وهيئة المنافذ وباقي الدوائر المالية والتجارية أن تستفاد من هذا الموقع الجغرافي، وخاصة في استخدامه في طريق التنمية. والأهمية الثانية اللي عملنا عليها في هيئة المنافذ هي الأهمية الاقتصادية، الأهمية البحتة، وهو رفع مستوى التبادل التجاري مع دول الجوار، وكذلك تعظيم الإيرادات غير النفطية. ومن الأهمية الأخرى هي أهمية الاجتماعية، حيث تشكل المنافذ الحدودية بوابة أساسية لتشغيل الأيدي العاملة لأبناء المحافظات التي يوجد فيها هذه المنافذ الحدودية. وكذلك تعتبر المنافذ الحدودية من البوابات المهمة للدولة في علاقاتها مع دول الجوار ودول المنطقة من أجل تعظيم عمليات نقل البضائع والترانزيت وكذلك حركة المسافرين. كما تعلم التحديات التي تمر بها المنطقة بالتأكيد نحن في هيئة المنافذ الحدودية أدركنا حجم التحديات من خلال غلق وعدم وصول السفن إلى الموانئ البحرية، وبالتالي هذا تحدي كبير في تأمين البضائع الذي يستخدمها أبناء شعبنا الكريم. فبالتالي بادرنا بشكل سريع إلى تعزيز المنافذ الأخرى مثل منفذ طريبيل الحدودي وكذلك منفذ صفوان ومنفذ عرعر ومنفذ القائم الحدودي من أجل إدخال البضائع الضرورية للمواطن العراقي لعدم التضرر من الأحداث التي مرت بها المنطقة. بصراحة هنالك تعاون كبير في الآونة الأخيرة ولا سيما بعد تشكيل الحكومة الجديدة. هذه الحكومة التي تتسم بالشبابية وكذلك بالمهنية، حيث يتمتع السيد رئيس الوزراء برؤية اقتصادية ولديه فريق وزاري يتمتع بمهنية وبحب كبير لهذا الوطن من أجل تعظيم الإيرادات والمضي بعملية التجارة والصناعة وكذلك العلاقة مع الأخوة في إقليم كردستان. كما تعلم وفي كلمة السيد معالي الوزير السيد محمد تميم وكذلك الأخ العزيز الدكتور خالد شواني وأنا كرئيس هيئة المنافذ الحدودية، نحن أعضاء في لجنة ناقشنا الملفات العالقة ما بين الحكومة الاتحادية وحكومة الإقليم، والحمد لله في الآونة الأخيرة هنالك تفاهمات كبيرة فيما يخص توحيد التعرفة الجمركية وكذلك توحيد إجراءات الفحص المسبق للبضائع الواردة إلى العراق. أنا على المستوى الشخصي أتعامل مع المنافذ الحدودية كافة، على مستوى الإقليم أو بغداد هي معاملة واحدة، ونتمنى في قادم الأيام أن يتم توحيد التعرفة الجمركية من أجل رفع هذه السيطرات اللي موجودة التي بصراحة أعتبرها جسم غريب بين الإقليم ومحافظاتنا الاتحادية. عندما تتوحد التعرفة الجمركية والإجراءات فلا يوجد مبرر لوجود هكذا سيطرات. بصراحة منظرها غير مجدي وغير محبب إن في هيئة المنافذ الحدودية. بعد لقائنا الأخير مع السيد رئيس الوزراء لمسنا منا إرادة حقيقية وصادقة وطيبة باتجاه ملف المنافذ الحدودية مع الإقليم. سنبذل قصارى جهدنا من أجل الوصول إلى تكامل وتنسيق وتبادل معلومات كاملة مع الأخوة في الإقليم من أجل الوصول إلى إجراءات موحدة، وكذلك نتحد جميعا في مواجهة هذه التحديات التي تمر بها المنطقة. إن شاء الله العراق سيكون متجانس وسيكون متماسك في ظل هذه التحديات، وخاصة فيما يخص ملف المنافذ الحدودية. بصراحة علينا ثقل كبير موضوع الإيرادات وموضوع تنويع الاقتصاد، موضوع جدا مهم. ففي الآونة الأخيرة تم افتتاح منافذ أخرى مع سوريا وهو منفذ ربيعة ومنفذ الوليد. المنافذ هذه فتحت ابتداء من أجل تصدير النفط الخام إلى سوريا ومنها إلى دول المنطقة، وفي الآونة الأخيرة ارتفع مستوى التبادل إلى مواد إنشائية وكذلك سماح بدخول مواد أخرى ترانزيت. إن شاء الله هنالك خطة حكومية وبرنامج حكومي فيه العديد من المحاور، أغلب هذه المحاور لها علاقة بعمل المنافذ الحدودية. سنكون إيجابيين إن شاء الله من أجل تحقيق هذا التكامل مع الأخوة في إقليم كردستان.
Thank you so much, sir. Let's move. We have only 22 minutes. Please limit all the speakers to answers to 3 to 3.5 minutes of answer. Mr. Swani, Minister of Justice, now, how can Iraq strengthen rule of law and the anti-corruption mechanism in a political complex environment?
زۆر سپاس. دیارە گەندەڵیەکێکە لەو دیاردە زۆر مەترسیدارانەی ڕوبەڕووی اقتصادی عێراق بۆتەوە و ئەمە هەم تەئسیری لەسەر موازنەی عێراق کردووە و هەم تەئسیری لەسەر وەبەرهێنەرانی دەرەوەی عێراق کردووە کە ئامادە نین بەوای ئەو کۆڕەپشنەی کە هەیە بێن ئیستثمارات لە عێراق بکەن. طبعاً ڕێوشوێنی زۆر گیراوەتە بەر و هەم لە ڕووی قانونی و هەم لە ڕووی قەزاییەوە و ئەوەی جێی خۆشحاڵیە ڕاستە فەساد لە عێراقەیە، بەڵام محاسبەکردنی گەندەڵکارانیش لە عێراق هەیە. ئەگەر ببینن لە ماوەی چەند ڕۆژی ڕابردوو هێچێک لەو قەزیانەی کە بۆتە قەزیەی ڕێی عام هەندێک بەرپرسانی عێراقی گیراون لەسەر گەندەڵی هەندێک تر گیران ینی ئیجراعات هەیە و من وەزیرم لەگەڵ برا وەزیرەکانمان بڕوا بکەن زۆر لە قانونە ترسین زۆر لە هەیئەی نەزاها حیسابی بۆکەین زۆر حیساب بۆ راپۆرتەکانی دیوانی چاودێری داراییەکەین ئەمە وای کردووە کە عێراق هێواش هێواش هەنگاو بنا بەرەوەی کە شەفافیەتی زیاتر ببێ و مەسائلی گەندەڵی چارەسەر بکرێ من ئەم منتەدایەکی اقتصادیە حەزەکەم باز لە بەرنمەیەک بکەم کە لانی کەم لە ساڵی 2019 من لەگەڵ کاقوبادا ئیشمان کردووە کاقوبات ئەو بەرنمەی دانا و ئیشی لەسەر کرد کە هەندێک هەنگاوی باشی بڕیەوە بەڵام پێویستمان بەکاری زیاترە بۆی ئەو بەرنمەیە سەرکەوتوتر بێ لە ڕووی اقتصادیەوە ئەگەر لە بیری بێ یەکەمین جار کە چوینە بەغدا لە بەغدا کاقوبات ئەو تێزەی اقتصادیەی گرتە بەر کە ئێمە چۆن بتوانین متکامل بین لەگەڵ بەغدایە چۆن اقتصادی کوردستان بکەینە بەشێک لە اقتصادی عێراق و برادران ئێمە ئێستا لێرە هەموو لە سلێمانی دانیشتوینە ئەم جۆرە پەیوەندیە لە بەرژەوەندی اقتصادی هەرێمی کوردستانە لەبەرەوەی اقتصادی عێراق اقتصادێکی گەورەیە موازنەکەی چێتە 120 ملیار و ئەمە بەس هەندێک جارە چێتە 213 تریلیۆن کە لە سێ ساڵی ڕابردووە هەبووە لە بەرامبەر سەیری موازنەی هەرێمی کوردستان بکەن لەکوێ ئێمە ئەم موازنە بچووکەمان هەبێ بچینە ناو ئەم موازنە گەورەیەوە و ئیستیفادەی اقتصادی لە ئەم موازنەیە وەربگرین دووەم ئێمە ئەگەر هەرێمی کوردستان 6 ملیۆن ئینسان بێ لە دوای دوا ئامارەکان کە بەڕێز وەزیری پلاندانان لێرەیە عێراق 46 ملیۆن ئینسانە ئەم بازاڕە گەورەی عێراق کە لە 15 محافظەی تر پێک دێ ئەکرێ ببێتە بازارێکی گەورە بۆ پیشەسازی لە هەرێمی کوردستانە بۆ اقتصاد و تەصدیرکردنی بابەتە اقتصادیەکانی هەرێمی کوردستان من راپۆرتێکی وەزیری پیشەسازی پێشووی عێراق هێنمەوە حکوومەتی اتحادی و ئێستاکە معالی وەزیر صناعی نوێشمان لەگەڵایە ئەڵێن باشترین معمەلەکانی هەموو عێراق لە سلێمانیە و باشترین ئینتاجەکان لە سلێمانیەوەیە و لە هەموو بابەتی ئینشایی لە مەجای چەمەنتۆ لە مەجای شیشە احتیمال دەکرێتە سەر سلێمانی لە هەموو بازاڕەکانی تری عێراقا و بە منتوجی وەتەنیدا ئەندێ لە مەجای مەصارفە کە من راپۆرتێکی سەرۆکی بانکی مرکزی عێراقم بینی زۆر بەلامەوە تا ڕادەیەک سەرسوڕێنەر بوو باشترین تەعاملاتی مەصرفی سپی کە بە قانونی ئەکرێ لە سلێمانی ئەکرێ و سلێمانی نەشتترین محافظەیە لە بواری مەصرف لە چوارچێوەی سیستەمەکانی بانکی مرکزیە لایەنێکی تر سلێمانی و هەرێمی کوردستانە ئەتوانێ ببێتە مەزدەری تاقە بۆ عێراق چ لە مەجای پاڵاوتنی نەوت تەصدیرکردنی نەوت لە صناعی نەوتی یا چ لە مەجای بنیادنانی محەطاتی کارەبای زەخم کە عێراق ئێستاکە کارەبا لە وڵاتانی دراوسێ ئیستیرادەکە ئەتوانێت لە هەرێمی کوردستان ئیستیرادی بکە و ئەمە بۆ خەڵکی هەرێمی کوردستان بێ ئێستاکە بیر و بۆچوونی زۆر لە ناو بزنسمانەکانی عێراقەیە کە چۆن تەوەجوهی سیاحە بەرەو هەرێمی کوردستان بێ لەمەشا خۆشبەختانە مامەڵەکردنی باشی ئیدارەی سلێمانی هێزە ئەمنیەکانی سلێمانی لەگەڵ گەشتیارانی عێراقیە ئێستاکە تەوەجوهەکەی بەرەو سلێمانی من تەشجیعانەکەم زیاتر و باشتر بن بۆ ئەوەی مرافقەکانیش سیاحەکانیش بە قوتر بێ مەشاریعی سیاحی باشتر ئێمەش لەوێ هەندێک ئیشمان کردووە لە سەریکە بەم ئاراستەیە بێ ئەمە وای کردووە یعنی ئێستا بیر لەواکەنەوە بێن مەرافقی سیاحی لە کوردستان بکەن لە دوهۆک لە هەولێر لە سلێمانی ئەکرێ ئیسفادەی لێ بکەین ئەم تەکاملە اقتصادیە برادران لە بەرژەوەندی هەرێمی کوردستانە ئەمە بەوە ئەکرێ کە ئێمە علاقەتێکی تەندروست و باشمان لەگەڵ بەغدایە هەبێ قانونەکان پێکەوە بە حوسن نیە بنووسینەوە اقتصاد پێویستی بە قوانینی ئاسانە پێویستی بە قوانینی شەفاف و ئاسانە ئەوەندە تعقیدی نەکەینەوە بچینە تەفاسیلەوە ئەسی کۆدا جێبەجێ ئەکرێ یا جێبەجێ ناکرێ ئەسی کۆدا نیزامێکی عالەمیە ئومە متحیدە اعتیمادی کردو کاکە با تەطبیق بکرێ و منافذە حدودیەکانی هەرێمی کوردستان ببوژێتەوە و 50% داهاتی ئەسی کۆدا بگەڕێتەوە بۆ ئەو خەڵکە بەدبەختەی کوردستان با ئەمەنە نەچینە تەفاسیلەوە بە نەتیجە ئێمە دوای قبولیشی بکەین ئەمە اقتصاد پێویستی بە حرەکەیەکی ڕۆژانەیە و تەراکومە بێ و لە تەراکومیش اقتصادێکی باشترمانە بێ بۆیە پێویستمان بە نەرمی مامەڵەکردنە لەگەڵ بەغدایە بەغدا وەک دۆستێکی اقتصادی خۆمان دابنین نەک وەک دوژمنێک بێوێ ئێمە لەناوبەرێت چونکی ئێستا من ئەعنی ئاگدارین تەوەجوهاتەیە بێن استثمارات لە هەرێمی کوردستان زیاتر بکرێن لە قەتاعی ئیتیسالاتە هەرێمی کوردستان زۆر چۆتە پێش عێراقیەکان ئیستیفادە لە لە تەجروبەی هەرێمی کوردستانەکەن بۆیە ئەمانە هەمووی ئەم تەجاروبانە بەمە گەشەکە بەس لە چوارچێوەیەکی لۆکاڵی هەرێمی کوردستان نەمێنێتەوە بەڵکو ئێمە بچینە ناو بازاڕی عێراقیشەوە بچینە ناو پارێزگاکانی تریشەوە بە تایبەتی ئەمە پەیوەندی بە یعنی ئێستاکە تەقبولێک لە هاوڵاتیانی عێراق لەسەر ئاستی سیاسی و لەسەر ئاستی جەماهیری هەیە بۆ ئەم جۆرە پەیوەندیە تەندروستە اقتصادی لە نێوان هەرێم و لە نێوان بەغدا هەبێ ئەمێنێتەوە ئەتوانین ئێمە کێشەکان چارەسەر بکەین بەڕێی من ئەتوانین کێشەکان چارەسەر بکەین بەڵام بەو ڕوئیەیەی کە وتم ڕوئیەی یەکتر تەواوکردن دوورکەوتنەوە لە سرا گەیشتن بە هەندێک تەرحکردنی قەزیەکانی خۆمان بە زمانێکی نەرم و دوور لە توندوتیژی و سرا ئێمە ئەتوانین بەڕێی ئێمە و لەسەر ئەساسی مەفهومی التیزاماتی متقابل ئەتوانین لەگەڵ بەغدا ڕێک بکەوین و بەغدا بکەینە هەم اقتصادی ئێمە ببێتە بەشێک لە اقتصادی عێراق و هەم اقتصادی عێراقش ببێتە بەشێک لە اقتصادی هەرێمی کوردستان بە نەتیجە من پێم وایە لەم جۆرە پەیوەندیە هەرێمی کوردستان سوودمەندی یەکەمە بێ و بەمەش ئەبێ وا نیشانی بدەین لە هەموو ڕۆکانی ترەوە بەز اقتصادینا لە ڕووی سیاسیەوە لە ڕووی ئەمنیەوە لە ڕووی کۆمەڵایەتیەوە کە زۆر گرینگە لە ڕووی فەرهەنگی و ئەوانەوە ئێمە ئەم پەیوەندیە قوڵ بکەینەوە و لەوێش ببینە خاوەن بڕیار لە هەموو مەلەفەکانە خۆمان بە میوان نەزانین لە بەغدا لەبەرەوەی بەغدا عاسیمەی هەموو عێراقا و ئەبێ بەو شێوەیە ئێمە ئاماڵە بکەین زۆر سپاس.
Thank you, Mr. Shwani, Minister of Justice of the Federal Government of Iraq. Let's go to Mr. Mahmoud now, Minister of Planning. Mr. Mahmoud, what is the Kurdistan region's...
So give me 1 minute.
داوا لە هاوڕێ ئەزیزم وەزیری سناعەکەم سەردانی مەسنەعەکانی سلێمانی بکە لەگەڵ پیشەوەرانی سلێمانیە کۆ بێتەوە ئاستی وەزیری سناعی پێش و چەند راپۆرتێکی پێشکەش کردبوو طبعاً ئەم دۆستێکی بنەڕەتی کووردە و کەسایەتیەکی لێ هاتووە هیوادارین لە سەردەمی ئەوە سناعەت لە سلێمانی زیاتر پێش بکەوێت زۆر سپاس.
قەوستە
بۆ هەولێر و دووەچش دوایی.
Okay.
Very nice. Now, Mr. Mahmoud, what is the Kurdistan region's plan now for economic diversification beyond energy? Energy is the main factor here. What is the plan for the region here for the diversification?
Yeah, okay. کارنامەی کابینەی نوێمی حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستانەوە کاقبات جێگیری سەرۆکی ئەنجومەن لێرەیە لە بیدایەتە ینی ئەوەی کە باسمان کرد عێراق بەگشتی و کوردستان بە تایبەتی سەرچاوەی داهاتی تەنها نەفت بووە ئەوەی کە ئەمە بیرمان لێ کردەوە وەزیری کوشتتوکاڵ لێرە بوو وەزیری پیشەسازی بازرگانی نازانم ینی سەرچاوەکانی داهات تەنها نەفت نەبیتن ئەوە بوو کە بیرمان لە کوشتتوکاڵ کردەوە دوای لە پیشەسازی ئەوەی کە کاکتۆر خالی شوانی باسی کرد کە معاملە باشەکان لە سلێمانیە طبعاً لە هەولێری شێو لە دۆکێ هەموو هەرێمی کوردستان لە کوشتتوکاڵ و لە پیشەسازی و بازرگانی خەتۆی زۆر باشی بڕیە لە پارێزگای هەڵەبجەشەوە بە ئەکیدی ئاراستان کوشتتوکاڵ ینی ئەوەی کە زۆر گرینگە هەرێمی کوردستان پێشتر تەنها هەموو شتێک لە دەرەوە لێ دەهات لەوانەیە ئەگەر بە کەمیش بی دەستمان پێکرد کە هەندێک بەروی کوشتتوکاڵی بنێرینە دەرەوە و پرۆژەشی زۆر جوانی کاقوبادی کە حەز دەکەم لێرە باسی کەم ئەوەی گەشت و کاڵ ینی گەشت و گوزار و کوشتتوکاڵ پێکەوە بووە یەک پەکێج یەک ببیتەوەک لە سەرچاوەکانی تەنها نەفت نەبیتن چونکە هەرێمی کوردستان هەم گەشت و گوزارەکەی هەم کوشتتوکاڵەکەی زۆر لەبارە کە بتوانین لە بۆ عێراق و لە بۆ دەرەوەش ئیسفادەی لێ بکرێت ئەوەی کە کاکتۆر خالی شوانی باسی کرد ڕاستە هەرێمی کوردستان و وەکو هەرێمە سیستەمیش فدرالی لەگە عێراق تەواوکەری یەکترن لۆیە هەر شتێک لە مەجای کوشتتوکاڵ پیشەسازی گەشت و گوزار ببیتن بازاری هەرێمی کوردستان ئەگەر لە بۆ ناو خۆی بیتن 6.5 میلیۆن کەسە ئەوەی کە باسی کرد عێراق 46 میلیۆن کەسە ئەگەر پشت بەس تەنها بە ینی مارکت سایز یان حەزمی بازاری پارێزگاکانی تری عێراق بەستین ئەوە دەبیتە ماوەی گەشانەوەکی باش لە بۆ هەرێمی کوردستان لێ ئەوانەی کە لە پلانەکان لە بۆی هەمە چەشنکردنی سەرچاوەکانی داهات خەتەواتی باشمان دەست پێ کردیە وەکو هەرێمی کوردستان و ئەوەی کە ڕوویدایە لەو چەند ساڵەی لەوانەیە ئەوەی کە کاکتۆر خالید شوانیش باسی کرد لەوانەیە لە پارێزگاکانی تری عێراق خەڵک بیەوێ بێ ئیستثمار بکات لە کوردستان طبعاً ئەکیدم لە پیشەسازیە لە کشتتوکاڵە لەوەی باسم کرد دەرگایەکی باشمان کردەوە ئەوەی کە دکتۆر خالید شوانی باسی معاملی کرد لە سلێمانی دەبێت لێرە بزانین دەستەی وەبەرهێنانمان هەیە بەڕێوەبەراتی گشتی وەبەرهێنانی سلێمانیمان هەیە کە هاوکاریەکی باشی مستەسمیر دەکاتن وای کردیە مستەسمیر بێ ئیستثمار بکات طبعاً ئەوە هەمان شێوە لە هەولێر هەمان شێوە لە دهۆک لۆیە پێمان وابوو کە پێشتر لە بیدایەتی ئەو کابینەیەی کە یاسایی وەبەرهێنانی هەرێمی کوردستان پێش هەندێک گۆڕانکاری بەسەردابێ و زۆر جار وەبەرهێنەرەکان چ ناوخۆی چ دەرەچی گلەیان هەبوو لە بەڕۆتینی وەبەرهێنان زۆر جار بیرمان لەوەی دەکردەوە کە وەبەرهێنان ناکرێ ئەو هەموو قتاع ئەو هەموو سێکتەر ئەو هەموو وەزارەتانە ڕاستە هەمویان شەریکن لە ئیشەکە بەڵام مەوزوعی یەک پەنجەرەیی کە بتوانین ڕۆتین کەم بکرێتەوە هەتا وەبەرهێنە بتوانی بە ئاسانی وەبەرهێنان بکاتن چکە ئەگە بمانەوێ هەمە سەشنکردنی سەرچاوی داهات بکەین لە نەفتەوە ئینتقال بکەین دەی بزانین بنیەی تەحتی وڵاتەکەت هەرێمەکەت چییە لە هەرێمی کوردستان کوشت و کاڵ گەشت و کوزار پیشەسازی مەجای زۆر تێدایە و بە تەئکیدیش ئەگە هەبمانوێ ئەوەی کە ڕئیسی مەنافزی حدودی باسی کرد داهاتی ناوخۆ زیاد بکەین هەموو ئەوانە دەبنەوەی سەرچاوی زیادکردنی داهات کە تەنها اعتمادی نەفتیمان داهاتی نەفتیمان نەبی کە سەتان نەوەتا چکە خۆتان دەزان هەموو ڕۆژێک نەفت لە دابەزین و لە هەستانە لە هەرێمی کوردستان خەتەواتی باشی بڕیە و پێم وایە خەتەواتی باشتریش دەبڕین و تأكيدا لقسكي تور خالد الشواني ما بما نوايا هرمتشي كردستاني بهس يعني عراقتشي بهس وعراقتشي بهس يعني هرمتشي كردستانتشي بهس وأجر أما لبيني هرم حكمتي اتحادي لقناغي برو بردني قيران كانت كبراسي متى استل قيران لبو قيران دغوازينو خمان بغوازينو لبو برو بردني هاوبشي وشراكتي حقيقي دطواني لكوتايدا لبرجوندي همو قالاني عراق دبيتن بهرمي كردستان وبحكمتي اتحاديه.
Mr. Minister, now, Mr. Amursi, from you follow Iraq for so many years, from your perspective, your international perspective, what is still missing in Iraq's investment climate?
Thank you very much. So I have had the privilege of looking at the telecommunications space here in Iraq for an investment. We were one of the first companies that participated in the auction for and partnership with Korek Telecoms here in the Kurdistan region. And that experience showed us that unless and until there are very clearly defined and transparent laws and processes for the issuance of mobile licenses, oil and gas licenses, and other benefits, the process has to be robust, it has to be transparent, it has to be open to everyone, including foreign companies partnering with Iraqi companies. So you need to have a proper investment framework here. Secondly, you need to look at giving tax holidays for people that want to bring money into the country, and like it is being done in many other places where they pay either zero tax or little tax for the first 10 years so that they can recoup their investment. Thirdly, there has to be free flow of foreign exchange. There should be no restrictions. The exchange control has to be transparent, has to be accessible to everyone, and the currency cannot be depreciating significantly month on month, because then there is no real stability. So these are the kind of criteria that we would look at. And it's too late now, or maybe not very late, but a little late. If Iraq was reshaping how it wishes to organize itself so it can become an economic powerhouse, then I think there is a lot to be said for creating centers of excellence in different regions of Iraq. So oil and gas could be centered in one region, food security could be centered in another region, technology in a third region, AI in a fourth region, and ensure that people from different regions all coalesce in one city where this center of excellence is, so that people are able to recoup or reap the benefits of a very professionally structured Iraq, where there are centers of excellence and people are all pulling in one direction. You have the resources here, you have the money from oil and gas. The only question really is how to deploy this effectively, systematically, and for value to be created not only for all Iraqis, but also for Iraq in its place as a powerhouse in the Middle East and widely as a global powerhouse. Thank you.
Very good points. Let's move to Professor Volker Perthes. Professor Perthes, you highlight three parameters: regional dynamics, Baghdad's development, and intra-Kurdish relations. Which of these is currently the most critical risk?
I guess they are all three critical, but the question is, where can you actually do something about? Where do you have leverage? And while I appreciate what I heard earlier today, that the president of the PUK takes phone calls or makes phone calls to the Iranian foreign minister and to the American president, in the end, I think Kurdistan has very, very little influence on these broader developments. But it does have influence on what happens in Iraq as a whole and, of course, on what happens here. And let me just connect to what Mr. Amarsi said just a minute ago. If we speak about centers of excellence, and I heard, from what I heard from Kurdish participants here, that Slimani particularly would be a center of excellence for industrial production, for manufacturing. Then I think what you have to think about how you connect these centers of excellence. I mean, a center of excellence for industrial production which stands alone in the middle of nowhere is not worth much. It needs to connect to the rest of the world. And I see for now, maybe Deputy Prime Minister is going to correct me, that Slimani is not part of these connectivity projects which we are having about connecting Iraq to Turkey, for example, through the so-called Iraq Development Road. Now, you can say there are too much mountains and things like that, but that's not an absolute obstacle. I think if the Kurdish policymakers are in agreement and find an agreement with Baghdad, it would definitely be possible to connect an area like Slimani through road and rail to a project like the Iraq Development Road, which basically would connect Iraq through Turkey to Europe. And that's very important if this place is going to be a center of excellence for industrial production.
Thank you, Professor Perthes. Mr. Omar, how exposed are Iraq's border to hybrid threats and illicit flows?
سؤال مهم جدا بصراحة، من ضمن المحاور اللي ردت أتكلم بها. الضرورة الأمنية وأمن الحدود جدا مهم للعراق بشكل كامل على مستوى المحافظات الاتحادية على مستوى الإقليم. فيجب على المعنيين في قيادة قوات الحدود ووزارة الداخلية وكذلك المنافذ الحدودية بمسك الشريط الحدودي والمنافذ الحدودية وعدم السماح بدخول بخروج أي ممنوعات أو أسلحة أو ما شابه ذلك حتى ننأى بالعراق من الخوض أو الولوج في تحديات إحنا في غنى عنها. فالتحدي الأمني من التحديات الكبيرة اللي نواجهها على مستوى الحدود والمنافذ الحدودية. أما التحدي الآخر هو التحدي الاقتصادي. أتمنى أن نخرج بتوصيات مهمة في هذا المنتدى، أن تكون المنافذ الحدودية هي جسور للتواصل وليس للتباعد والفرقة ما بين الإقليم والحكومة الاتحادية. ومن التحديات الأخرى المهمة وهو موضوع الحوكمة ومكافحة الفساد وضرورة الاستفادة من التجارب الدولية والإقليمية والقطاع الخاص في تنمية وتطوير المؤسسات اللي تعمل في المنافذ الحدودية. وفي ختام كلمتي في هذا المنتدى المهم أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى أخي وعزيزي الأستاذ قوبات طلباني وإلى كل القائمين على هذا المنتدى، والذي سيكون بوابة أساسية للتكامل والتنسيق وتبادل المعلومات ما بين جمهورية العراق على مستوى المحافظات الاتحادية وكذلك إقليم كردستان العراق.
Thank you so much, Omar. Now a final question with a few words. What is the single most important priority to ensure Iraq's stability and resilience over the next decade? With a few words, we have only 1.5 minutes.
إصلاحاتي أمني لنا أخوي عراق بويك حصر السلاح تنها بدستي دولته وبه دووەم ریفۆرمی اقتصادی لە عێراق و ئەوەی کە جێی خۆشحاڵیە ئەم سەرۆک وەزیرانە ڕوایەکی اقتصادی وازحی هەیە بۆ گواستنەوەی اقتصادی عێراق لە اقتصادێکی شمولیەوە بۆ اقتصادی سوق ئەوەی تریشیان مکافحەکردنی فەساد و ئیعادەی عیلاقاتی عێراق لەگەڵ وڵاتانی ناوچەکە و لەگەڵ وڵاتانی دنیاە.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Minister, only one. What is the number one most important priority?
وەکۆی پێشتر باسم کرد دەستور حاکم بی لە عێراق سیستەمی فیدرالی جێبەجێ بکرێ و قەنەعەتمان بەوەی بی کە عێراق دەوڵەتێکی فیدرالی اتحادیە دەوڵەتێکی مەرکەزی نییە ئەگەر ئەوانە دەستور جێبەجێ بوو سیستەمی فیدرالی جێبەجێ کرا پێم وایە هەموو ئەو کێشانەی کە لە نێوان هەرێم بەغدا هەیە دەبیتە مای خێر و بەرەکەت لە بۆ هەموو گەلانی عێراق.
Mr. Amersi, one single priority, the most important priority for Iraq's stability.
Yes, so the Middle East is going through a transformational change so significant that if we were having the same panel 5 years from today, we will not be able to recognize what we said 5 years before. And in this, it is absolutely vital that Iraq plays its role. Iraq is an Arab nation. Iraq is a rich nation. Iraq has a majority of Shia. Iraq has close relationships with Iran, and Iraq has close relationships with the Gulf states and with the United States. It should leverage all these qualities in ensuring that the new Middle East is shaped in a way that is equitable for all.
Thank you, Mr. Amersi. Professor Perthis, one single priority. What's the main focus? Where should be?
Again, if we speak about what can be done here, if you want one word, it's governance. If you want two words, it's good governance. It's الحكم الرشيد ما بعرف شو هو باللغة الكردية ولكن بالعربي الحكم الرشيد good governance in English. Thank you.
Oh, great. Omar, number one priority, where all of us should focus.
بصراحة الأولوية الأولى يجب أن نتكاتف ونعمل بإيجابية في ظل التحديات اللي موجودة والتعامل مع بنود الدستور والقوانين والقرارات بروح إيجابية من أجل تحقيق الأهداف المرجوة.
Thank you so much, all the speakers. Very interesting discussion, and you, the audience, for their attention. Very nice.
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێزفانیس و میوانەکانی بۆ ئەو توێژە گەرمە میوانانی ئازیز پشوویەکی 15 خولەکی وەرەگرین و دواتر بەردەوامە بین لە سازکردنی پانێڵەکان. میوانانی عزیز داوا لێوەی خۆشەویستەکەین بچنەوە سەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان پانێڵی داهاتوومان دەست پێکەین. میوانانی عزیز بفەرمونون بۆ سەر کورسیەکانی خۆتان پانێڵی داهاتوومان دەست پێکەین. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. We will start the next session. We will start the next session in 2 or 3 minutes. Please have your seats. میوانە عزیزەکان داوا لە بەڕێستانەکەین بفەرمونون بۆ سەر کورسیەکانتان پانێڵی داهاتوو دەست پێکەین. تکایە بفەرمونون بۆ سەر کورسیەکانتان پانێڵی داهاتوو دەست پێکەین. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. We will start the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please have your seats. We will start the next panel soon. ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز پانێڵی دواتر دەست پێکەین لە ژێرناوی ڕێخستن بەبێ کۆدەنگی دەسەڵات لێکترازان و سنوورەکانی هاو ئاڕاستەیی. ئێستا ڕوانگەی خۆمان لە میکانیزمە هەرێمایەتیەکانەوە دەگۆڕین بۆ دیمەنە گەورە جیهانیەکە. ئێمە لە جیهانێکدا دەژین کە بەبێ بنەمای هاوبەش کار دەکات کە تێیدا ناڕوونی استراتیژی چیتر قۆناغێکی کاتی نییە بەڵکو و واقعێکی هەمیشەییە. ئەم پانێڵە بەڕێز کۆنستانتین ڤالکۆف مامۆستا و بەڕێوەبەری پرۆژە تایبەتەکان لە زانکۆی نوێی بولگاریا بەڕێوەی دەبات با بفەرمێن.
So welcome back, everyone, and good afternoon to all of you. Please take your seats, and thank you for coming. And good afternoon to all of you as well. Robert Kaplan, one of the great observers of world politics, wrote something simple and very true. He said that after 40 years covering wars and revolutions, he learned one thing, that understanding the world events always begins with maps, but always ends with Shakespeare. So maps tell you where power sits. Shakespeare tells you what power does to the people and what people do with power. The explanation of a defining moment when a leader chooses between two things that are both right and both lead to a disaster. So our panel today is called Order Without Consensus. The question underneath is simple. If order once required an agreement, and agreement now is gone, what do we have? A new kind of order? As Mr. Prime Minister, my dear friend, if I can say so, Ahmed Davutoglu said, he said, order means stability and predictability. To help us think through all of this, I'm joined today by Francois Heisburg, by Malgorzata Bonikowska, by Ino Afentuli, and by Greg Mill. So my first question to all of you, when we look around Ukraine, Gaza, Hormuz, South China Sea, Cuba, is there actually an order, or have we simply agreed to use that word, order, because the alternative, admitting there is no order, is too uncomfortable for us? Greg, to you.
Well, thank you, and thank you very much to the organizers for having this panel and to having me personally here. I mean, your question is a little like the response given by Trotsky once when he said, you may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. So the question of order, whether you safely ensconced in Europe or think you're safely ensconced in Europe, or if you're living in the Sahel, means two different things. But I want to go to your point of what are the components of order, and I think that's the point around which there's so much disagreement. I mean, I think there's agreement on the drivers of change. The technology is a great driver of change. That access to minerals is a precursor to change. I think we understand that access to markets, access to supply chains, access to skills is a crucial driver for change. We understand that access to energy is perhaps even more important now to make these critical minerals have value, to make data centers function, for instance. We're going to require 3 times, for example, the amount of power that the world produces today by 2050 at current estimates, and that, of course, may go up. The drivers of change also include defense and deterrence, but we don't really understand how to re-establish deterrence. And of course, we understand the costs of undoing deterrence from Afghanistan all the way to Ukraine. And then we have this driver of geopolitics. And the question is, can you have order where we see the world in very different ways? Can you have order when Russia's view of the way in which government relates to its people is very different to that of much of Central, Eastern, and indeed Western Europe? Can you have order, to use the Turkish former Prime Minister's terms, when your values are different when your institutions are dysfunctional, where your structures don't exist, and where your people have very different outlooks. And that's the world that I come from Southern Africa, where the relationship between government and people is vastly different to the relationship between government and people in much of the Western world. And the division is fundamentally around democracy. So our question is really quite more prosaic in some ways, which is, can you have order without democracy? And so far, the answer is, with one or two tiny exceptions, very, I think, interesting, but nonetheless peculiar exceptions, the answer is no. And that's in a sense, a reality that the Western world has failed to grapple and is going to increasingly grapple at with its costs.
I see. Let's move to Malgorzata. You?
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm heard.
Yes, yes, it's okay. It's working.
Good afternoon. I come from Europe, from Poland, a country which is...
Just fix your microphone like this.
Move it up a little bit.
Yeah,
yes,
you hear
excellent.
me now? Like
Excellent.
this? Okay. So I'm a political scientist and a president of a think tank, but also I work with the Foreign Affairs Ministry and with the European Commission. So what I can tell you, what we feel in my part of Europe is that definitely we don't have an order, and we are very uncomfortable with that. Also because the order we thought we used to have was good for Europe. It was a place, a world, where Europe had this feeling that it's a dominating power, that our ways and values were seen as maybe the most important, or those who prevailed after the Cold War. After the Soviet Union collapsed, America and Europe were leading forces. That's how Europeans saw the situation. Now, obviously, we feel uncomfortable in this something, which is definitely not anymore the order we used to have. And we don't know what will come with this new situation. We confront ourselves with a lot of new phenomena. It's not only in geopolitics, it's also in technology. Everything is new. Everything is so fast. People are not even able to catch up with what happens every day. And I think generally feeling is that people feel uncomfortable about that. Chaos, by the way, it's a word which comes from Greece. So it is also a very European phenomenon. But the point I want to make is that we Europeans, we definitely have this feeling that we should bring some order back. Some order, not necessarily. I think in Poland, at least in our part of Europe, Central Eastern Europe, we feel that it will not be exactly the same as it used to be.
Good point, yes. So bring at least some order back into you, because the rules that in a way were supposed to hold the system together, now they are either ignored or even openly mocked, to add to the question. What do you think?
Look, thank you, Konstantin, and thank you, dear co-panelists, for this discussion. Look, what I think is that we Westerners are very critical of our own order because we can do so. Because it is the liberal order that allows us to do the criticism. And certainly, I'm not pretending that there are no mistakes or there are no discrepancies or whatever, but other orders, non-democratic, are not critical about themselves.
Yes.
So my point is that, of course, we have to be critical, and of course, there are many problems that we have created, actually. And of course, the order we are talking about, the consensual order, was established between Europe and the United States. So it was the transatlantic order. And it is normal, in my view, that when you have other emerging forces, other emerging powers, they would like to impose, let's say, their own order. It's not the case up to now. You have the disorder that we all describe, but you don't have an alternative order. And if the alternative order is without consensus, it will not be democratic. So in Europe, and I hope in US in the coming years, we will again go for a paradigm that can be attractive for the rest of the world. Because don't forget that the paradigm that we have, it is attractive for the rest of the world.
Yes.
All right. So, but that we do have a problem actually now. We have a problem because one part of the consensus, the American part, is drifting away from the consensus. So the critical moment will come when the next administration will be elected, and at that moment we would know if we come back to the previous, the status quo ante or not. In my view, it's not possible to go back to the status quo ante.
Okay, so to have an order, now to Francois.
It's all, first of all, it's great being here. It's my first time to Slimani, and I must say it's a voyage of discovery. We have to look at where we come from in order to understand where we are. We come from successive eras of competing orders. We had the order of the Cold War, which had an element of competition between the Soviet order and the Western order, but we also had elements which were symbiotic. The post-Yalta order in Europe, for example, extremely unfortunate for those who are on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain, but it was an order. And I'm afraid to say that, unfortunately, orders can be non-democratic and can last long, quite long indeed. What is truly new now is that we have a conjunction of the three great powers, those who have pretensions for world influence, which are going in the same direction of disorder. We have mentioned the United States, and I won't get into that. I think it's fairly obvious. And it began before Trump came in, and it'll continue after Trump moves out. And I agree that there will be no simple return to the previous world. Then we have Russia, of course. Russia, which is mostly a force of chaos. It's not a force of order. It's not like the Soviet Union, but it contributes to the erosion of the global and indeed also the regional order. That if you look at Russia as being effective in terms of imposing an order, you look at Ukraine, you look at Syria, you look at the Sahel, and it's not a great show. And then more strangely, you have China.
The third one.
You would normally think, China is the rising power, or so it is said. It is catching up with the US in military terms, including in nuclear terms, quite rapidly. And yet China is extremely reticent to get involved in any order-shaping activity. You take the war, the current war going on in this region, the Iran war. China is as reticent as getting involved in this matter as the Europeans are.
Speaking about these three examples, just to ask you, because for decades we've been taught that there is a rules-based international order. And let's speak frankly, many people, even here in this region, will tell you that the order always meant the strong do what they want.
No, I mean, of course, for any order, you have to ask the question, who makes the rules? The problem is that those who could make the rules today are not actually interested. The Chinese are not making, for the moment, new rules. This in itself is quite interesting. As for the elements of the post-1945 order, which still remain, they're dissipating very quickly. 2 years ago, I would have said, well, we've still got the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the nuclear order. We still have the Law of the Sea Treaty. That's a major element of order. And we have a general consensus, which is honored in the breach, of course, in the case of the wars between Israel and its neighbors, about changing borders through the use of force. Those elements of order are disappearing. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the review conference has just taken place. It has failed for the third time running, and no need to expatiate on the nuclear aspect of the Iran war.
Yes, I understand. Yes.
You take the Law of the Sea. The Iranians are rewriting the Law of the Sea in the Straits of Hormuz as we speak. And as for changing borders, well, nowadays everybody seems to be doing it.
So just one short question each to you, and then we will go into specific for a little bit. Was the so-called rules-based order a genuine framework, or just a story that the West thought about itself?
I think, of course, it was genuine because it came out of a World War, and it was based on the, let's say, the main basics of the Western civilization, law. Law and frameworks that are accountable. I mean, the difference between our order and what we can have in the future is accountability. I mean, in the West, the governments can be replaced. In the East, cannot be replaced. And so it's a very fundamental difference. Yes. So another point, I mean, it is Russia is a superpower anymore, I would doubt. But Russia can still harm Europe. This is the problem. So we have to face Russia, and maybe we will have to face it alone.
Speaking about this, let's move to Małgorzata, that we have to face Russia. Poland, in a way, faces land war on its doorstep. Is European strategic autonomy a real project? What do you think?
Well, as I said, I think Europe is now generally in a state of shock. Because every time we face such a huge change, it is a challenge for everybody. But for those who are on the top, giving the rules to the others, it is a huge change because their position is not anymore there. So I think Europeans are still digesting the situation that, first of all, what they thought is good not only for them, but for the whole world. And that's genuinely the conclusion from the World War I, World War II, because wars lead to nowhere. So our role was to lead in order to build some order good for everybody. This was the vision. But now we confront ourselves with, first of all, other ideas which don't come from us. They come from new powers or old new powers such as China, such as also increasing powers of countries like India, Indonesia. So all what we call global south, more and more countries want to have a say, rightly so, because they grow, they develop, they are stronger. So this was already a challenge for the world order, how to embrace these aspirations, even before the war in Ukraine. Now, the Russian attack on Ukraine put an extra problem because somebody violated completely the rules of the game and tried to change the borders. So it is a violation of international laws. It is a war in Europe. So it is something unimaginable. For us, it is like for the Americans, September 11, something unimaginable. But it's happening. So we are shocked. And the third problem is that obviously we have to somehow digest, my country, Poland, or maybe Bulgaria, a little bit less, because we are used to being not important. We were also colonized by Russia in case of Poland, or Germany and Austria. We were divided. So we, in a way, share the feelings of Global South partly. But on the other side, we are very much the part of the West. And we see that this is a big challenge for the Western countries to fit into somehow this situation when not necessarily Europe will lead. But in the same time, the continent, not even the continent, the globe is too small to create different orders for different continents. We have to somehow
I will give the floor to Francois, but just want to continue Francois' example because he mentioned Russia, China, and the States, and Africa, in a way, is where all of this becomes most visible and most brutal. I mean, Russian presence, Chinese infrastructure, and Western retreat. So what does order actually look like on the ground in Africa? And then we will go to Francois. Greg, yes?
Sorry.
Yes.
No, I was going to continue on the question that you put about Europe and strategic autonomy.
Okay, shortly, please. Yes.
Briefly. Europe faces a very particular challenge, and that is that the United States, Russia, and China currently have one thing in common, which they never had before, and that is they both view Europe as prey. Europe is supposed to be politically transformed. That's the Vance speech in Munich. It is supposed to come under Russian discipline. That's the Putin project. And the Chinese, of course, are trying to take over the market. So the Europeans have to face the three great predators simultaneously. This is a great challenge. And the Europeans cannot, for all sorts of reasons, harbor a neo-imperial project. There's simply no audience in Europe today to create a new neo-imperial project. So the Europeans are stuck, and rightly so, with a defensive posture. We have to defend ourselves against the three predators. And that's where strategic autonomy comes in, something which a few years ago was simply not on the cards when we still had a functioning NATO.
Just a quick note from Margot.
On this note about strategic autonomy, the result of this problem Europe is facing is also something we've discussed here today about Iraq, that we also feel that to be together and to integrate and to cooperate deeper brings more profit to us. It's the only way we can really be still a very important player. So there are a lot of thoughts and actions in Europe today to go deeper into cooperation, to maybe not build one state. We are not a federal state, but we have European Union composed of 27 countries. So we can build on that, but definitely Europeans feel that alone, individually, none of our countries can play a global role anymore, which is a huge change.
Let's go back to Africa, where everything started.
Don't worry, Africa is quite used to being marginalized by Europe. Let me just say that if Europeans are unhappy with the world order or the lack of it, or if Americans are unhappy with the world order or lack of it, Africans too are unhappy with the world order or lack of it, but for entirely different reasons. Why is the world so unhappy? Well, you've heard the European view, but the African view is because the world hasn't given them a fair chance, and the answer is sought in increasingly radical solutions, rather like Europe. The rise of populism in Africa echoes that in many areas of the world. The reason why Putin's message, his three great lies, is believed in much of Africa, which is essentially that Ukraine wasn't a country, that it's run by Nazis, and that it was all NATO's fault, is because most Africans see the rest of the world as extractive in terms of Africa's interests. And the only way in which they can stop that is by changing the global order to their preference. So when we talk about, and I'm saying the majority of Africans rather than myself, when we talk about a rules-based order, it's an order with very different rules attached to it, which would give Africa a much fairer shake in terms of these opportunities which hitherto it's lacked. It's a very different understanding. While I would agree personally that the dramatic shock to this order has been Russia's invasion of Ukraine 12 years ago, 4 years ago, take your pick, most Africans would say the world order was upended by the United States' invasion of Iraq in 2003. They would have a totally different starting point to this idea about order and its consequences. And final point, that most Africans, when it comes to, and I'm talking about people as opposed to governments, and because of the absence of democracy, you have to make that separation. Most African people would say about the international community now, they're deeply cynical. They're deeply cynical about whether it's China, about whether it's Russia, or about whether it's the Europeans, or it's Trump's hyper-transactionalism. They say simply, do not support our oppressor. They don't say give us aid, they just say don't support our oppressor for strategic reasons. So our maturity has taken us off in a completely different direction.
Okay, so we have 4 minutes left. Let's finish with all that we started. I told you about Robert Kaplan, who says that to understand the world, you should always begin with maps and end with Shakespeare, but the maps are redrawn in a way. So my final question is, are we in an age without maps? Francois?
The short answer is no. Even Mr. Trump has discovered that maps are important. The Straits of Hormuz are definitely on maps. And if you don't read maps, you don't understand the importance of the Straits of Hormuz. That's a very clear result. Just a word on Africa. For the Europeans, the challenge, given the fact that you have these three great predatory powers which are threatening us in different ways, we have to find new ways of living with what I'd call the medium partners, the Carney speech in Davos, if you will. And Africa is part of that. It's going to be very difficult because of our different histories, colonial and imperial in the case of Europe, colonized and exploited in the case of Africa. But we are facing actually the same predators. And this is something which the Europeans are going to have to invest in heavily, politically and conceptually over the next years if they want to have a chance of holding back the predators.
And just to add something, is there a new order that is quietly, in a way, assembling itself, and we even don't have a word to describe it, what it is?
Yeah, we can say so. I think the critical question will be for the coming years, what form will take the US-China competition? Because we don't expect, we agree, I think, all in this panel, that the US-China competition will not follow the pattern of US-Soviet competition. It will be a different competition because it will be a competition about the prevalence on AI, mostly. And this will define also the future of warfare. So in this question, Europe has no answers, and I'm afraid has no role unless if we find a role for Europe. In another panel, the question was, Europe is a middle or a big power? And there was no answer. So if we don't find the answer, I think we are doomed.
So 2 minutes left, one of each of you. Malgorzata.
We will have a role of the maps, very important still. But the maps can be very tricky, because the globe is still the same, but the way how you do the map depends on your own mental map. Europeans use maps where Europe is in the center, of the map. Chinese use the map when China is in the center. And the US uses the map when the US is in the center.
Even Bulgaria uses the maps when Bulgaria is in the
Not
center.
speaking about Greece.
Not thinking about
And
Greece.
recently I found even a map of done by Australians for some anniversary. Then Australia is on the north instead of being always on the south. Australia is up instead of being always down. So this shows that the world is still the same, but our mental maps are completely different. And I think that's the major challenge for a lot of us, for the Europeans. We have to digest the situation where, first of all, we want to build our own order in Europe, and then being able to fit into the new order where we not necessarily will lead, but we would like to be one of the powers in this new concerts of power.
1 minute to Greg, and that's it.
I thought it was my children who believed that they were at the center of every map. I once was fortunate enough to speak to Dennis Healy, and he had a lovely line. He said, governments come and go, but the rules of arithmetic and geography remain the same. And I do think the rules of arithmetic and geography do remain the same, but I do think that governments, ironically, I mean, Trump may be an aberration, are becoming less and less important. And I think that the movement of goods and services, the movement of capital is increasingly flowing around governments, where governments try to regulate it. Telephony has enabled that. AI is going to take it to a completely different stage. And there's so much in the global economy today that happens. Just to take a silicon wafer, there's 1,000 processes involved in literally different corners of the world to produce every single computer chip. I mean, these are massively integrated processes that no government is going to be able to change. How governments adapt is perhaps going to be the most interesting story of the next generation to the realities that technology and people have created.
Okay, thank you so much. And huge round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you.
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێز کۆنستانتین ڤالکۆف و میوانەکانی بۆ دەربڕینی دیدگا و بیر و بۆچوونی خۆیان لەسەر ئەو تەوەرانە. ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز تەوەری دواتر دەست پێەکەین لەژێر ناونیشانی ڕۆژئاوا و ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست لەگەڵ تورکیا دووبارە هەڵسەنگاندنەوەی هاوبەشی لە سەردەمی بێمتمانەییدا. ئەم پانێڵە لەلایەن بەڕێز ئاثاناسیۆس کاتسیکیتس گۆشەنووسی سربەخۆ لە ڕۆژنامەی کاسیمیڕێنی یۆنانی بەڕێوەدەچێت بە جەنابیان بفەرمونون بۆ بانگهێشکردنی میوانەکانی.
Yeah? Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining this panel discussion. My name is Athanasios Katsikidis, columnist at Καθημερινή newspaper in Greece. So, for the next 20 minutes, we are going to discuss about rear sensing partnerships in an era of mistrust, the West and the Middle East, including Turkey. And also, we are going to comment about the power dynamics of the era, because we are we are having all this situation with the Gulf crisis, the war in Iran, and the fragmentation in a way of Lebanon. So I'm going to introduce you the two panelists of today's speech. So Mr. Mohamed Amersi, the chairman of the Amersi Foundation. Welcome, Mr. Amersi. And also Ms. Elizabeth Kendall, president of Girton College at the University of Cambridge. Welcome, Ms. Kendall. So I would like to initiate this panel discussion with a question to Mr. Amersi. So, Mr. Amersi, the relations between the West and the Arab world are often described as being at a turning point, in a sense. So, from your perspective, what has changed most in the relationship over the past decade?
Thank you very much. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So I think that a number of things have happened in the last decade. First of all, let me say that I have had the occasion to live in Saudi Arabia for 6 years. I have had the occasion of living in the UAE for almost 14 years. I was probably the first British citizen given a golden visa for the UAE. So my relationships go quite a long way with the Gulf states. I'm also now a Turkish citizen, and originally I'm from Iran. So now I'm spending most of my time through my foundation working on deconflicting the Middle East, if I can use that phrase. Now, I think first of all, you have to understand that the Middle East is divided into the Arabs. It is divided within the Arabs. It is the Gulf states. Then you have Iraq. You have the Levant, which is mainly Jordan and Lebanon. And then you have the non-Arab states in the Middle East, that is Iran, Turkey, and Israel. So when we talk about the Middle East, we talk about a large section of people that have got fairly diverging origins, diverging objectives and strategies. I think that there are 3 or 4 themes that I would like to address today. The first one is the future of the GCC. Now, this may sound controversial to most of you, but I believe that the GCC as a functioning unit is broken. Can it be completely repaired? I'm not sure it can be. And the highlights of that are the UAE deciding to leave OPEC, which is a very significant decision that was taken by the UAE in the last month. The second thing is the different ways in which the GCC has objected to the behavior of the United States and Israel for the Middle East, and the very different way or the different lens within which the GCC look at Iran. And if I can talk a little bit more about the fragmentation, I could say I'm not a genius, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a crystal ball gazer, but if I have to predict that in the next 10 years or so, Oman and Qatar are more likely to drift towards Iran because they shared a geography, they share oil and gas fields, and proximity and cultural alignment. I think that there is a possibility that UAE and Bahrain will drift towards Israel and the United States. And I also believe that Saudi Arabia will pursue its independent track alongside Pakistan and Turkey and eventually Egypt. And the key for the Western powers is going to be whether they can infuse an arrangement, I call it a non-aggression pact, amongst the GCC states, Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Lebanon, and of course Israel has to be somehow included in that, where each agrees not to attack the other. Whether this can be done in a short time, a long time, I don't know, but it is certainly an objective that people have to work towards, because without this, it's not going to happen. The second question relates to the old Palestinian statehood. If this issue is not addressed in a powerful, in a final way soon, then we will have this to be a constant sense of irritation. And I can very well see from discussions with my Israeli counterparts and friends, of which I have a few, that Israel is going to move such that it will push all the Gaza Arabs into the Sinai, and it will push all the West Bank Arabs into Jordan. And so there will be no formal state of Israel that will exist. At least this is the planning in the minds of some people. Now, what will the Arab world do to that in case if that is the objective that Israel decides to pursue with the complicity of United States? I don't know, but it is certainly a risk that has been factored into the business minds as well as political minds, where the future of Jordan is potentially at stake. Because imagine a Jordan in which 65% of the people have Palestinian origin and only 35% are Jordanians. Is Jordan capable of surviving under that scenario or not? Then we can touch very quickly, and please stop me if I'm overdoing my time. We can touch quickly on Iran. Iran is 100 million people. Iran is made up of 8 or 9 different ethnic minorities, including the Arabs, the Baloch, the Turkmens, the Azeris. So it's a very diversified people, but when it comes to national identity and national survival, they are largely united. And so to break up Iran, it's not going to happen so easily. Iran is a society in which there is a deep base of industrial manufacturing, scientific know-how, and whether they are nuclear now or whether they will become nuclear in a few years' time, I think it's just a completely moot question. I think that as long as Israel remains the only nuclear hegemon in the region, to counterweight that, either Iran or somebody in a situation where Iran shares that knowledge with Saudi Arabia, with Qatar, with UAE, or whoever, is going to definitely become a counterweight to Israel. I've spoken to my friends in the US State Department, to the UK Foreign Office, and clearly for them, a nuclear Iran is out of question, but for them also, the hegemony that Israel has from nuclear prowess has to be protected at any cost. I think that this is a dynamic that will change, that will have to change to ensure that we have a balance of power situation. We have India balancing Pakistan. We have the Europeans as well as the United States balancing Russia. And there will need to be some positioning in the Asia region, because at the moment it's only China and North Korea that have nuclear capacity. So Japan and South Korea will have to energize their programs. But let me stop there.
Yeah, Mr. Messier, before delving deeper into the power dynamics of the area, I would like to ask something to Ms. Kendall, because I know that you are studying the power dynamics, the situation in the Middle East and also the Gulf. And we have seen that the Arab world has undergone a significant economic and social transformation the last at least 10 to 15 years. So what developments do you think that the West, meaning the policymakers and the institutions, is beginning nowadays to understand better about what's happening in the Arab world that it had 10 years ago?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm absolutely thrilled to be in Slémania. This is a huge question. And in fact, I'm not even sure about the basis on which it relies, which is what have we learnt, what have we in the West learnt over the past decade of transformation? Have we learnt anything? I feel like there's a lot that we ought to have learned, and that might seem obvious to many of the experts in this room, but perhaps it's not being reflected in how our policymakers are reacting themselves. One of the major lessons, I would say, that perhaps is beginning to be learned, at the very least it's beginning to be obvious, is that we need to listen more. And we need to listen to a variety of different perspectives. And in particular, we need to listen to the region and to voices in the region who know the region. I don't think we're very good at that. I'll give you an example. During the Arab Spring, the so-called Arab Spring, I spent a lot of time in Sana'a in Yemen and also in Cairo. And the way it was being reported in our embassy, as well as in our press and our media, was very much, this is a surge of activity in favor of shifting towards liberal democracy. And of course it is, if you're talking to people who are out protesting, who speak English, and who are willing to speak to you, then that is the view you will get. But even if all 1 million protesters, for example, in Tahrir Square, thought like that, that still meant that there were 83 million whose views we didn't know. And I don't feel that we're very good at hearing things that we may not want to hear. This has never been more obvious than today with the situation we find ourselves in the Strait of Hormuz.
Even though the challenges that you are referring to, like the Gulf crisis, the war in Iran, the fragmentation of Lebanon, the situation in Yemen, and now we are in Sulaimaniya, I heard before that nowadays there are $22 billion into projects. In addition, another $2 billion that are planning to invest. So we are seeing a lot of investments taking place. Do you see any effective cooperation between the West and the region, meaning Iraq, the Kurdish region? If someone wants to invest, where should they invest, except of energy, because we know the area only about the energy resources. But what about innovation? What about technology?
So I'm glad you asked this question. I obviously, from my perspective, place an enormous value on education. And I think we've heard many times today from Befal Talabani, from Mr. David Olu, about the real value of human capital and the need to invest in excellence amongst that human capital, not just the 2% that someone spoke about. But I feel like we often think short term and we think about quick wins and we hope that an investment gives a quick return and that you get in early and you have an advantage. But thinking long term, where can we build the most durable and the most productive partnerships and relationships? I truly believe that that is through education, research, innovation, collaboration, digital advancement, perhaps centers of excellence. And that requires a much more long-term thinking than many of our governments in the West are able to do, because these kinds of investments are always seen as a nice to have, something that's a bolt-on. Number one is risk and security and military collaboration. Number two is economic investment. And then a nice thing on the side is partnerships, culture, education.
I see. Mr. Amersi, well, the Western governments often talk about shared values while investors focus on business opportunities. Of course, you know a lot about business and business with the Arab world. What is the biggest misconception Western investors still have about doing business with the Arab world and specifically with Iraq and the Kurdish region?
Thank you very much. So let me make 3 or 4 points. I think that just as we are going through a regional transformation, I think we are also going through a massive economic transformation. AI is now on us, but AI is very much in its infancy. And this, in a way, creates a position of leveling the playing field between those that are focused on it and those that can very quickly focus on it. So if I was advising the Kurdish government here, I would say that, look, you need to create incentives where your young people are going to become job creators and not job seekers, number one. Number two, you're going to create institutions of higher learning here. so that you do not have the export drain of your young people going to chase studies in United States or Europe or whatever. You find people to come here, stay here, and help build a new Iraq and a new KRG. So this depends on looking at how the economic transformation is changed. This is now, the world is now not going to focus anymore on an oil and gas economy. In 10 years' time, because of environmental pressures, etc., the model will change. And if Iraq and KRG does not evolve with this changing model, they will be definitely left behind. So I think some serious thinking has to be done in creating centers of higher education, centers of technology, bringing in the talent. I know my friend from the AUIS, he is in the audience here. He and I had dinner a couple of nights back. He's the president of the AUIS. And already they have started looking at programs here to help young people understand better innovation, to help them incubate new businesses. And this is definitely the way forward, that there has to be an absolute shift towards focusing on AI and new economies of tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Kendall, you are representing one of the most exceptional universities, University of Cambridge. So can Iraq and the Kurdish region become, let's say, a business hub, meaning educational hub, technological hub of the Arab world?
Yes. There we go. I think
smart choice.
All the potential is there. The ingredients are there. Even today, just walking around, I've chatted to so many people, it's obvious that this is an ambitious place. It's full of talent. It has clear plans, strong principles. Now, that doesn't mean it's inevitable, of course, because you also need a whole bunch of other things to make those former qualities work. And those other things are good governance. We heard about that, and Volker in particular stressed it. You need legitimacy, you need to build public trust. You probably need a region that collaborates together. And I think we often undervalue the effort that we could put into aligning regional actors to point in the same direction, rather than everyone pursuing their own selfish interests. But all of the material is there, and I would be strongly in favor. I think this isn't a one-way process. You know, we, at a place like Cambridge University, or at Oxford, my other place, would benefit enormously from building research collaborations, for building joint projects, of figuring out where our minds can meet and how they can be more productive together. This is about us learning from you as much as the other way around.
Yeah. Mr. Mercy, are the Western businesses fully aware of the opportunities of the region?
So I think that that model is shifting also. If I look at myself, 20 years ago, the West treated Middle East as a source of petrodollars, and that they were only good at collecting money and not giving back. Today, when you look at the diversification strategy, especially of the Gulf states, they are equally at home housing universities from China, think tanks from Russia, and they have decided that they want to build themselves. They want to educate their people. If you look at the program of the UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the ruler of Dubai, announced that he is going to spend money to create at least 1 million programmers who are going to be focused in the AI space. Now, would you have heard that 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Absolutely impossible. So now what is going to happen for the Gulf states is they're going to say that the money that we have made from our petrodollars, we now want to become as self-sufficient, as self-reliant as possible. And we want to export know-how, we want to export talent. We cannot forever be importing this because we have the money, we have the brains, we have the ambition, and we have the relationships. So why should we not be doing it here?
Yeah, and also would like to add something because usually Iran is underrepresented in different panels and lobbying areas, etc. So do you think today Iran is still a key player, a business player in the region?
So Iran has been sanctioned for 47 years. Before the sanctions were imposed on Russia because of its invasion of Ukraine, it was the most sanctioned society in the world. Not only did it survive, but in some views it thrived under pressure. And if you look at, and I go there frequently, and if I have to compare the literacy rate there, if I have to compare the number of women that are part of government, that are allowed to work, that form part of the education curriculum, the gender balance is better, far better than what you would ever find in any Western society or any Arab world. For what they have achieved, and with so much pressure, I think that if now the world decides to lift the sanctions, to allow them to become a responsible member of the international community, this can become an absolute dynamo, an absolute powerhouse. There are professors in the US, Pape at Chicago, Jeffrey Sachs in New York, and many others who have spent time with the Iranian people and with Iran and understand that this could be hugely, hugely potential in terms of helping not only the Gulf states, but also for all its region. So we just need to now find a new equilibrium if we can. What does Iran have to do in return for that? They have to stop criticizing the state of Israel. They have to stop questioning the state of Israel. They have to definitely have a non-aggression pact with the Gulf states, and they should not interfere in the domestic policies of Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, or Yemen. If this deal can be done where the sanctions are lifted, no interference, we will support you. I think the world will see a very different world and a very different Middle East.
You see, Ms. Kendall, if I'm not mistaken, it was an Economist head title by the title, The Age of Disruption. So I'm going to add the fragmentation of the Arab world, specifically in some states like Lebanon. So is it possible, is it feasible to see an Arab world, including Iran, cooperating together to create, to establish a more peaceful, a more business-friendly world?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not averse to dreams, but this is quite a big dream. I'd love to say, yes, isn't it great? We're all going to live together in peace. But I think it's highly unlikely for quite some time. I do think, however, that we do have an opportunity to start trying to shift the narrative away from just the language of crisis and focus minds more on the language of opportunity. That's already helpful.
So, sorry for interrupting you. So are you foreseeing a more disruptive, fragmented Arab world?
In the short term, yes.
Okay. Mr. Amersi, your comment on this?
Yes,
your
I
take?
think that until the equilibrium is found, we're going to see, and my colleague is right here, we're going to see disruption. But I think that every disruption should result in a positive outcome, and it is for the bigger states, the United States, China, Russia, Europe, to all forge a better Middle East, rather than play the traditional divide and rule game that they have. And then it's very important to recognize that in the Middle East today, you have countries that are the haves and the countries that are the have-nots. The haves are largely the Gulf states. And if they want to secure their own future, their own stability for their children and their grandchildren, they have to support the have-not states. And by doing that, they uplift the economic plight of all of these countries, and the whole region can prosper. It requires bold leadership. It requires execution. It requires forward foresight. If that is there, I think we will see an optimistic outcome.
Ms. Kendall, few remarks, last remarks. What are the significant ingredients, let's say, of a more peaceful Arab world?
Common vision. Everyone talking to everybody else for a common vision, and having probably international partners put pressure on our allies to adhere to that common vision. I'm thinking of places like the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea region, Yemen. So many players have competing visions for what they want as an end outcome, and that's got to stop, or we will end up in a very fragmented place.
So I'm going to conclude this panel discussion with the title, Common Vision. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
زۆر سپاس بۆ پانێلیستە بەڕێزەکان بۆ تێڕوانینی ڕاشکاوانەیان لە سەرچەوەرەکە. خۆشەویستان لە باکوورەوە بەرەو باشوور دەڕۆین و پانێڵی داهاتوومان قسەکردنە لەسەر تەلارسازی نوێی ئاسایشی کەنداو لە ڕێگریەوە بەرەو هەماهەنگی استراتیژی لەگەڵ ئەوروپا. بۆ بەڕێوەبردنیەم گفتوگۆیە داوا لە خاچ و ئەلێکسیا تسەوڵی پەیامنێری دیپلۆماسی نێودەوڵەتی لە یۆنان دەکەین بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستێج بۆ بانگهێشکردنی میوانەکانی.
Good evening. Good evening. It's an honor for me to be here in Süleymani and in the Dēļfi Economic Forum here for the second time. And I would like to take this opportunity and thank the organizers, and especially Mr. Simeon Tsomokos, the founder and the president of the Dēļfi Economic Forum, who has proved through his work here as well that building bridges is more important than divisions. In the next panel, we're going to discuss about the new Gulf security architecture, from deterrence to strategic coordination within Europe. The panel and the three distinguished guests will examine how Europe and how the Gulf can move past episodic cooperation to co-author mechanisms for regional stability. We will also analyze the changing security of Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Iran, and the vital balancing role of Iraq and, of course, the important Kurdistan region, and how the European regulatory power, defense and cooperation, and diplomatic leverage can be integrated into a resilient, multipolar architecture for global governance. So I would like to welcome Ms. Anna Birchal, who is former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Justice of Romania, welcome and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Mr. Irakli Alasanya, former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense of Georgia, and also co-founder and CEO of Saudi Investment. Good evening. Thank you. And of course, Mr. Massimo Karhalach, Director of International Relations for the Middle East and Africa, Med-Or Italian Foundation from Italy, of course. Thank you. So I would like to start with you, Ms. Birkel, and I would like to ask you, from your experience, how do you see the architecture going on in the Gulf region?
Thank you, Alessia. Before sharing with you some thoughts, please allow me to thank Simeon and Basil and the organizer for putting together this amazing host. It's a true honor for me to be here. And a particular thank you for our hosts for looking after us so well. The food is amazing, but likewise for keeping us safe. The topic of today, obviously, it's incredibly timely because we meet at a time when the international security landscape is undergoing one of its most significant transformations since the end of the Cold War. For decades, security architectures were built primarily around deterrence. Today, deterrence remains necessary, but it is no longer sufficient, in my opinion, because the challenges we are facing are more complex, more interconnected, and more transnational than ever before. That's why the discussion is timely, because Gulf security is no longer a regional matter in the narrow sense. And if you allow me, I would like to expand with you what do I mean. Because the Gulf is no longer simply a region of strategic importance because of its energy resources, as it was so for so many years. It has become a center of investment, innovation, connectivity, and geopolitical influence. What happens in the Gulf today affects Europe and beyond. What happens in Europe affects the Gulf. Strong reasons to deepen our ties. Those are very strong reasons, because our security, prosperity, and stability are increasingly interdependent. That is why I believe the conversation should not be about how Europe can engage with the Gulf, but how Europe and the Gulf can jointly shape a new model of strategic cooperation. Because what I want to put forward to you today is this idea of having the possibility of a strategic cooperation between Europe and the Gulf. Because the region is connected to global energy markets, trade routes, maritime and road, food and water security, digital infrastructure, critical minerals, migration pressures, and the future balance of power, just to give you a few examples. So we are no longer in an environment in which deterrence can be understood only as military posture. Deterrence obviously still matters, but today deterrence must be complemented by coordination among partners in different regions, resilience, crisis management, and credible economic alternatives, because the Gulf itself has changed. It is not only an energy production region. It is increasingly a center of investment, technology, logistics, artificial intelligence, green industry, and diplomatic mediation. And I would like to stress that one. Because for Europe, this means that the Gulf cannot be treated only as a source of energy or a theater of periodic crisis diplomacy. It must be approached as a strategic partner in the construction of regional and global stability. So therefore, the question before us is therefore not whether Europe can and the Gulf should cooperate, because they already do. The real question, in my opinion, is whether they can move from episodic cooperation to co-author mechanism of global stability. From a European perspective, I would say that deterrence remains necessary, but deterrence alone is not longer sufficient. Because in recent years, the region has seen missiles, drone attacks, proxy escalation, maritime disruption, cyber risk, and pressure on critical infrastructure. So one lesson that I think we should learn that is very clear: security threats has become hybrid, disrupted, and difficult to contain once they escalate. So you're mentioning Saudi Arabia. Some countries, such as Saudi Arabia, for example, are increasingly approaching security throughout diversification. What type of this diversification? Diversification of partnership, diversification of economies, diversification of technology, and diversification of diplomatic channels. And I think those are type of diversification that all the countries in the region might want to consider, because a sustainable security architecture cannot pretend that Iran does not exist. And allow me to just say a few words about this, because neither can it ignore or condone destabilization behavior. The difficult task is to combine credible deterrence with channels for de-escalation, risk reduction, and veritable restraints. So this is where I believe that Europe can bring added value, because we have learned that instability does not remain neatly contained. Pressure on ports, grids, energy routes, digital networks, and border regions can rapidly acquire regional and even global consequences. So to come to Iraq and the Kurdish region, I think they should be seen and understood not as a margin of Gulf security, but for what they are, a central balancing space, because Iraq sits, and you don't need me to tell you, but this is the reality, so allow me just to point it out. Iraq sits at the intersection of the Gulf, Iran, Turkey, the Levant, and the wider Euro-Asia connectivity. So its stability has direct implication for counter-terrorism, energy flows, migration, border management, and regional diplomacy. So a stable Iraq reduces the space for regional securitarian threats, lower the risk of proxy confrontation, and creates a bridge between actors and otherwise have limited channels of communication. So as we've been hearing earlier today, the Kurdistan region also has great strategic relevance, and it should be appreciated for this, because its geography, security experience, energy resources, and links with multiple regional actors make it an important node in the wider region balance. So to try to conclude, obviously I share more ideas here, maybe later if there is time I can point it out, but I think Europe should not approach the Gulf as a distant region to be managed occasionally. I'm sorry to be so direct, but that's the reality. I think it should approach it as a strategic space whose stability affects European security, economic competitiveness, energy resilience, and global governance, because the new Gulf security architecture will thus not be built by combining deterrence with coordination, resilience, technology, diplomacy, and credible institutions. Europe should not merely react to Gulf crisis. It should help to co-author the mechanisms that reduces miscalculation, protect infrastructure, and practically give this region stability. So for countries such as my own country, supporting a partnership is a matter of strategic realism. So because a more stable Gulf supports a more stable Europe. And I will end here, and I just want to hear your thoughts and my colleagues, this idea of having a strategic partnership between and strategic cooperation between Europe and the Gulf. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you gave us a very good analysis and your perspective on the architecture on the Gulf. Now, I would like to come to you, Mr. Alassani, and ask you what role can Caucasus play in the regional security and in the economic development?
Well, thank you. And it's...
No. Not yet. One more try.
Mic is not
yes,
there.
now it's perfect.
Well, first of all, it's also such an honor and pleasure to be here with you discussing these very important things. This forum is amazing with the present experts. Thank you very much. I'm going to go straight to your question. I mean, the first question was, of course, how we view the situation in the Gulf. And I think what's happening in Iran and in our region is a vivid demonstration that the old world system has collapsed. The final nail to the old world system was Russia's revanchist war that started in Ukraine. But we all thought, who were in diplomacy and in the government, that kind of the old world system was eroding for past 15, 20 years. I was ambassador at the UN, and I was seeing how the decisions was hard to get to the Security Council because 2 permanent members were blocking everything they needed to see in the Security Council, and that affected so many conflicts in the world. So we were heading towards this, but this rapid collapse was not anticipated. On the other hand, though, all the conflicts and the wars for past, I don't know, decades was strategic miscalculations by those who started it. There was the miscalculation, I think, in Iran that the regime would collapse in a few days when the war started. It was a big miscalculation by Russia when they entered the Ukraine territory, that the Ukraine will not be resilient, that they will take over in 3 days or 3 weeks. And past wars that the United States was part of it also. But it's amazing also how to miscalculate things when you have such a powerful analytical and intelligence services. But it's always like this. It's a failure of intelligence, failure analysis that most probably the leaders and politicians don't want to hear the truth. They want to see the world in their own eyes and how they view it. And that's what brings instability and wrong decisions. So where we stand today? Today, I think the new regional alliances will emerge based on pragmatic interrelationships, based on pragmatism where we need each other in economy and defense and security. And I think there's a door is wide open for us to cooperate in the region, Caucasus, Gulf states, and Europe, Central Asia. And this place where we are is vitally situated to be at the epicenter of this cooperation. I think we should start the strategic dialogue on the government levels because unless we strategically see things where we can stand together, where we can build the structures, it's only remain talks. So I would like to see our governments also starting providing some input and methodical input in how this new structure will emerge. It will take time. We should be patient, and the patience was mentioned today a few times during our course of the day. At the end, I would like to say that we should still see the opportunity. When old doors are shutting down, the new doors will open. And I think this forum is very timely. We have to continue talking about this. What kind of structures we can build that will be deterrent. And one more thing. We discussed this in Athens. New technologies and developments in the defense systems actually provides small countries and medium-sized countries now perfect deterrent possibilities. So deterrence is not only the luxury of the big and powerful states. So this is also gives this regional cooperation and regional systems to have their own deterrent to prevent future conflicts.
Thank you so much and for your interesting proposals. Now, Mr. Karalach, you come from Italy, Mediterranean. So how can Europe, and in its various forms, enhance its relations with the broader Mediterranean countries?
First of all, if you allow me
of course.
To thank Delphi Forum, Simeon, thank you so much for inviting me, and also the regional government, Kurdistan, thank you so much for having me here and my foundation. That said, I have nothing left to say after my two distinguished colleagues. So I will try, even though, to build on what I have said from my two fellow panelists. First of all, my Romanian colleague said about Europe and Gulf not so distant. So let me flip it and let's say widen the perspective and talk about how geography of Europe is somehow the neighborhood of the, let's say, MENA, Levant, Gulf area. So if we maybe can talk in simpler ways, the arena of the Arab Peninsula extending to, let's say, the Middle East, the real Middle East, starts from Iraq towards east. because we have the Levant, which is the Near East. That area is our neighborhood. And if we look at the, let's say, the geopolitical theory of the heartlands and the rimlands, if we take the Euro-Mediterranean countries from Portugal to Turkey even, our rimland is in the south. It's on the other bank of the Mediterranean. It's on the east of the Mediterranean. It's on this, on the cradle of civilizations that from 7,000 years here in Iraq rose up with the Egyptian pharaonic civilization. What I mean, if we start to have this kind of relationship, these countries are our neighbor, and we should treat them like neighbors. Maybe things can be related in another way. What I mean, and we have heard it today in several great speeches that I've heard, and if we take the fil rouge, the key word that I've heard starting from the very beginning, we have heard that cooperation is the needed task that we have to enhance, to boost, and to hope that we can much and more have between Europe and let's call the extended Gulf.
Thank you so much, Massimo. Now, we don't have much time, so I would like Anna to be very brief in your answer, asking you about your foundation and your vision, and how do you think the future of the foundation?
Well, as I was trying to say, that we need a future security architecture that should be based, in my opinion, on 3 pillars. One will be strategic trust, because we can't build anything if you don't have trust. That will be the first foundation. Then technological cooperation, and you know it, from cyber to artificial intelligence to critical infrastructure, and so on and so forth. And then the third will be the shared responsibility for global governance, because I think that will be another pillar that will allow us to look for the future, to actually practically have the Gulf and Europe, but I agree with you, so the wider, that's why I was mentioning the Levant as well. But practically the Gulf and Europe have an opportunity today not simply to react to challenges, but to shape the future together.
Thank you so much. A brief answer about the war in Ukraine, and what lessons can Europe learn from this ongoing war to your perspective?
Well, first of all, we all witnessed that now there's a turning point in the conflict. We know, I mean, obvious that Russian plans failed, so they will not win in this war. It doesn't mean that Ukraine will get everything it wants at the same time, but it's already a present feeling everywhere that Ukraine will have an upper hand slowly in the negotiations. I feel that results of negotiations is getting closer to us. It's not going to be maybe a month or two, but by the end of this year, early next year, we're going to see some kind of agreement. And it means that the civilized world in Ukraine will win, because Putin will not have his own way. If it had that, the region that we're talking about would have reshaped in a much different way. So exactly what I want to say, that what we learned from here is that first, we have to clear-eye watch what the threats are, and confront threats not in a half measures that it was before, but in a full measure. So Ukraine needs full support from all of us in the ways we can, especially from the Europe and United States, and hope he will get it to make sure that they're going to have the upper hand in a negotiated solution.
All right, thank you so much. And Massimo, a brief answer about the future of Europe and how we can engage Europe to benefit from any prosperity that might be in the general area.
Yeah, I think that if we take the Europe and Arab, let's say Arab Gulf world, I think that, if I may say that up to the early 2000s, there was a proverb here in this region that said that Cairo writes, Beirut prints, and Baghdad reads. Now, after what happened from the 2000 and so on, this, of course, historical changes have shifted this kind of view of the Arab world into the Gulf region, okay? So I think that what Gulf and Europe can do together is to promote what have just been said before in the previous panel about how the Gulf is engaging outside its being rentier states and investing in technology, investing in space. Even if we look at UAE, as the professor said, they are investing in massively in space research. So if we can bring together those kind of efforts and bridge them, I think that the whole area will benefit from this kind of cooperation, extended from all the manufacturing that can be put on the ground, but also to the intellectual and cultural arenas and areas. And lastly, everybody knows about the IMEC, India Middle East corridor. From my country's perspective, from Italy's perspective, this should not be seen as one corridor, but a network of corridors, where even Iraq and Kurdistan and Turkey and Egypt and Cyprus and every country can benefit from, let's say, multiple ways of getting goods and energy and flows of technology from the rising India into the heart of Europe. So this area can be really the bridge between the new continents that are emerging.
Right, thank you so much. I would like to thank you all for coming to the Delphi Economic Forum and here
Thank
in
you very
Slimani.
much.
Thank you
And
too.
let's hope your visions be very strong voices to the international community.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your
Thank you.
attention.
Thank you, Alison.
زۆر سپاس بۆ خاچ و ئەلەکسیا تەسەوڵی پامنێری دیبلۆماسی لە یۆنان لەگەڵ سەرجەم پانێڵیستە خۆشەویستەکان بۆ دیدگا و بۆ چوونیان. خۆشەویستان، ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز، هەر گفتوگۆیەک دەربارەی تەلارسازی جیهانی یان هەرێمایەتی پێویستە باز لە گۆڕانی کارە لە پێشینەکانی واشنگتۆن بکرێت. کارەکانی ئەمریکا لە ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست دەچێتە قۆناغێکی زۆر دەستنیشانکرا و مامەڵەکارانە کە سەرنجی لەسەر فشار و ڕێگریەکانە. کارکتەرە ناوچەیەکان چۆن خۆیان لەگەڵ ئەمە دەگونجێنن. پانێڵی داهاتوومان لە ژێرناوی ویلایەتە یەکگرتووەکان و ناوچەکە، دەسەڵات، کاری لە پێشینە و سیاست لە سەردەمی دۆناڵد ترامپدا. جارێکی تر داوا لە بەڕێز فانوێز پاپاثاناسیۆ ڕۆژنامەنووس لە کەناڵی ERT یۆنانی دەکەین بفەرمێت بۆ بەڕێوەبردننی پانێڵەکە و بانگهێشکردنی میوانەکانی.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. I'm Fanis Papathanassiou, journalist with the Public Television of Greece. I'm privileged to be here and to talk about the role of the United States in the region. A very important topic, a very interesting topic for all of us. And we are here to discuss a fundamental shift. The United States under the Trump administration that is more transactional, more selective, and perhaps less predictable. And what does it mean, this, for Iraq, for the Kurdistan region, and for the balance of power across the Middle East? I'm very happy because we are here with a good company, actually with three experts, very good experts, who know very well the region, very well the United States. So I'm very happy to have them. Mr. Peter Galbraith, ambassador, former ambassador of the United States in Croatia, former UN Deputy Special Representative and long-time observer of Kurdish and Iraqi politics. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Galbraith. It's a pleasure having you. Mr. Davan Sadala, Deputy Minister of Foreign Relations of the Kurdistan Regional Government. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for inviting
Mr.
us.
Sadala. And Dr. Bilal Bahab, President of the American University in Slemani. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bilal.
My pleasure.
So, let's start with you, Mr. Galbraith, for an initial statement. We have 23 minutes, so the initial statement will be 1 or 2 minutes. And touching, is the U.S. policy in the region today strategic under the Trump administration? Talk to us about the Trump's administration regional policy.
Well, let me begin by saying what a pleasure it is to be here. Like everybody else, I'll thank everybody. And you know, this is, I realized the first time I was in Sulaimani was in 1987. And you know something? The place has changed a lot in the last 40 years. Now, the other feature I'll say is I'm the one former ambassador, a diplomat of a country, but these two have to be more diplomatic than me. So I'm going to do something they're not going to do.
So you're not going to be more diplomatic?
I'm going to tell you the truth. No. And when we start talking about United States policy in the region under Trump, we have to start with one basic point. Trump is not normal. There is something not normal about this person.
What do you mean?
Well, I will give an example. Who gets up in the middle of the night and texts the Prime Minister of Norway and says, because Norway didn't give me the Nobel Peace Prize, I'm going to attack Denmark? Who is it in a cabinet meeting announces that because Oman isn't doing exactly what it wants, Oman, which is a major American ally, I'm going to blow it up? And we all could go on with this. Prime Minister Davutoglu talked about having to watch TV because the positions change every 3 minutes. The challenge that the region faces is, what do you do about an American president who is showing clear signs of cognitive impairment? That is simply the reality. And incidentally, everybody knows this. The Republicans in the United States know this, but nobody wants to say anything. It's very much like the story of the emperor's new clothes. A children's story you may recall. The emperor, a new man, comes to make him clothes. He says they're invisible. And so he gets more articles of this invisible clothing. And all the courtiers say, "Oh, Your Majesty, that robe is magnificent. That one's magnificent." Until a little child says, "Why is that man naked?" That is the reality. Now, this is the problem you have then if you're in the region. Of how is it that you deal with it.
Mr. Ambassador, as experienced diplomat, what is the abnormal thing about President Trump's policy in the region?
Well, let's I want to give a second on how you deal with this, but I'll deal with the abnormal. Let's start with the war with Iran. You know, it's very hard to win a war if you don't know what it is you want to accomplish. Is the war intended to eliminate Iran's nuclear program, which was totally obliterated last June? Or is it to open the Strait of Hormuz, which was open the day before the war began? Or was it to cause regime change by eliminating the supreme leader and proclaiming that you had succeeded when you had replaced him with his even more hardline son? Now we have a negotiation. Well, it turns out it's really very hard to have a successful negotiation if you don't know what you want to accomplish in the negotiation. Is it the total elimination of Iran's enrichment facilities, or is it reopen the Strait of Hormuz and we'll talk about it later? At times, he pulled out of the JCPOA, the Obama-era agreement, and now he appears to be talking about something that's much less. Again, this is not normal. And all the behavior I'm describing, I would take up the whole time to describe the abnormal behavior, but you all see it. Now, what do you do if you're in the region? Well, there are different strategies. This MBS, the Saudis, they've said that flattery works, and to some degree it does. The Qataris, bribery, give him a 747. The Emiratis, let his family all do business. And that probably works for them. For the Iraqis, it's more difficult. And for Kurdistan, probably the best strategy is to lay low and say nothing at all and just wait for the next 2.5 years to pass. I will say one final point, which is everybody says this is just about Trump. It isn't just about Trump. It is about the extraordinary weakness of American institutions. We talk about the importance of having an independent judiciary in the world. When we preach about democracy, we don't have it. It's a partisan judiciary. We talk about respecting the results of elections. It isn't that Trump didn't respect the results of the 2020 elections. It is that virtually all the elected Republican members of Congress voted to overturn an election that was free, that was indisputably fair, that Biden won by 7 million votes. Or the American press. We talk about the free press, and yet oligarchs have now taken over the Washington Post, CBS, which was the paper that brought down Nixon with Watergate, CBS, the network that told the truth about Vietnam. All these things are disappearing, and that is a real challenge for the region. It's a challenge for Europe. It's a challenge for the world, and don't pretend it isn't happening or that this is some normal situation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, especially your advice to the Kurdistan here, to the region. Let me see if Deputy Minister Sadala listens to this advice to play low-key with the Trump administration and to be under the radar of the government of the United States. So give us your first initial statement. Do you actually accept this, what the ambassador says about play it low, and what is your views regarding the Trump administration's policies here in the region?
سپاس بۆم دەرفەتە، سپاس بۆ ڕێکخراوی دێڵفی کە بۆ ئێمەم دەرفەتەی ڕەخسان لێرە قسە بکەین دەربارەی سیاسەتی ئەمریکا و داهاتووی ئەم هەرێمەی ئێمە ئەم هەرێم لە کوردستانی عێراق. زۆر گرنگە ئەمریکا لە عێراق پرۆژەی هەبێت و هەوڵبات با بڵێن زۆر گرنگی بە کۆمەڵگەی دیموکراسی بات، بە دیموکراسی خوازان بە ڕێکخراوی کۆمەڵگەی مەدەنی بدات. ئەوەی کە ئێستا ئێمە لێرە هەستی پێ ناکەین ئەوەیە ئەگەر بێت ئێمەکەوتنە بینی دوو بەرداشتەوە بینی ئێران کە وڵاتێکی زۆر گرنگە بۆ ئێمە و لەم لاشەوە ئەمریکا کە 20 ساڵە ئارامی و ئاسایشی بۆ ئێمە دابین کردووە. ئێران لەولاوە وڵاتێکی زۆر گرنگە بۆ ئێمە چونکە لەم لەوەتی هەرێمی کوردستان هەیە پێش هەرێمی کوردستان ئێمە ئاوارە بووین دەرگای بۆ ئێمە کردوتەوە، دوایەوەش بەرژەوەندی ئابوری و عومقی استراتیژیشمان لەوێ هەیە، بە تایبەتی ئەم شاری سلێمانی کە ئێمە ئەمڕۆ لێرە ئەم پەناڵی لێ ئەەکەین. بۆ بۆ مەسلەی کە ئەمریکا پرۆژەی هەبێ زۆر گرنگە ئەمریکا هاوشێوەی ئێران بکات. ئێران لە عێراق زۆر سەرکەوتووە. ئێران لە چەند ساڵی ڕابردووە لەگەڵ هەموو توێژ و چینەکان لە پەیوەندیا بووە، لەگەڵ مەلا، لەگەڵ پۆلیس، لەگەڵ مامۆستای زانکۆ، لەگەڵ سیاسیەکان، لەگەڵ سەنتەری ئاینیەکان، لەگەڵ عەرەب و کورد و شیعە و سونەش لە پەیوەندیا بووە، بۆیە توانیوێتی باشتر پەیوەندیەکانی خۆی ئیدامە پێ بدا و پرۆژەی زیاتری هەبێ. لە حاڵتی با بڵێن ئەمریکیەکانە بەداخەوە بەو شێوەیە نەبووە کە ئەمریکیەکان ئازادیشیان بۆ ئێمەێناوە لە 20 ساڵی ڕابردووە با بڵێن ئەمن و ئاساییشیان بۆ ئێمە دابین کردووە و هەرێمی کوردستان بە هەرێمێکی با بڵێن ئارام لە قەڵەم دراوە، بەڵام ئەمریکایەکان زیاتر بەس تەعاملیان لەگەڵ توێژی سیاسیە حکومڕانە هەبووە کە ئەوانش ئەگەر بێت و لە ئۆکەی وڵاتانی ئیقلیمیان لەسەر نەبووایە زۆر زەحمەت بوو لە دەسەڵاتە بمێننەوە. ئێستا ئێمە ڕاستە ناوچەکە بە قۆناغێکی زۆر هەستیارە تێئەپەڕێت. ئەمریکا هاتووە لەم منتیقەیە هێزێکی زۆری هێناوە، شەڕێکی بەرپا کردووە، بەڵام ئەشتوانین بڵین هەمان شێوە لە ئەفغانستانیش ڕوویدا. لە ئەفغانستان هێزێکی زۆر هات، با بڵین وڵاتی ئەفغانستان ئازاد کرا، 20 دانە ساڵ حکم کرا، هەوڵدرا دیموکراسی بخێ سەر پێ، هەوڵدرا سەقامگیری بگەڕێتەوە بۆ وڵاتەکە، بەڵام 20 ساڵ جاری کەم چەنە تەسلیمی جەماعەتی ئەو پارلێ سەرفکەوت تەسلیمی تاڵیبان کرایەوە. ئێمە ئەگەر بێت و سەر تەماشای وڵاتی دراسی خۆمان بکەین سووریا، ڕاستە سووریا بەشار ئەسەد پیاوێکی دیکتاتۆر بوو، لە کەمەنەتەوەیەکی عەلەوی بوو، بە حکمی بەڵم با بڵێن بە دەستێکی ئاسنین حکمڕانیە کرد، بەڵام دەستکاری پێکهاتەکان دەستکاری پێکهاتەی وڵات کەمێنەتەوەکان شێوەی پێکەوە ژیانی ناکرد. ئێمە لەم کاتەیە خەڵک ینی پاش ئەو هەموو ساڵێکە ئەو دوورخایەوە هیچ بەرنامەیەک نەبوو کە بەرنامە نەبوو، کابرایەک هات کە خۆی ناوی ئەحمەد شەرعە، هەموو شەرقی ئەوسەتی ڕاستڵەکان و دوایی ئێستا ئەم ئەحمەد شەرع هاتووە لە شەرقی ئەوسەت یا بڵێن لە سووریایە دەستکاری پێکهاتەکانەکە، دەستکاری پێکەوە ژیانەکە، شەریعی هێناوە کردوێتە بنەماکانی حکومڕانی. بۆیە ئەمەش جارێککە ئەبێتە هۆی ئەوەی کە کێشەی گەورە بۆ ئێمە دروستە بێت لە شەرقی ئەوسەت کە زۆربەی نەتەوەکان یا هەمومان ئێمە هەست بە ئارامی ناکەین، چکە واستەکەین بەدیل حازرن. وەختێک تۆ ڕژێمێک لە ناوە بێ، ڕژێمێک ڕوخێنیت ئەوێ بەدیل حازێ بێت، ئەوێ پرۆژەت هەبێ. هەمان مۆزوع بۆ ئێرانیش ڕاستە، شەڕێک بەرپاکرا لە ئێران و ئەچەن ئێران زۆر 6,000 ساڵە و مێژووی هەیە، حەزارەتی دام و دەستگا و دامەزراوە هەیە، زۆری فەرقە لەگەڵ عێراقا یا لەگەڵ با بڵێن سووریایە. بەڵام کە ئێمە هاتوین ئەمڕۆ شەڕێک یەخەی گرتوین، ئێمەش کەوتوینێتە ئەو بینەوە لە هەرێمی کوردستانە ئێرانە. ئێران وا بە ئاسانی گۆڕانکاری تیان ناکرێت. ئێران وڵات با بڵێن بۆتە هین هێزێکی هەرێمەیە بەقووەتە لەم منتیقەیە و تا ئێستاش ئێمە بەرچاومان ڕوون نییە دوای ڕوخانی و پرۆژەی ئەمریکا یا پرۆژەی غەرب بۆ ئەوێ چییە. لەم ناوانەیە ئەمریکا دەرکەوت کە تەنیایە کە هاتووەتە بۆ ئەم شەڕە هاتووە گۆڕانکاری لە شەرقی ئەوسەتا بکات. ئێران ئەمریکا تەنیایە، ترامپ بە تەنیایی ماوەتەوە، هەتا دۆستەکانی لە حلفی ناتۆ کە شەریک بوون لەگەڵیا ئەوانە نەهاتن پشگیری بکەن ئاسمانەکەی بۆ بکەنەوە یا هێز بنێرن بۆ مەنتیقەکە بۆی کە بتوان ئەم گەڕ و هەرمزەی کە بۆتە کێشەیەکی گەورە هەریچ نەبێت تۆزێ لە بار سوکردنی ئەمریکا. بۆیە ئەمریکا پێویستە لێرە ئێمە زیاتر دەرفەت بە دیبلۆماسیەت بدەین، ئەبێ پێویستە لێرە زیاتر دەرفەت بە سەرۆک ترامپ بدەین کە لێرە بە تەنیا بە جیانیش دنیای غەرب کە ئاسمانەکەیان بۆ نەکردووە لە ئەوروپا کە هیچ هێزیان بۆ نەنار بۆ هاوکاریکردنی بە بۆچوونی من لێرە دەرفەتی بدێتێ ئەو خۆی ئاشتێکە بکات، خۆی ئەو ڕێکەوتنە بکات لە بینی ئێران و ئەمریکایە. من باوەڕم پێی هەیە ئەگە پرۆژەی هەبێت دوو لە ڕووخان ئەتوانڕێت لەم حاڵەتەیە ڕێکەوتنێ بکرێ، بەڵام لەو ڕێکەوتنەشە ئەبێت میلەتانی ئەم مەنتیقەی ڕەچاو بکرێن، نابێ فەرامۆش بکرێن، بێ وڵاتانی عەرەبی بەشدار بن لە پرۆسەی با بڵێن ڕێکەوتنەکە کاکرێ، هیچ بەرژەوەندەکانی ئەوان ڕەچاو بژیرێت بەڵام
I
هێشتا بە
was
چاومان
going
ڕوون
to
نییە.
ask you about your views regarding
I can't hear you,
an
sorry.
agreement on the next round, but let's make a pause on this and go to Mr. Bilal Wahab and ask him about the misperception that maybe Washington, some people must have about Iraq. Some people misread the Iraq and see it as an extension of Iran. To what extent this damages the profile of Iraq and the region, and do you think this misread is disrupting and is real?
Well, first of all, welcome back to Slimani. I welcome Delphi, and I'm glad that we're managing to do this. It's fantastic to see you. Before I address your question, the previous comments that I heard from Kagdaban and from Peter reminds me of something that Lee Kuan Yew, the ever-wise president and founder of today's Singapore, said. He said, when elephants fight, the grass suffers. Ironically, when elephants make love, the grass still suffers. We're a small country. If we talk about KRG, it's even smaller. So we don't have the luxury of, like beggars are not choosers. We gotta throw everything we have at it. We don't have the choice of just putting forward our politics or only putting forward our stories.
And what is the main obstacle towards
The main obstacle from Washington, and I was just there about 2 weeks ago, is, and this is chronicle, but I think under the Trump administration it's even more pronounced, that Iraq and the KRG are seen almost exclusively through the lens of Iran, through the prism of Iran. And for an administration that is transactional, has no patience for nuances, doesn't like stories, and to be Iran-focused, then the challenge for Iraq, for the Iraqi government, and for the Kurdish government is how do you adapt? And more important than adapt is where do you find your agency? Because it cannot be in a constant state of reaction. Adaptation and reaction are two separate things. So we need to find, and again, as a country and as a people, we need to find our agency and find what is best for the country, what's best for the region, and then agree on that. The problem with Iraq's political dysfunction is we cannot seem to agree on anything. If political dysfunction were, you've heard me say this before, if political dysfunction were an art form, then Iraq would be a Picasso. So while the war happens, then we still hear all the bickering, it takes so long to form an Iraqi government, we still don't have a KRG government, and you would think that a war would be sharpening the minds and focusing the purpose. The Iran focus, I think, is one problem with today's Washington approach. The other is the state-centric, the government-centric approach, as if Iraq and the KRG are just made of political leaders and state actors. What they miss is what Prime Minister Petkov mentioned, is the 2%. It's the people, it's the civil society, the universities, the entrepreneurs, the CEOs. Actually, Iraq is women. Kurdistan is women who are very active. And I was not super happy to see that some of the panels, including this one, doesn't have any women. We need greater women voices. So to see Iraq only through Iran's prism and the government prism, and to ignore civil society, the entrepreneurs, that 2%, I think is a missed opportunity. And I'm glad that AUIS, the university where I have the honor of serving, we are investing in that 2%. We are in the business of promoting the 2%. And our message to the government, both here in Washington, is how can you invest in that 2%? Because as I mentioned earlier, we don't have the luxury of being very selective. We're small, we're the grass, and we're going to suffer regardless. So we have to throw everything at it. We have to use our soft power. We have to use our hard power. We have to use our story and our history. But yes, we also need to adapt. I think what Peter mentioned, that's the other Picasso in Washington, today's political dysfunction. But we don't have a choice. We're not choosers. So adaptation, as Kagdaban mentioned, is not a choice. It's a must. But for us to adapt, we have to have those institutions that decide and define national interest and play arbiter between the political disputes. And this is where political dysfunction in Iraq and the weakness of institutions is not just a nuisance, it's not just a discomfort. I think it becomes a matter of national security and survival.
Thank you, Bilal. Now, we have only 4.5 minutes. Peter, you have spoken about repeated Kurdish setbacks. What is the key lesson Kurdish should draw from its history with Washington? I want your comment, and I want of the other two speakers' comment as well about what's the right policy, because you mentioned this.
I have to, though, commend Bilal for his courage heading an American university and still advocating for DEI. Inside joke, I guess. One other comment before I turn to this. One of the things when you're here with all the experts, foreign policy experts, we have all these foreign policy terms. We're discussing the policy as if it was transactional or using deterrence. That's not what's going on. And if you cannot grasp that this is not about any rational policy behavior or approach, then you're missing what's going on. Now, coming to Kurdistan. First, I think the Kurdish leadership, both the Iraqi Kurds and the Iranian Kurds, were very smart to not go into Iran. And baffle Talabani actually...
What made them, Mr. Ambassador, think different at this point?
They actually know something about history, which is what the Americans who are trying to get them to do this don't. There is a 51-year history of the United States encouraging the Kurds to participate in its military ventures and then betraying them. 75, Henry Kissinger and the Algiers Accord. 2017, Donald Trump allowing Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi Muhandis, who had been convicted of blowing up an American embassy, to use American Abrams tanks to attack Kirkuk. Donald Trump allowed that. And then, in 2019, giving Erdogan a green light to attack the Syrian Kurds weeks after they had been troops on the ground to defeat the Islamic State. And again in 2026. So they aren't stupid. They see there, they know that they cannot rely on the United States, and particularly not on Donald Trump. And with the story in Syria, if I'm going to give them a little bit of advice, stop listening to Tom Barrack. There's no negotiated deal between the Rojava, the Syrian Kurds, and Shara. The only way that the Kurdish rights in Syria are going to be protected, and that's also true for the Alawites, the Druze, the Christians, and secular Syrians, which are the majority, is to have the Constitution of Syria written by an elected constituent assembly. Just do the math. 35% of Syria are Druze, Kurds, Alawites, Christians. Of the 65% or 60% they're Sunni, many are secular. You will not get an Islamist state if you have an elected constituent assembly write the Constitution. But Trump and Barrack, they don't understand that. They're trying to cut a deal with Shara.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. We have only 1 minute. Minister Sadala, how difficult is to balance, to take this decision, not to accept the call of the United States to play a role in Iran, and to balance this? How difficult was that decision for you guys?
من پێشتر باسیەوەم کرد کە ئێمە ئەمریکا ئازادی بۆ ئێمە هێناوە پێشی 20 ساڵێک 23 ساڵێک وەلامان کاتشا وڵاتی ئێران وڵاتێکی دراوسەی زۆر گرنگە بەڵام لەمان کاتشا زۆر ئاڵۆزە. ئێمە کە وەختێ شەڕ دەستی پێکرد با بڵێن سەرکردایەتی سیاسی کورد نەویست ئەم جارەش ببێتەوە بە قوربانی ئەو شەڕ و پێکدادان و ئاڵۆزیانەی منتیقەیە ڕێگا ڕاستەکەی هەڵبژات. ڕێگا ڕاستەکەش ئەوە بوو کە ئێمە ئەو شەڕە شەڕی ئێمە نییە، ئەو شەڕە شەڕی وڵاتێکی دراوسەیە لەگەڵ ئەمریکایە و بە دوور و نزیکە بێمە خۆمان لێ دوور بگرین. هەرچەندە زۆر قورس بووە و ئاسان نەبوو لەو قۆناغە دەبینە دەرێ، بەڵام هەتاکو ئێستاش مەترسیەر بەردەوامە، هەتاکو ئێستاش سەقامگیری هەر لە ناوچەکە بەردەوامە. هەموو وەختێک ئەو شەڕاتوانێت دەست پێ بکاتەوە. کار و ئەرچی ئەمەیە وەکو حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان و پارتە سیاسیەکان بەرژەوەندی خەڵکی خۆمان و ئەمن و ئیستیقرار لەم ناوچەی خۆمان بپارێزین.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Bilal, your comment. What is the key lesson learned of this history for Kurdistan with the United States and Washington?
I think Iraq and Kurdistan's greatest asset is not the oil, it's human capital. And Iraq and Kurdistan's future, therefore, will not be built by government alone. And therefore, we have to find our agency and exercise it.
Thank you so much, all of you, the speakers, and thank you for your attention. It was very interesting for us. This very short. I would love to have longer, half an hour more to discuss about this important issue. Very much important for us to learn your views, and thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
زۆر سپاس بۆ پانێڵیستە خۆشەویستەکان بۆ ڕوونکردنەوەکانیان. خۆشەویستان، ئێستا سەرنجەکانمان دەگەڕێنینەوە بۆ سەر بنەمای بەرگری ناوچەیی بۆ کۆتا گفتوگۆی ڕۆژ یەکەم تیشک دەخینە سەر میکانیزمەکانی پێشەوەی سەقامگیری هەرێمایەتی. پێکەوە بە خێراتنی بەڕێز کاک شۆڕش ئیسماعیل وەزیری کاروباری پێشمەرگی حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان دەکەین بۆ سەر ستەیج هاوکات لەگەڵیدا بۆ بەڕێوەبردنی ئەم گفتوگۆکراوەیە داوا لە بەڕێز باسیل گاڤاڵاس هاوبەشی بەڕێوەبردن لە میلهۆس ئەسۆشیێتد دەکەین بفەرمێت.
Work. Does it work? Perfect. You know, every lesson in history tells us that the enemies of freedom never stop because they are satisfied. They stop only when they are stopped. Barry Goldwater was right in the 60s to say that peace is always preserved through strength and that accommodation always invites danger and many times disgrace. Every act of appeasement invites another advance, another ultimatum. You know, when ISIS came to these lands, they demanded submission. Then Kurdish soldiers, the Peshmergas, had the courage to say to them, there's a price we will not pay, and there's a point beyond you must not advance. And because the Peshmergas bore the burden of battle, others enjoyed the blessings of peace, and civilization prevailed. So the people of Kurdistan did not actually defend only the Kurds. They defended the principle that free people must never negotiate with terrorists, and they must never bow before terror. Not in the beaches, but in the mountains, the villages, the streets, and that's actually the legacy of the Peshmergas. And we're very glad and honored to host here the minister entrusted with moving forward that legacy. Welcome, Minister.
زۆر سپاس ئامادەبوانی بەڕێز خۆشحاڵین کە ئەمڕۆ ئێمە لێرە لەم سەکۆ گرنگە نێودەوڵەتیە کۆبووینەتەوانێ زۆر سپاسی ڕێکخراانی ئەم کۆڕبەندە گرنگە ئەکەین کە توانیوێتی دەرفەتێکی زێڕین بێنێتە ئاراوە بۆ ئەوەی ئەم سەرکردە و توێژەران و خەڵقانی بیرمەند لە دەوریە کۆ بکاتەوە بۆ ئەوەی تاوتێ و گفتوگۆیەکی تێر و تەسەل بکەن لەسەر ئەو ئاڵانگاریانەی کە هاوبەشی پێکەوەمان هەیە. بۆ پرسیارەکەی جەنابیشت بێگومان ئاشتی لە دوای بەرگریەکی زۆر لە هەرێمی کوردستان ئاشتی هاتۆتە کایەوە. پێشمەرگە توانیوێتی بە تایبەتی ئەگەر نمونەی شەڕی داعش بێنینەوە توانیوێتی کە بە هەزاران شەهید و نزیکەی 11,000 پێشمەرگە بریندار ببەخشێت. لەو قۆناغەیە بەو ئازایەتی فیداکاری و قارەمانەتی پێشمەرگە کە کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتیش وەکو تەحالفی دەولی بەشدار بووە، پێشمەرگە لە جیاتی کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتی شەڕی دژی داعش کردووە و بەو ئازایەتی و فیداکاریە پێشمەرگە مێژوویەکی پرسەروەری و شانازی تۆمار کردووە کە ئەم مێژووە پرشانازی و لەبیر نەچووە بە چاودێری و لە بەرچاوی کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتی بووە، هاوپەیمانی نێودەوڵەتی بووە. ئەمە بۆ خۆی متمانەیەکی گەورەی لای هاوپەیمانان لای کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتی بۆ هێزێکی باوەڕپێکراوی وەکو پێشمەرگە دروست کردووە. لەبەرەوە پێشمەرگەی کوردستان هێزێکی متمانە پێکراوی ڕەنگە ئەوە دەرسێکی هەمیشەیی بێ یا وانەیە بێ کە پێم وایە هەموو بە ئەفسەران و دیپلۆماتکار و هەموو خەڵقانی ئەوروپا و ئەمریکاوە شانازی بۆ مێژووەکەن کە لەگەڵ پێشمەرگەیە لە شەڕی تێکشکاندنی تەلیسمی داعشە بەشداریان کردووە. و هەر ئەمەش بووە کە پێشمەرگە بۆ بە سمبولێکی پیرۆ، سیمبولێکی خۆشەویست لە کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتیە کە باسی پێشمەرگە ئەەکەی لە پشتی ئەم ناوەوە کە هەموو خەڵقی دنیا ناوی پێشمەرگە وەکو سیمبولێکی لێ هاتووە دەیان و سەدان و هەزاران چیرۆکی ڕاگری یەتەوە یاد کە پێشمەرگە لەو قۆناغەیە فیداکارێکی کەمێنەی کردووە.
Minister, you know better than anyone that security can never be taken for granted. What can Western societies learn from the Peshmergas?
ئێمە ئەتوانین ئەوەی کە وانەیەکی لەبیر نەکراو کە کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتی لە خەڵقی کوردستان و پێشمەرگەی وەرگرتە بێ، من ئەتوانم چەند نمونەیەک بێنمەوانێ. یەکێ لەو نمونانە لە ڕاپەڕینی خەڵقی کوردستانە و کە هێزی پێشمەرگە دەوری داینەمە و قیادەکردنی ڕاپەڕینی هەبووە. 100,000 ئەفسەر و جوندی بەدیل گیرا بوو لە شارەکانی کوردستان. ئەم سلێمانیە زیاد لە 50-60,000 ئەفسەر و سەرباز سچن بوون و لەژێر دەستی پێشمەرگە و خەڵقا بوون، هەموو مەکتەبەکان و مزگەوتەکان و ماڵەکان پڕ بوون. دوای ئەوەی کە هەرێمی کوردستان تووشی ئەنفال ببوو، تووشی کیمیاباران ببوو، هەموو دێهاتەکانیشی وێران کرابوو، یعنی ئەبینین کە خەڵقی کوردستان یعنی دەرسێکی لێبوردەیی گەورەی بە دنیاە کە هەموو ئەو سەرباز و ئەفسەرانەی بەخشی و هەمویان ڕۆشتنەوە ماڵ و حاڵ و ژیانی خۆیان. بۆیە خەڵکی کوردستان ئاشتی ئەوێ و ئەمە وانەیەکە کە ئەکرێ کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتی دنیا دوا بە دوای ئەوانەش ئەو لێبوردەیی کە لەناو هێزی پێشمەرگەیە لەناو کۆمەڵگەی کوردەواریە و ئەو کاتانەشی کە تەحالفی دەولی لە هەرێمی کوردستانە بووە ئەم وانانە وانەیەکی لە بیر نەکراوی زیندوی مێژووین کە ئەتوانی کوردشان نازی پێوە بکەن.
You know, Minister, the fact that last week I was able to go to New York City or DC is very much thanks to you and the fight you gave against ISIS. And since we're talking lessons and, you know, the age welcomes discussing lessons from wars, what are the lessons from the fight against ISIS that are still relevant today?
ئێمە ئەتوانین چەند نمونەیەکی کە بێنینەوە ئەوەی کە ئەو خۆڕاگری و فیداکاری کە پێشمەرگە لە فترەیەکی زەمەنی کەما توانی پیشانی هاوپەیمانی نێودەوڵەتی بکات ئەم وانەیەکی لە بیر نەکراوە کە ئەتوانین یعنی هەموو ئەوانەی کە هاتوون مەشق و ڕاهێنانیان بە هێزی پێشمەرگە کردووە هەموو ئەوانەی کە هاتوون لەگەڵ پێشمەرگەیە لە شەڕی دژی داعشا بەشدار بوون بە شێوەیەکی سەرسوڕهێنەر باسی ئەو هەماهەنگیەکەن باسی ئەو فیداکاریە ئەکەن باسی ئەو نەبەزین و چاونەترسی ئەکەن کە لە هێزی پێشمەرگەیە هەبووە. بۆیە پێشمەرگە و هەرێمی کوردستان ئەم ئاشتەی کە ئەمڕۆ بەرقەراری کردووە نەتیجەی یا بەرئەنجامی 100 ساڵ خەبات و قوربانیدانی گەلەکەی بووە. بۆیە هەمیشە بڕوای بەوە هەیە کە ئاشتی ئەبێت بە زەبری هێز بچەسپێنرێ و ئەو زەبری هێزەش کە پێشتر فیداکاری و قوربانیدانی هێزی پێشمەرگە بووە کە ئێستا بەری ڕەنجەکەی هەمومان لەم سلێمانیە ئێستا بەری ڕەنجی ئەو فیداکاریە ئەبینن کەم جادەی سلێمانی هەیە کە دەیان گەنجی لەسەر جادەکەی گولە باران نەکرابێ لە مەعسکەرەکانی دەیان سەدان گۆڕی بە کۆمەڵمان لە دوای ڕاپەڕینەوە دۆزیوێتەوە ئەم ئاشتیە بەری ئەو فیداکاریە کە پێشتر گەلی کوردستان قوربانی بۆداوە.
I mean, you talked a lot about your collaboration with foreign powers, and what are your priorities now, you know, when it comes to international cooperation and partnerships? What do you expect for them?
ئێمە لەگەڵ هاوپەیمانانە لە ساڵی 2022 و بە تایبەتی لە ئەمریکایە من پێشەوەی ئەوەش باسکەم جێگەی خۆیەتی کە من سپاسی هاوپەیمانی نێودەوڵەتی بکەم و لەسەر هەمووشیانەوە ئەمریکا کە لە ماوەی ئەو چەند ساڵەیە هاوکارێکی بەردەوامی هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان بووە چ لە ڕووی داراییەوە چ لە ڕووی چەکەوە چ لە ڕووی مەشق و هاوکاری لۆجستی ترەوانێ. ئەوەی کە ئێستا هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان یا وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە پێویستێتی ئێمە لێکتێگەشتنێکمان لە نێوان وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە وەزارەتی جەنگی ئەمریکایە هەبووە. ئەو لێکتێگەشتنە مانگی نوێی ئەم ساڵ تەواوە بێ. دڵخۆشکەر ئەبوو و ئێمە خۆمان لە وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە هەوڵێکی زۆرمان ناوە بۆ ئەوەی ئەو لێکتێگەشتنەی نێوان وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە وەزارەتی جەنگی ئەمریکا دووبارە بکەینەوە تازە بکەینەوە لەبەرەوەی ناوچەکەی ئێمە ئەخوازێ و هاوپەیمانی نێودەوڵەتی نابێ کورد بەجێ بێڵە و پشتکاتە کورد ئەبێ لەگەڵ کووردا بمێنێتەوە لەگەڵ پێشمەرگە بمێنێتەوانێ و بتوانێت کە قۆناغێکی تر چکە مەترسیەکان لەسەر ناوچەکە بەو شێوەیە نییە ئێمە خۆم ڕەئم وایە ئەگەر عێراق بەهێز ببێ ئەبێ لە ڕووی دیموکراتیەوە بەهێز بێ ئەگەر لە ڕووی دارایی و چەک و جێشەوە بەهێز بێ ڕەنگە مەترسی بێ بۆ سەر هەرێمی کوردستان. بۆیە ئەبێ هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان هەمیشە ئامادە بێ هەمیشە مەشق پێکراو بێ و هاوپەیمانی نێودەوڵەتی بە تایبەتی ئەمریکا هەمیشە شان بەشان و بە پشتیوانی هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان بکە بۆ ئەوەی بتوانێ ئەم قۆناغەش تێپەڕێنێ ئەویش بەوەی کە جارێکیکە لێکتێگەشتنێکی نێوان وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە و وەزارەتی جەنگی ئەمریکا کە ضرورە گەرچی ئێستا لەوە حیوارە استراتیجیی کە لە بینی عێراق و ئەمریکا هەیە وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە بەشێکە لەوە حیوارە بەڵام من خۆم ڕەئم وایە کە یعنی ئەمە شتێکی گرنگە ئێمە پێما خۆم بەشێکی لە عێراقێکی فیدرال بەشێک نین لە عێراقێکی مرکزی کە یعنی هیچ مەجالی حیوار و ئەم شتانەی تیانە مێنێ بەڵکو بەشێکین لە عێراق و پێشمەرگە بەشێکە لە عێراق ئەگەر دەستور جێبەجێ کرێ ئێمە لەم دەستورەیە ڕەنگە بتوانین هەم پێویستمان بەو لێک تێگەیشتنە ئەبێ هەم پێویستیشمان بەوە ئەبێ کە هەموو کێشەکان یا ئاڵنگارەکانی کە ڕۆکاتە هەرێمی کوردستان ئێمە ئەتوانین بە حیوار و بە گفتوگۆ لەگەڵ دامەزراوەکانی عێراقا چارەسەری پێویستی بۆ بدۆزینەوە بۆیە جارێککە ئەواڵم کە هاوپەیمانی نێودەوڵەتی ئەبێ لە هەرێمی کوردستان بە شێوەیەک من خۆم زۆر جار پێشنیارم کردو وەکو مەناگ بمێنێتەوە کە 5 وڵاتن کە ئەوانە ڕاستەوخۆ بەشێ بوون لە پرۆسەی چاکسازی لە وەزارەتی پێشمەرگەیە بۆ ئەو قۆناغە پێویستمان بەو پشتیوانی و هاوکارێ بەردەوامەی هێزی هاوپەیمانانەیە بە تایبەتی توان بڵێم بۆ مەناگ ئەو 5 دەوڵەتەی کە ئەمریکا و بەریتانیا و ئیتالیا و هۆڵندا و ئەو ئەڵمانیا ئەو 5 وڵاتە ضرورە من
You know, Minister, what Ukraine teaches us is primarily that conflict is changing. It's becoming increasingly autonomous, software-dominated, data-driven. So how do you think the Peshmergas can adapt to new tech, to new realities, including AI and drones, for example?
ئێمە بەداخەوە لە جوگرافیایکی خراپین کە وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە و حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان توانای ئەوەی نییە یعنی ڕێگە پێدراو نییە لە ڕووی یاساییەوە کە یا وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە ڕێگە پێدراو نییە کە خۆی بتوانێت هەم درۆن و هەم دژە درۆن و هەم ئەوەی کە سایبەر سکیوریتی هەیە ئێمە توانیمان ئێستا لە وەزارەتی پێشمەرگەیە ئەوەی کە لە دەسەڵاتی ئێمەیە هەم زانستەکە و هەم زانیاری لەسەر درۆن و دژە درۆن هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان بە گشتی شارەزاییەکی ینی پێدراوە لەو ڕۆوە مەشق و ڕاهێنانی پێکراوە لە خۆپاراستن و ڕوبەڕووبوونەوە لەو مەترسیانەیە لە مەترسی درۆن و دژە درۆنە هیوادارم بۆیە ئەڵێم ئەگەر عێراق دەستور جێبەجێکە ئەبێت عێراق بە یەکسانی و بە عەدالەتەوە هەم چۆن سەیری وەزارەتی بەرگری عێراقەکە کە پشتیوانیەکە هاوکاریەکە بە هەمان شێوە پشتیوانی و هاوکاری و دەعمی وەزارەتی پێشمەرگەش بکە بۆیە لەو کاتەیە وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە ئەتوانێت ئەم درۆن و دژە درۆن و ئەم ئایە بچێتە پێشەوانێ کە عێراق بە شێوەیە لە شێوەکان ینی دەست و پەنجە نەرم کار لەگەڵ هەرێمی کوردستانەوە بە تایبەتی وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە وەزارەتی پێشمەرگە سەلباندوێتی کە هێزێکی بڕوا پێکراوی متمانە پێکراوە هەم لە عێراقا هەم لە کۆمەڵگەی نێودەوڵەتیە لەبەرەوە ئێمە خۆمان بە بەشێ لە عێراق زانین بە عێراقێکی فیدرالی کە هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستانیش بەشێکە لە سیستەمی بەرگری عێراقی بۆیە ئەبێ عێراق لەم ڕۆوە هەوڵ باکە ئەو ئەرکەی کە لە سەرشانێتی بۆ ئەوی پێشمەرگەش بتوانێت دام و دەستگا ئابوورە گرنگەکانی هەرێمی کوردستان سەرچاوە نەوتیەکان بیرە نەوتەکان کۆرمۆر ئەم شوێنانە بتوانێت بەو چەکە پێشکەوتوانە بپارێزێ چکە ئێمە بینین کە لەگەڵ ئەوەی کە بەشێک نەبووین لە شەڕ بەشێکیش نەبووین و هەموو سەرکردایەتی سیاسی هەرێمی کوردستان ڕایگەیان و وەزارەتی پێشمەرگەش چەند جار ڕاماگەیانتووە کە ئێمە بەشێنین لەو ململانەی کە لە بینی ئیسرائیل و ئەمریکا و ئێرانە هەیە و خۆشمان پاراستووە نەبووین بە بەشێ بەڵام زیاد لە 800 موشەکی هێرشی گەورەی درۆنی و موشەکی کراوەتە سەر هەرێمی کوردستان و پێشمەرگەش زیانێکی زۆری بەرکەوتووە شەهید و بریندار و دەیان شەهید و سەدان برینداری لێکەوتوتەوە ئەگەر هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان پرچەک بواە بە درۆن و دژە درۆن ئێمە هەمیشە کە باسی بەهێزی خۆمانەکەی بۆ پاراستنی ئاشتیە یعنی سەلمانومانەکە ئێمە هێزێکی دەستدرێژیکردین هێزێکین لە کاتێکە کە هێزی پێشمەرگەی کوردستان دەسەڵاتی هەیە بۆ عێراق دروست نەبووە ڕەحمەتی مام جەلال و جەنابی کاک مەسعود و ئەمانە و سەرکردە سیاسەکان کاک نەشوان و ئەمانە چوون عێراقیان دروست کردێتەوە لەبەرەوە خەڵکی کوردستان و هێزی پێشمەرگەش خۆی بە بەشێک لە عێراقێکی دیموکراتی فیدرالی ئەزانێ بۆیە بێ عێراقیش لەو ڕۆوە دەستکراوە بێ بۆ دەعمی درۆن و ئەو ڕێگا بکاتەوە بۆ ئەوی هێزی پێشمەرگە پڕچەکرێ لەو ڕۆ.
Minister, thank you for being with me and with us in Suleimania, the right side of the KRG, which supports the West through thick and thin always. And I want to finish with a very simple conclusion, that the Peshmerga have proven their courage and they've paid their debt to the West. Now, the West should ensure that it gives them the means and the tools and the equipment to match that courage. So we in DC, in Paris, in London have a rendezvous with destiny, and I hope we're punctual to this rendezvous. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your spot.
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێز کاک شۆڕش ئیسماعیل وەزیری کاروباری پێشمەرگە لە حکوومەتی هەرێمی کوردستان بۆ وتەکانی. ئازیزان گەشتینە کۆتا پانێڵی ڕۆژیەکەم. زۆر جار چاودێرانی نێودەوڵەتی تەنها لە ڕێگەی قەیرانەکانەوە سەیری ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست دەکەن. ئەم دانیشتنەی کۆتایی ئەو گێڕانەوەی تێک دەشکێنێت و ناوچەکە نەک وەک ناسەقام گیریەک کە پێویستی بە بەڕێوەبردن بێت، بەڵکو وەک هاوبەشێکی سەرەکی لە بوارەکانی وزە، بازرگانی و پەیوەندە جیهانیەکان پێناسە دەکاتەوە. پانێڵی کۆتاییمان لە ژێر ناونیشانی ڕۆژهەڵاتی ناوەڕاست وەکو هاوبەش تێپەڕین لە قەیران بەرەو بەرژەوەندی هاوبەشەکان بەڕێوە دەچێت. داوا لە دامەزرێنەر و سەرۆکی کۆڕبەندی ئابوری دێڵفی بەڕێز سیمیۆن سۆمۆکۆز دەکەم بفەرمێت بۆ سەر ستەیج بۆ بەڕێوەبردننی کۆتا پانێڵ.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is our last panel. I don't have very good news for you. It will last 2 hours. Only my introduction is 132 pages. So be patient, please. We will finish around 9:15, okay? Good, you all agree. Thank you. We have a great discussion. This is about the Middle East as a partner, beyond crisis, towards shared interests. We said many times that the Middle East is framed through crisis rather than contribution. So how can we all consider or reconsider the Middle East as an economic and business partner? Today, the Middle East sits at the crossroads of some of the most important transformations. It remains central to global energy security. It is emerging as a critical hub for trade corridors, and its sovereign wealth funds are reshaping investment flows all over the world. So the question is whether not how we can engage with the Middle East, but how. And this is the topic of our discussion today. We have four great speakers here. Our Minister of International Economic Relations, Mr. Haris Theoharis. We have Mr. Hughes Hilderman, the Middle East and North Africa Director for 10 years at the International Crisis Group in Brussels, a very prominent organization. We have Zwan Sabir, who is actually the head of Tourist Board, the Minister of Tourism, am I right? And he's also Chief of Staff of the Deputy Prime Minister here at the Kurdish Regional Government. And Greg Mills, a man of the world. I don't know whether he is 1 week, where is he the other week, or whatever. He travels all over, from Africa to Europe to the United States, etc. So I would like to start with a question which goes primarily to two our speakers. I mean, the Minister and Mr. Hilderman, how can Europe, Minister Greece perhaps, can build genuine long-term strategic partnerships based on trade, energy, and connectivity?
Well, I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank you. Thank you not just for the invitation to speak in this very, very important conference, but mainly for your vision to actually create this point of dialogue at a city of culture, at a city where really this dialogue is very, very much needed, given that this dialogue is needed in the Middle East, not just here, but I think everywhere. I think you're right. And we, of course, first of all, we have to understand and set the scene. The scene is that we're moving away from a world of international law towards a more transactional order. This is not going to be forever. This is happening, however, during these few years, until a new security agreement and infrastructure is put in place. And then, of course, we will move to a next phase. During these times of turbulence, ensuring that the relationships are real, the relationships are built on trust, the relationships continue to function despite the difficulties, becomes a critical security consideration, not just an economic consideration. So really, having the openness, the connectivity, making the choices and sticking to your agreements, despite the world that is changing, is really of paramount importance. At the same time, things that normally fall under the economic purview, the energy axis, water scarcity, issues of dual use, things that normally we used to let the business people decide who to deal with. Now they're being viewed through the security lens. The security lens is the basic lens through which we have to reevaluate everything. If you are a country of the Gulf being affected by this war that's unfolding in front of our eyes, let's just say, for the sake of argument, UAE, are you not going to reevaluate your supply chains, where you're getting the stuff that you depend upon, and whether those supply chains come on through allies, through people that you can trust? So as I said, trust is becoming paramount. I think Greece and Europe and the Middle East have to play a very, very important role. We have to show that there is a different paradigm, not a paradigm of aggression or competition, but a paradigm of cooperation. Europe perhaps is not doing, moving fast in this respect, but certainly Greece, capitalizing on the historical ties with the region. We have long-standing cultural, people-to-people, and I think value and viewpoint ties with the region. The Kurds, Iraq, Greece, even Iran are great civilizations, long-term civilizations. We have a long-term view of history and of reality, and I think we can capitalize it. And what we need to do now is to look at specific sectors, specific projects, specific infrastructure and connectivity mainly, and security-related projects that we can do together. The more we do together, the more important our region becomes, and the more resilient our region becomes. Let me close with this. If you want to bypass, let's say, with oil, if you want to bypass the Straits, both Hormuz and the Red Sea, you need to somehow connect the Kurdistan region to the Mediterranean. And you have to cooperate with Syria, you have to cooperate with perhaps Jordan, Turkey, and the other countries in the region to be able to do that and to bypass this thing. So as I said...
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Mr. Hilderman, would you like to comment a little bit about the situation in Europe and Middle East?
Sure. Thank you so much, and thank you for the...
Thank you for joining us.
No, thank you for organizing me.
Absolutely.
It's my pleasure. And it's great to be back in Süleymaniyye. I come frequently, but not frequently enough. And I really appreciate your comments as well. I totally embrace them. I work for a conflict prevention organization. We're not very good at preventing conflict, you've seen it. But in any case, it is our business to understand what drives conflict. And there are many things that can be done in common between Europe and various actors, countries, regions in the Middle East. And of course also within the region itself. And there are many positive examples of good cooperation in the past, but everything is being subverted in a way by the conflicts that are not only multiplying but also growing and becoming more intense in a way because of the involvement of the United States in particular in the war in Iran at the moment. But it is it's what we've seen really come after October 2023 with Israel being involved in fighting in, well, they were involved in, I think it was, you know, a number of countries and regions in the past couple of years. The cooperation is critical when it comes to the impact of climate change. It's very obvious. We have the water situation, you mentioned it already. I think it's not a benefit to speak at the end of the day because many things have been said. I want to repeat what some others have said, Volker Perthes in particular, about one of the main deficits of the region is the absence of good governance. It is the major fact that prevents the region from moving forward. And it's certainly very possible to cooperate on this, but all of these issues are put on the back burner because of the need to draw the resources toward defending yourself in these times of armed conflict. So again, as a conflict prevention organization, we're looking for ways of reducing the drivers to come to ceasefires, but also to translate these ceasefires into longer-term peace accords.
I know you are coming from a different road, but I would like to ask whether perhaps you're the minister, know anything about the India-Middle East European corridor, which unfortunately was not mentioned today, which is a major, major project, which is, if materializes, it will change the entire, region. Do you think that this has some future in view of the conflicts that we see these days?
Yeah. I think the answer is complicated. There's a yes part and there's a no part. The no part is the way the corridor, you can see this, by the way, by the choice of the word corridor in its name, was envisioned, was really a single route of connectivity from India all the way to Europe. Now this is very, very vulnerable as a concept. we've seen this with the Straits of Hormuz and stuff. So it will not survive as a concept that it started with. But if we replace the corridor with a network of options, of connections, when I mentioned oil pipes, I mentioned both Syria and Jordan and Turkey, so all the options, if you put all the options there, if from Suez you connect to Greece, but also to Italy and perhaps to France, if there are many choices, then yes, this will survive. And I would say the impetus, the imperative for, and the need for IMEC is actually much more important now.
Would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, just to build on that, because it is all about who is included and who is excluded. So when we look at the Abraham Accords, for example, between the Emirates and Israel, the IMEC, the corridor, was very much in play. But the Abraham Accords were also premised on the notion that there wouldn't be a Palestinian state. But that makes it very difficult to implement actually a project of that size, because there's going to be opposition from various countries and actors, including Iran, that see that this is not going to work. So if you're going to resolve a conflict or build an economic project, you have to do it inclusively. And I think that is key. So also, if you want to build a corridor, first of all, you need to diversify the routes, very importantly. And secondly, you may need to start thinking, and I think it was Minister Davutoglu who mentioned it also, the need for a security architecture in the Gulf, or at least some kind of collective mechanism where you can have dialogue that includes Iran and the Gulf, the 6 GCC members, and Iraq, of course, including Kurdistan, as a starting point for building these kinds of projects that then could actually work.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the same question to Greg, but please keep your horses, Greg. I will go first to the lady, because she's the head of tourism. We all speak here about petroleum, about gas, about energy. Can you tell us a little bit about the situation of tourism and what are the plans, the government in order to attract more tourists, to develop the sector, etc. Please.
زۆر سپاسان ئەەکەم بۆ پرسیارەکە و لە هەرێمی کوردستان و بە تایبەتیش لە سلێمانی پرۆژەی زۆر جوان و هەمەچەشن بنیادیراوە بۆ جۆرا و جۆرکردنی سەرچاوەکانی ئابووری لە ناوێشیانە پرۆژە گەشتیاریەکان لەم ساڵانەی داهاتووە بڕیاری ئەوە دراوە بڵین کە پرۆژەکانی ئەوانەی کە تایبەتە بە گەشتیاری زیاتر بکرێت و بۆ ئەوەی بتوانین بە شێوازێکی تایبەت جێگرەوە بێ بۆ ئەو سەرچاوە داراییانەی سەرچاوە ئابووریانەی کە لە ڕابردوودا ئێمە پەیوەست بووین بەوەی کە سەرچاوەی داهات و ئابووری ئێمە زیاتر لە نەوتەوە و گازەوە بێت بەڵام ئێستا خۆشبەختانە ئێمە پرۆژەکانمان لە ڕێگەی وەبەرهێنانەوە لە ڕێگەی دۆستەکانمان لە دەرەوەی وڵات و لە ناوچەکانی خۆمانە برەو پێن لە ڕێگەی وەبەرهێنان لە گەشتیاری لە کشت و کاڵ لە هەمە چەشنکردنی جۆرەکانی ئابووری پلانی جۆرا و جۆرمانداناوە بۆ ئەم چەند ساڵەی داهاتوو کە بتوانین زۆرترین گەشتیار زۆرترین هانی گەنج بین بۆەوەی کە بێن لە سنوورەکانی ئێمە کە هەرێمی کوردستانە کە ئێمە 4 فەسڵێکی جوانمان هەیە کە ئەتوانین نزیکەی 3 فەسڵی تەواومان گەشتیاران ڕاکێشین بۆ هەرێمی کوردستان و بتوانین لە ڕێگەیەوە ئابووریەکی زیاتر و ناوچەکەمان دەستەبەر بکەین و هەروەها لە جنوبەوە کە خۆشبەختانە لەگەڵ کۆمپانیا گەشتیاریەکانە بە بەردەوامی کۆنتراکتەکەین بۆ ئەوەی زیاتر گەشتیارەکانی دەور و پشتمان و ناوچەکانی خوار و ناوەڕاستیش بێنین بۆ ناوچە گەشتیاریەکان لەبەرەوەی هەرێمی کوردستان خۆتان ئاگدارن کە هەرێمێکی تا ڕادەیەکی زۆر ئاشتی و ئەمنیتیە بەرقەرارە و ئەتوانین ئێمە هانی گەشتیاران و وەبەرهێناری هەم بیانی و هەم ناوچەکان و دەور و پشتیشمان لە ئێران و لە سووریا و لە تورکیا و لە جنوبی عێراقیشەوە کە هاندانێکی باشە بێ بۆ ئەوەی کە بتوانین لە داهاتووە و ئێستش کە بەردەوامین ئەو سەرچاوە ئابووریەمان زیاتر پەرە پێ بین.
sorry for being ignorant, do you have a special agency which promotes, investments in this field here in Kurdistan?
ئێمە وەکوەزانن دەستەی بڵێن گەشت و گوزارمان هەیە لە هەرێمی کوردستانە کە ئەمە سەر بە وەزارەتی شارەوانی و گەشت و گوزارە بەڵام پلانی تۆکمەمان هەیە کە بەردەوام لە کۆنتاکتین لەگەڵ گروپە گەشتیاریەکانە بۆ ئەوەی هانیان بدەین کە بە بەردەوامی بێت و هەروەها دەستەی وەبەرهێنانیشمان هەیە کە هانی وەبەرهێنەکانمان ئەیە کە ئەوانیش زیاتر وەبەرهێنان لە کەرتی گەشتیاریا بکەن.
We will be more than happy to work together because Greece, as you know, is a little bit developed as far as tourism is concerned. So we need to invite you to our country so you come and see how we can. Actually, the minister was Minister of Tourism before. So actually, he can give us a little thoughts about how this region can develop.
ئێمە خۆشحاڵە بین کە هەماهەنگیەک هەبێت لە نێوان ئێمە وەکو هەرێمی کوردستان و هەر وڵاتی یۆنانیش کە تەبیعەتی ئاوهەواکەی زۆر نزیکە لە هەرێمی کوردستانەوە بە خۆشحاڵیەوە پێشوازیەکەین لە هەر پرۆژەیە کە بێت و ئێمە لە تواناماندا بەیەکەوە ئەنجامی بدەین.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greg, you are also a member of RUSI, a board member, which is one of the most important think tanks in Europe, actually, not only in London. Tell me how you view things, because you travel a lot around the world, how you view things about the Middle East, about, doing business here, and also I would like to have your comments about the IMEC, which is, I think, an important project.
Well, thank you very much, Simeon. I will speak less about a view out of London, because I don't spend that much time there, than a view out of South Africa and a view out of the African continent where I spend most of my time working and living. And as you can hear, and as you can probably see, I am a South African and I used to play rugby. And I like to point that out to all the British people in the audience, because it's a point of great advantage for us. I think there's 3 or 4 basic areas where Africa, as your virtual next-door neighbor in Kurdistan, can collaborate. And I want to spend less time on talking about those areas and more talking about the how, because that's the question you posed to us right at the very beginning. And the first of these is obviously energy and electricity. 40 of 48 sub-Saharan African countries are net fuel importers. About 45% of Africans don't have access to electricity, just over 650 million people. Of the total of 730 million people in the world who don't have access to electricity, we have lots of critical minerals. And if you want to have a cell phone today, which has 70 of them in it, or if you want to pretty much do anything around data and AI or have an electric car, you need access to that. And then perhaps most importantly, we're a market of 1.5 billion people, the average age of which is around between 19 and a half and 20 years old. And we're going to be 2.5 billion people by the year 2050. And 2/3 of those people are going to be young and reaching the prime of their energy levels. So big opportunities. The question is, how do you get them to intersect? And there's several ways here. I think the first one is that we have a very similar outlook. It's said about Europe and about the United States that you do business and you make friends. In Africa, and I suspect it's the same in Kurdistan, you make friends and then you do business. It's the other way around. We have a completely inverted value system, one personally that I appreciate a great deal more. So I think that and the one theme that's run through all the talks today has been the importance of relationships. Relationships is what brought me here, and I suspect relationships are going to be what brings me back here. I think the second big issue is that we, particularly in Africa, have a very low starting base. We have an average per capita income of just over $1,600. There's a very a long path upwards, but compared to the global average of $11,500, we've got a long way to travel. So there's quite a lot of value to add for relatively minimal outlay. I think the third, and I've only got 4 areas, is of reform. And as I mentioned in this last session in which I participated, the problem in Africa is not too much globalization, it's too little globalization. The problem in Africa is not too much state, it's the wrong type of state. The state is predatory. It reminds me of Confucius' words about reform of the salt sector in China when he said, you can't have a state that competes with the people. And that's what we have. We have a state, mostly in Africa, that competes with the people. It's an adversary of people's interests. And I think there's a certain intersection, not necessarily with Kurdistan, but with big areas of the Middle East which draw certain commonality. And I can't but use the opportunity with Peter Galbraith in the audience to talk a little bit about peace, because we know a little bit about peace. We also know a great deal about war. And I did 4 assignments with ISAF in Afghanistan, and Fink Haysom, my countryman, and I used to argue about this all the time. But essentially, you need 3 components for peace. You need the outside world to be pushing the parties uniformly to the negotiating table. You can't do it if one side is being pushed harder than the other, or one side's not being pushed at all. Secondly, you need all the parties to see that there's more advantage in ending fighting than continuing with it. And I don't believe we're there in virtually any area in the Middle East, and we're not there in many areas of Africa. We were there in South Africa in 1990, but we were there in South Africa in 1990 because of the third component, and that's the wisdom factor. You need to have leadership, method, and timing, but you need leadership. And so all of these things, whether it's peace, whether it's realizing economic opportunity, whether it be seeking advantage or building relationships, or building regional understandings, Red Sea forums, Red Sea dialogues, for instance, all of which make complete sense. Unless you have a leadership that sees the alternative to the way in which things are happening and sees the opportunity, I'm afraid it's going to be business as usual.
Thank you very much, Greg. Mind you, we're going to be for the first time in South Africa in December to organize a Delphi Forum, and allow me a small advertisement because we do annual events in Washington, in Brussels, in Toronto, in Paris, in Berlin, in Bucharest, in Sofia, and in Tirana. We go in December, and perhaps we can bring a few of our people here so that they can, because you have a very affluent community, am I right, in South Africa, which can match somehow with some, business projects. I'm a little more practical person rather than a theoretician, so I would love that we take few people from here to our event in December. And also, you bring perhaps a couple of important business leaders, from Africa to examine the possibilities here. So we're coming very close to the end, but I would like to ask a very plain question. Next year, 12 months from now, we're going to be here again to discuss the same. What we can do in order to help this country, Kurdistan, in order to be more visible, to the international markets, to foreign investors, no matter whether this is Europe, is China, is it the United States, whatever. Can you give us a little of your thoughts about this?
Let me just bring to the table our experience. Greece went through a very difficult financial crisis. It was visible, but it was visible for the wrong reasons. Everybody wanted to avoid us. About 10, 12, 15 years ago, everybody was talking in the morning news about Greece's problems, not about what a good country of investment opportunity it is. Fast forward to today, this has changed. We're an example of a country that has managed to do reforms. We are overperforming in the fiscal space, in investment, in FDI, in growth, and so on and so forth. So how did we do that vis-a-vis the question you asked? We created some projects. Pfizer, for example, came in Thessaloniki, put 150 people initially, researchers and staff, to provide services for the rest of the company. Now these 1,500 people are 2,000 3 years later or 4 years later, and they are our biggest seller, marketing arm to other investors in the US and especially in the pharmaceutical sector. So basically what we need to do is form specific projects, talk to Cubat and the other officials of the Kurdish government, agree on a few projects, bring the companies here, do joint investments or whatever is needed, infrastructure project or whatever, and then those businessmen will be here and in other fora saying what a good experience they had with Kurdistan, and you know, they'll be the ones attracting the next wave of investors.
Absolutely. Just.
It's coming? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah?
it's coming.
Okay.
Yes, great.
So I think 3 things are needed in the Kurdistan region if investment is to increase over time and the region is going to flourish even more than it has. I've been coming since 1991. Peter Galbraith was there even before. We've both seen how it has you know, become flourishing in many ways, but it has a long way to go. The 3 things are rooting out corruption, which in Kurdistan region is from the top down. That has to be addressed. It cannot continue as it has been going. The second one is to open political space, to have more political participation. We see more of it in Süleymaniyye than in other parts of the region, but even here it's problematic, where the parties still control the institutions and pretty much appointments and the way the educational institutions work, for example. And thirdly, the political parties themselves have to learn to talk to each other and resolve their deep differences. The parties don't have to agree with each other. They can have their own political programs, but not even being able to talk to each other. We heard it this morning from Mr. Bavel Talabani. I heard it yesterday in Erbil as well, from the other side. That doesn't work. You have to be able to form a government. If you are not unified, the outside world is not going to be interested in investing because the situation is simply not stable enough.
Thank you. Madam Sabir, would you like to comment a little bit about how we can increase the investments here of foreign companies?
داوا لە کۆمپانیا بنیانەکانەکەین ئەوانەی کە ئەیانەوێ لە کوردستان وەبەرهێنان بکەن پیان ئەڵێن کە ئێمە ئامادەین هەموو ئاسانکاریەکە بۆ بکەین بۆ ئەوەی وەبەرهێنان بکەن لە هەموو ئەو بوارانەی کە پێویستە بۆ کوردستان بە تایبەتی بوارە گەشتیاریەکان بوارە کشت و کاڵیەکان بواری بینا و ئەو بوارانەی تری کە ئەتوانن کارگەکانیان بگەنە ئێرە چەندین پرۆژەمان هەیە کە ئەتوانن لەم کوردستانی ئێمەیە کە ئێمە خاوەنی جگەل لە نەوت چەند کازایەکی تریشمان هەیە هەر خاوەنی نەوت نین بەڵکو ئێمە خاوەنی ئاسنین ئاسنێکی باشەیە لە کوردستان و لە مەنتیقی سلێمانی خاوەنی چەندین کارگەی چیمەنتۆین کە چیمەنتۆیەکی باشمانەیە هانیانەیەن کە ئەوانیش بێن پارەکانی خۆیان عەقڵی خۆیان لەگەڵ عەقڵی ئێمەیە تێکەڵاو بکەین بۆ ئەوەی هەرێمی کوردستان و ئێمە ئیستیفادە بکەین و هەم ئەوانیش ئیستیفادە بکەین بە تایبەتی تێکەڵیەک دروستکەین وەکو پرۆژەی گەشت و کاڵ ئەگرۆتۆریزم کە ئێمە لە بیدایەتی دروستکردنی ئەو پرۆژانەیەن کە ئەوەش ئیشێکی باشە بێ بۆ کوردستان.
Thank you very much. Greg, you have the last word, my dear.
Yeah, there's nothing I'll disagree with in terms of reform agenda, but the great thing about Donald Trump and Brexit and actually looking over the European landscape generally is that everybody has problems. Your problems, in fact, just about on our TV screen for an unacceptable number of minutes every day, particularly with the United States. But it depends on whether you want to see the country through which prism. I mean, Africa is not just a problem to be solved. It's also a business opportunity to be entertained. And the same way is true for Iraq, the same way is true for Kurdistan. And I do think that problems elsewhere in the world, whether they be strategic problems like aging populations or declining empires or whatever the case may be, these are profound and strategic and long-term. So I would just end with a positive note, which is I was in the lift yesterday helping somebody get down to the lower lobby floor or something in the unintelligible lift system in the grand, otherwise very nice Grand Millennium Hotel. And I asked him where he was from. He asked me where I was from. I said, Cape Town. He said, been many times. And I said, where are you from? And he said, I'm from Iran. Somewhat hesitantly. He's probably in the audience, but somewhat hesitantly. And then we had a chat. He'd been there many times to do business. And I think the great selling feature of Kurdistan is that Kurdistan is a crossroads. It's a crossroads between Africa and the Middle East, through the Middle East, into Europe, across, in many ways, across North Africa. And it should market that. It should develop that image as this crossroads. Yes, there are internal tensions, but it's the same challenge in some ways, not only of perception, but it is a big perception challenge for countries that have been in conflict for a long period of time to reimagine themselves and get others to reimagine them as opportunities rather than problems.
So you say how quickly 2 hours pass. What a great panel. Please give them a hand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. After 6 hours of fruitful and stimulating discussions and presentations, we thank you very much for your patience. We are looking forward to have you all tomorrow morning. We open around 8:30, and we have a great presentation tomorrow by Mr. Kubat Talabani at 9:30 sharp. Thank you all.
زۆر سپاس بۆ بەڕێز سیمۆن سۆمۆکۆ، سپاس بۆ هەموو پانێڵستە و بەڕێزانی کە ئەمڕۆ لەگەڵمان بەشدار بوون، بە دیرگا و بۆچوونەکانیان بابەتەکانیان دەوڵەمەندتر کرد. میوانانی عزیز بەم شێوەیە کۆتایی بە بەرنامەی فەرمی ڕۆژی یەکەم دەهێنین. سپاسی بەشداری و ئامادەبوونتان دەکەین و بە پەرۆشەوە چاوەڕێین سبەی نێبەیانی کاتژمێر 8:30 بۆ ڕۆژی دووەم پێشوازیدان لێ بکەین. کاتێکی شاد بۆ هەموو لایەکتان.